Welcome to Larkhall, the premier kart circuit in Scotland for the second round of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for both Rotax and Honda. Refreshed and prepared for another fantastic weekend of racing, this 1,140 metre circuit hosts the championships for a fourth year in a row. With the season well and truly underway after the first round at PFI a month ago, the championship leaders in each class will be looking to further lay claim to their positions, including the likes of Luke Millward in Micromax and Callum Bradshaw in Senior Rotax. The latter, the only driver to achieve a perfect score from round one. This weekend is the only time the Wera Tools British Kart Championships visits Scotland in 2024. As such, there's plenty of local talents looking to emulate some of the Scottish racing legends who've graced this circuit previously. In particular, look out for Blair Smith and Minimax 950, along with Junior Rotax's Leon Hasty and Honda Cadet's Ryan White. All of those drivers looking to get their season back on course. 2 days of racing can be followed from start to finish here on YouTube and Facebook with Alpha Live. So let's get into it. It's Event 3 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships live from Larkhall. And a very warm welcome indeed back to Scotland for finals day here for the second round of the season for both Rotax and Honda. Bit cloudy here today, but still good track conditions for the drivers to get their teeth into. Packed day of racing here for Event 3, Day 2 of these Wera Tools British Kart Championships for 2024. My name's Andrew Mather. We're joined by Nicole Sutherland once again here today to cover all of the action, starting with the repecharges in a few moments' time, the pre-finals as well for all of our categories, and then those all-important finals. Here's the circuit that they're racing on once again here today. As we say, 10 turns, a couple of flat-out kinks in there as well. 14 feet of elevation change around this 1,140 metre circuit, where there's been racing here since the early 1960s. A big redevelopment of this circuit, of course, though, back in 2019. Here's your weather forecast for today. To say, with the sun of yesterday and Friday has seemed to have disappeared. I think that might be it, possibly for the Scottish summer. It's overcast at the moment, a light breeze, possible rain forecast, but hopefully that's well beyond the time where we'll be finished up with our finals here today. So it should be a fully dry day of racing. Here we are once again at Larkhall. You can see just down in pre-grid there the Senior Rotax drivers getting ready for their repecharge. That's how we'll kick things off today, with drivers trying to grab one of 6 spots to advance through to the pre-grid later on today. For now, though, let's head down for the first time today to Nicole Sutherland, who's in the pits.
Thank you, Andrew. Finals day here at not so sunny Scotland. We've lost the sun today. Sun cream and sunglasses have gone away, but still fantastic track conditions for these drivers. Really, really rubbered up track. So that you'll still see the drivers putting on a fantastic show, because they'll be able to go so late and so hard into these corners, just as they were yesterday. Saw some fantastic redemption drives from certain drivers like Guy Cunnington, Harry Bartle and Harrison Whitcomb yesterday. Talking of redemption drives, we've got the repecharges this morning. Gives the drivers who have had a bit of a tough time yesterday to get into the finals and be able to get those points for the championships. I'll be joining Andrew in the box for the start of today, and then you'll see me in the pit lane and Park Vermey catching up with the drivers post-race. Looking forward to it, and we'll pass back over to Andrew. Henry's not here. Andrew in the box.
Indeed, Henry Baudet not here today. We do wish Henry well. He's feeling a bit poorly at the moment. Yeah, I'm sure he'll be back with us for one of the future events later on in the season. For now, though, as you say, repecharge for Senior Rotax is up first. 17 drivers in it. For 6 of them, this will be a race where they are able to qualify through to the pre-final later on this morning. Unfortunately for the other drivers on that grid, if they finish 7th or lower, that will be it. That will be the end of their weekends. They'll score championship points, but they will not be able to carry on for the rest of the afternoon's racing. We also do have a repecharge for the junior category as well. That's got 23 drivers in it after yesterday's running, and then we'll get into those pre-finals, starting with Micromax UK, Minimax 950, and Honda Cadet in that order. All of the timing information, if you head across to the British Kart Championships website, all of the timing information provided by Motorsport Timing, Ian Rogers and the team. We've got a feature that Ian features in later on this afternoon. So do stick around for that, for some of the content that we've been making here to give you that behind-the-scenes look at the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Nicole rejoins me in the box. How's it feeling out there? It is a little bit cooler than it was yesterday.
Yeah, it's a bit chilly. I wish I hadn't put my shorts on, to be honest. Wish I'd put some jeans on. It's much colder than it was yesterday.
Indeed. But in a way, that can be good for the drivers. The engines will be nice and cool today. We did have temperatures yesterday in the mid-20s. And as I say, this repechage due to start at 10:10. The gate will close in less than 2 minutes because it's 10:06 local time here right now. And as I say, the 17 drivers all trying to get themselves into that top 6. Nicole, what will be going through the drivers' minds right now? They're obviously waiting for that scheduled go time of 10:10. Do you think they'll be a little bit nervous?
Yeah, definitely. Nervous, excited, a bit of pressure on. I think especially for certain drivers who have previously found themselves in a repechage, maybe at PFI. James Lowther, obviously, he was in a repechage, and that's not something we see from a driver like James. I think he's had a tough start to this championship, so we'll keep an eye on him for this race. Like you said as well, much cooler today. Caught up with some drivers yesterday who were saying made it really hard work yesterday when it was really hot, just engines get overheating.
Yeah.
You know, they're trying to get the flap up on the radiator, but it's not making a difference for a lot of drivers yesterday. So I think that problem will be solved. We'll also see, well, we won't see it, but I know for sure that teams will be readjusting setups as well. Tyre pressures will be going a different way, maybe jetting as well. So I think you might even see some drivers who are maybe mid-pack gaining some position slightly, who have done setup changes better, adjusting things better than yesterday. But we'll find out.
Absolutely, we will. But the drivers have had a warm-up earlier on this morning. That's been their one opportunity. As I say, we've not really had these conditions throughout the whole course of the race weekend so far. As I say, it was very warm yesterday, pretty much the same conditions on Friday for free practice, and that was the start of their running. Of course, it's the same here on Thursday during the setup day, the non-running day, for things ahead of this third event of the year. Keep your comments coming in. Say hello to us this morning and let us know where you're watching from. Hello to Motorsport Magpie. As ever, hello to Leon Hasdo. I don't know if that's hasty with a bit of a misspelling, the I and the O next to each other. And cheering on some of the drivers. We're going to take a short break here and get ready for race number 1 after these short messages. Time for the first race of the day then. It's the repechage for senior rotax. Let's take a look through the grid for this one, as there's one kart spinning off towards the back of the field. We'll catch up with that in a moment. Gustav Zuzakov starts this one from pole position. Alongside him on the front row of the grid is Reg Hayward. I think it was Mac McGilvery who's had that spin in the number 62 towards the back of the field. David Mitchell and Alexander Adams-Acton start on the second row of the grid. Alex Moody and George Donald hold row 3. If it's the most boring repechage we've ever seen, there'll be the 6 drivers to go through. On the outside looking in right now, as there's your first 4 rows of the grid. On row 4, the first of those with work to do, Ollie Goodyear and Benjamin Southgate.
Row number 5 is Luca Osman-Price and James Lowther. Keep an eye out for James Lowther because I don't think he'll be staying in 10th at all. Row number 6 is Jack Gillingham and Ethan Critchley.
And away we go then for the first race of the day. 10 minutes plus 1 lap for drivers to get into that top 6. Good start for Uzakovs. Wasn't able to do any running on Friday because he had school exams. This has been a good start for his repertoire. You'd expect him to race through from this position. He'll be looking for a good start. Oh, it's the number 51 there, Sam Longley, all over the curb. Big curbs here at Larkhall, and that's why you don't want to be touching them, pitching the cart momentarily on 2 wheels. But a good start for Uzakovs. Comfortable lead through turn number 6 for the first time in this one. It looks like the number 23 of David Mitchell has come through as well, up to 2nd place. There is the number 18 on your screen of Alexander Adams-Acton, racing for Jack's Motorsports. Round to complete the first lap of this one then. Oh, as one of the GCRs is off. I think it's that the number 57 of Luca Osman-Price. Is wearing a different driver's suit, I did note there, but that was the number 57 of Luca. Unfortunately, it's going to be a long way back from there, Nicole. 5 seconds off the main pack in 17th place with less than 9 minutes to find a way into the top 6.
We said keep an eye on him as well. James Lowther up by 5 positions into 5th place, so he currently is in position to be getting through in this final.
Battle for 2nd place raging on here. Mitchell going back down the inside of Moody for that spot. Reg Hayward, the tall figure of Reg Hayward there, and number 73 Coles Racing effort, now going side by side with James Lowther. Doesn't fight that one too hard. Sensible thing to do at this stage because drivers there, 4th, 5th place, don't want to be fighting too hard right now. They don't want to throw themselves into the clutches, the likes of Ollie Goodyear and Benjamin Southgate behind and potentially out of this top 6. So end of lap 2, it's Uzakovs, Mitchell, Moody, Lowther, Hayward and Adams-Acton. Those are the 6 advancing right now. It's down to Ollie Goodyear, the privateer on the CRG chassis, to chase them down and break his way in. Benjamin Southgate as well there for ProTrain. ProTrain trying to get into the final, trying to get, I reckon, 2 drivers into the final. There in 8th place. Lowther down the inside of Alex Moody. It's a good move from James Lowther. All the while, Nicole, James Lowther just getting himself into a more comfortable position.
Fantastic move up the bank. You watch the way he goes into the corner really hard and really forces Moody out to the outside of the track so that it compromises Moody's run into the next corner. The benefit of doing that for James, it ensures that Moody wouldn't be able to go back in on him coming into the next corner after the bank. Indeed.
7.5 minutes to go in this one. A little bit further down the order, Jack Gillingham and Sam Longley have both got past Ethan Critchley. Jack Gillingham has also received a warning flag, just a warning flag right now, no time penalties on that one. Luca Osman-Price has also started a recovery drive. I think that there's actually been a problem for Joshua Rudd in the number 82 because the Craft Motorsports driver has fallen behind Luca Osman-Price and is behind by some 4 seconds or so. End of lap number 4. Uzakovs looking comfortable right now. David Mitchell there in 2nd, but is going to have to deal with the fastest driver on the circuit right now. That's James Lowther. You can see at the top of your screens a 48.86. And before I've even said he's going to go for a move for 2nd place, he's made the move and he's on his way. Good stuff from James Lowther. Plus 5-second penalty. First one of the race, first one of the day. And it's to the number 57 of Luca Osman-Price. There is the number 82 of Joshua Rudd out of this race. That sadly is the end of the weekend for Joshua Rudd. Will go no further, will not qualify for the pre-final.
Gustav Uzakovs continues to pull his lead stronger and stronger. James Lowther has promoted himself into 2nd place ahead of Reg Hayward, who's sitting in 3rd. It's now turned into a bit of a train for 4th, 5th and 6th. So definitely going to get a bit feisty later on. Neo Clark up 3 positions into 10th. It's just set a 48.83, so he's much faster than George Donald, who's sitting in 9th in front of him.
Alexander Adams-Acton is on the move there. That was a move past David Mitchell for 4th place. Alex Moody also took advantage of that. That leaves David Mitchell on the bubble, as it were, now in 6th place, currently qualifying, but not for much longer because there is Ollie Goodyear down the inside Lovely move from Goodyear. Takes that crucial 6th spot. Now you'll see Adams, Acton and Moody now try to work together. They're safe right now. They're in the top 5. They'll want to move clear and leave everybody else fighting for 6th place. 5 minutes to go. Uzakov's lead is 1.6 seconds. James Lowther there in 2nd place, Reg Hayward 3rd. The fact that they're a second clear of the Adams, Acton and Moody duo, you'll think that they'll start to try and conserve a bit of tyre for later on in the race meeting. But Ollie Goodyear now under pressure into turn number 5. You can see there Alex Moody not attacking. Alexander Adams Acton's 4th place. There'd be very little point in doing so right now because the threat is still there behind in the form of everybody else trying to qualify through. Neo Clark's trying to move his way through the order, Nicole. The Thule Motorsport number 28 has got past George Donald for 9th place, and Neo Clark definitely a kind of driver that we could expect seeing some good pace from in the second half of this race.
Yeah, Neo had to miss Friday, similar to race leader Gustav Uzakov's GCSE duties, so had to miss testing. Was fast yesterday in practice and quali, but had some bad luck with penalties and some crashes yesterday in his heats.
Indeed, that's why Neo is in this repechage, but Neo is now the fastest driver on the circuit, 48.71 seconds. That's 5 places gained now, up to 8th place, and is less than a quarter of a second off that all-important 6th spot. Out of turn number 6, just behind the battle here, you can see that squabble for 6th place. Ollie Goodyear starting to break away from those behind. I think Neo Clark has got through. You can see the blue and white number 28 there, yes, has got past David Mitchell, is up into 7th place. This is the fight for the last spot on the grid of 34 in the pre-final later on in this morning and early afternoon session. Good pace as well from Alexander Adams Acton, 48.69. That good work with Alex Moody means that those two have closed up to Reg Hayward there in 3rd place. Now, what do you think they'll want to do at this stage, Nicole? Do you think those two will want to push through and take another position, get themselves a bit more safe, or see if Reg has got the pace to go with their train?
I think they definitely don't want to be crashing. We'll keep an eye on this front pack because I think no silly moves. As I say, that Neo Clark promotes himself into the top 6. He was 0.3 faster than the 55 of Ollie Goodyear on that previous lap. So currently Neo is getting through into this final. And
an interesting reaction there from Ollie Goodyear. He pointed forward to Neo Clark to say, no, keep going, I'm not going to attack. I'm guessing that that's a point if he wants to drop the number of drivers in that group out, because at the moment you've still got David Mitchell there. You know, if Goodyear's only got one driver to overtake and not have to worry about anyone behind, that's going to be an easier proposition in the latter stages of this race. 2 minutes to go. Uzakovs, Lowther, Hayward, Adams Acton and Moody are all safe, it would seem. They just need to bring this one home now. They'll be in that top 5. They'll go through to the pre-final. It's all about whether Ollie Goodyear and the rest can get on top of the pace of Neo Clark here. And right now, looking at the body language of the karts, Nicole, and the drivers, I'd say the answer is probably no. This has been a great drive from Neo Clark through the field. He's just set another personal best, a 48.65. But there's a little bit of a threat from behind, perhaps, because Jack Gillingham in 9th place has just set the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, Alex Moody's promoted himself into 4th ahead of Alex Adams' action on that last lap through the last corner. So he will be, well, hopefully they don't start fighting and cause an incident for each other. Doesn't look like he's gaining much on Reg Hayward in front of him. Reg doing a good job just to sit there and sit relaxed, not make any mistakes. Gustav also doing the same. Not seen any issues by him. He's not pushing too hard to make a mistake and then drop back to Lowther. Lowther doing the same thing. Just a bit of a Sunday drive for both of them now that they've got some work done.
And the positives for these repechages as well, Nicole, we have seen drivers be able to race through. Given that the track conditions have changed, I wouldn't say majorly, but there's a fair amount, this is going to be preparing these drivers very well for the pre-final, is it not?
Yeah, I'm just wondering as well if maybe that's why James Lowther is having a bit of a better morning than he was yesterday. James is a much bigger driver than some of the rest of the field. He's very tall. So now that it's cooler and it's not as hot, definitely benefiting him because he's not chewing through the tyre as much.
Indeed, 15 seconds remaining on the clock. Drivers will cross the line to get another lap in here, which is fairly decent news if you're outside the top 6 right now. That was a move, I think, by Jack Gillingham. Yes, it was. The Racing Perfection Birrell ART machine, the number 66, getting past David Mitchell. The trouble is, it's dropping away now. The opportunity to get up into the top 6. I tell you what, Neil Clark has closed up to the back of this group for Hayward, Moody, Adams, Acton and Clark. Now, this could be a little bit of a treacherous situation. This 4 don't want to fight too much, as they could open up an opportunity on the last lap for others. And Alex Moody had to get out of that one, and that has thrown Alex Moody into the clutches of Ollie Goodyear now.
That was quite aggressive by Acton into that corner there. Just wondering if he would have got a nose cone as Neo Clark goes up into the inside of him through the last corner.
And Goodyear side by side with Moody. Moody having a go back as we're on to the final lap now. This is the key battle on circuit. Goodyear and Moody for that 6th and final advancement spot into the pre-final. Out onto the backstretch then. The 3 drivers ahead, I think they'll have got the warning now of in their minds of battling a little bit too hard. They'll keep this clean all the way through to the finish, but can there be a move here from Moody to get back ahead of Ollie Goodyear? Can David Mitchell do something about this as well? Moody looking down the inside in half defence, half attack right now. That might be what Ollie Goodyear needs to run through into 6th place. Mitchell has got through into P7. Could be a key spot if there's any late penalties later on after the checkered flag on the times. Sam Longley's had a go there as well, but it's Gustav Uzakovs who takes the repechage win. James Lowther second, Neo Clark and Reg Hayward in the top 4 as well. Alexander Adams-Acton in 5th, Ollie Goodyear 6th. So provisionally, those would be his 6 drivers going through to the pre-final. David Mitchell P7, Alex Moody P8, Sam Longley P9. Could still be an important P7 there, Nicole, because if there's anything like a front fairing penalty of that description, Mitchell's going to be into the top 6.
We'll wait to hear from our technical crew over in Parc Fermé, but when he crossed the line, I could see a very wobbly front fairing there on the number 18 of Alex Adams-Acton. I would say he's got a nose cone, which would promote provisionally David Mitchell into 6th position.
Well, we'll remain to see whether that is the case or not. But for Uzakovs into Parc Fermé, we'll go through the process of checking the weight, making sure everything is correct. I don't think there's any concern there. You can see that front fairing looking resplendent on the front of the CS55 chassis for Hunter Motorsports. James Lowther could drive through to 2nd place. Will join Uzakovs side by side on the grid for the pre-final. And there as well, number 73 of Reg Hayward. Challenging race there for Reg Hayward, but he soaked the pressure up well.
Had a question a couple of days ago from somebody that was watching one of the streams. See on James Lowther's kart there, he's not got any stickers on his side pods.
No.
That quite often is a weight choice. Don't run as many...
flashy bits.
Yes. Don't run as many stickers, save some weight. So for a driver like James, who's very tall, that's probably what they've done.
Indeed, but well, it's worked on that occasion. Keep your comments coming in. Alpha Live asking as well, what races are people looking forward to the most? What race are you looking forward to the most today, Nicole, do you think?
Ooh, micros.
Yes.
Very, very exciting yesterday. Dean Powell, Austin Oman, fantastic racing by the younger class. You know, some of the youngest drivers we've got here this weekend, but still fantastic talents and skill in there. Indeed.
Hello to Yana, who's looking forward to Minimax, and Emerson McAndrew-Uren out on circuit later on today. Bit of an up and down day for Emerson yesterday. Some good race pace, but picked up a penalty in the 2nd heat, which means he's a little bit further back in the grid than perhaps the race pace suggests. But yes, we'll have that pre-final later on today. We've got one more repechage to go through before we get on to the business of those pre-finals. Junior Rotax repechage coming up soon. 24 drivers in the field for this one. So if you thought that was an exciting repechage for seniors, this is where the stakes are even higher, with 6 out of 24 going through. Before we get on to that, though, let's have a catch-up from earlier in the weekend when we had a chat with Coles Racing's Hugh Moulton and Harrison Crowther. In 2024's Wera Tools British Kart Championships has been the performance of Coles Racing, particularly in the junior Rotax category. We're here at Larkhall in the Coles Racing tent with Harrison Crowther and Hugh Moulton. Guys, great to see you here in Scotland. Hugh, for yourself, first time. How's it feel to be running as high up in the point standings after round one as you are?
Yeah, well, I think I had good pace at PF, so hopefully the same here, and hope we can move up a bit in the championship.
Good stuff. Harrison, for yourself, running closely with a teammate across the course of the year so far, do you find that's helping you a lot this year?
Hugh's probably the best teammate I could ever ask for, really. So it's going well. It's all more to play for this round.
And how do you guys structure a weekend? I say, you had a couple of practices as we're doing this interview at this stage of the weekend. How much data do you share together to kind of take on the big teams?
All of it. We share all the data. I'd say me and Hugh were probably one of the two strongest pairs of teammates in the grid. So yeah, it's good. Couldn't ask for anything more.
Good stuff. Hugh, going into this weekend, as I say, a good run at PFI, some decent pace at the O Plate at Wilson Mill as well. It's a very different style of circuit. How do you deal with that?
Yeah, I quite like this circuit. The tight hairpin's quite difficult to navigate, especially in traffic. So that'll be interesting in the racing.
And the junior category always quite cutthroat out there. Do you think overtaking is going to be quite difficult this weekend? Is it going to be another one of those weekends where you guys need to really work together to fend off the others?
Yeah, I think having two teammates up there is really helpful, but I think it will be quite close. Maybe it might spread out later on in the races, so get our head down and hopefully we'll be near the front row.
Harrison, for yourself as well, you know, this circuit, tactically, do you play things a little bit different to PF International in terms of overtaking opportunities?
It's a bit, obviously it's harder to overtake because it's a narrow circuit, but it's still easy to overtake. Well, I wouldn't race it any different than any other track. It's my favourite track on the calendar actually, but it's no different to any other track really for overtaking and how you'd race it.
Good stuff. In terms of again, working as part of the team, what do you think the biggest thing that you've learned in your time at Coles Racing is?
I think I've learned. It's tricky. They're the reason. Coles are the reason I'm where I am today. So yeah, I think they suit me. They suit Hugh. I think we've struggled a bit for the last. We struggled a bit last year. We found some pace this year, so I think we can do well this year, really.
Good stuff. Well, guys, thanks for taking the time to talk to us. Best of luck for this weekend as well. I'm sure you'll give it you all out there, and yeah, we'll keep an eye on how you get on across the course of the season.
Thank you.
Getting ready then for race number 15 of the weekend here at Larkhall. It is the repechage for Junior Rotax. One final opportunity for these 24 drivers to qualify through to the pre-final and final later on today. Let's take you through the grid for this one. Joshua Smith and Ryan Gill on the front row. Lewis Goff and Kai Clark start on row number 2. Kai Veach and Lucas Blanford hold the last of the top 6 spots at the moment from the start of this race. On the outside looking in right now, Ryan Gandor and Shane Chandaria, they start on the 4th row of the grid.
Matteo Palazzo and Zach McDonald starting on row 5, Kasper Tomilowski and Marcel Popko on row 6. Row number 7 is Henry Cameron and Victor Hansen. 8 will be Isaac Barker and Lachlan Johnstone.
Sebastian Lusch and John Buchan start on row number 9. Vlad Tomanchuk and Ellis Bell start on row number 10. Aris Miauskis and Albi Lapper have it all to do from row 11. The 24 kart field is completed by row number 12, Aidan McDonald and Emily Cotty. Well, this could be quite a dramatic one. We've got some drivers towards the back of this field who will fancy themselves to race through across the course of the next 10 minutes. We're going to go around for another formation lap. The yellow flashing light is on. Race director Nigel Edwards not satisfied with the formation there being one suitable to start this one. First time of asking. I think the name that jumps out at me straight away, Nicole, Albi Lapper, had a really difficult day yesterday. I think I don't need to go into too much detail of that because we can see the results, 22nd on the grid for this one. But again, it's an opportunity here. He's got to have a good start, I feel. Got to probably get about 5 or 6 positions early on to push for later in the race, get into that top 6. But it's doable.
Yeah, definitely doable. Albi in the comments getting some support from Nana Lapper. So obviously he won't be able to hear, but I'm sure he'll know that his Nana's cheering him on. And like you said, we'll just watch him at this start. I think if he can get a good start, like you said, 3 or 4 positions, he'll have a good chance.
Ellis Bell as well said he was going to go full attack in this one when we spoke to him in the Paddock show last night. That'll be premiering during the lunch break here on Sunday. Lights are out, 10 minutes plus 1 lap underway then. Good start for Joshua Smith from the front row of the grid for Project 1 Racing. Will take them down towards turn number 3. Oh, it's all getting a little bit squirrely in the middle of the pack there. I think was that Matteo Palazzo. No, it's the number 34 of Marcel Popical with a touch on the grass there. There was the number 49 of Ellis Bell, the privateer on the LN chassis. So it does look a little bit similar to a Dan Holland Racing setup, but it is a privateer with the white helmet there in the number 49. I think it already gained a couple of positions early on through turn number 6. Then they have all made it through turn number 6, although there's been a bit of a moment, I think, for the 53 of Isaac Barker for DHR. Got on that big sausage curb on drivers right out of turn 6. Slows you down a little bit and lost a number of positions there. End of the first lap of the repercharge for Junior Rotax then. It's Smith, Goff, Veach, Clark, Gill and Blanford currently the top 6. Good to see Lewis Goff back out there, Nicole. Had an incident yesterday, was holding his wrist, and I had a bit of a worry of like, oh no, I know that one. I know what's happened normally, or sometimes is the case there, but it's just bruised. It's not anything worse than that. So he's back out there. He's been medically cleared to recommence his racing. We saw some good pace from Goff yesterday for Sam Pollitt Racing.
Yeah, the way he went into that barrier yesterday is quite a big one, to be honest. It's good to see that he's absolutely fine, like you said, just a bit of a bruised wrist, and good to see him getting on in this race, up by a position just behind Joshua Smith and still on the attack. Josh, though, doing a good job just to keep Lewis at arm's reach for now. We'll have a look to see if Lewis has a go later on in this lap or this race, but very smart driver, so I think he'll potentially wait to pull a bit more of a gap behind 4th, 5th and 6th and then have a go.
There's Zach McDonald in the number 80 with the white helmet, racing for Strawberry Racing, the distinctive Tony Kart's colours. Currently in 9th place, as there is a move for the lead. So Lewis Goff takes the lead in this one away from Joshua Smith. Kai Veach is there as well. That's a good trio that can work together. Good to see Kai Clark racing this weekend. Is currently the fastest driver on circuit, looking to qualify through to another pre-final into the final turn. And that top 4 into a nice rhythm now, breaking away from the rest of the field. What's happening further behind though? Well, Ryan Gill for Evolved Motorsport is holding 5th place. Might be a bit concerned that he's lost 3 places from where he started. Could be coming under pressure from Lucas Blanford and Ryan Gandour shortly. Shane Chandaria there as well in 8th place, who's making progress. Well, we look a bit further down the order. Sebastian Lusch is up 4 spots to 13th. Albi Lapper is up 5 spots to 17th. There is a move from the number 71 of Ryan Gandour. That is for 6th place. It's a crucial one that's not quite done. Oh, well, wrestled back in there for Lucas Blanford. Is not going to give that one up lightly. Zach McDonald trying to find a way through there as well, just behind. This is good news for anyone trying to move their way up through the order, like an Albi Lapper, because that crucial 6th spot is not disappearing too far down the road from them.
Lewis Goff and Joshua Smith matched on pace on that previous lap, with a 50.31. So Lewis very much still in the clutches of Josh. We've got the number 53 of Isaac Barker in the pits there on your screen. Maybe looks a little bit uncomfortable, sat in the Kart, hoping he's okay. Now back to the race, as we can see, a bit of dust being picked up there as drivers go over the rumble strip and catch some of the dirt on the grass. Lewis Goff still leading, has pulled away from Joshua Smith slightly there out in front. Has turned into a bit of a 4-kart battle here at the front. Sorry, more of a 4-kart train as they cross the line.
Yeah, unfortunate for Isaac Barker out of this race and won't be in the pre-finals. We'll move on to things at Warden Law for the next round and hope to make his first final of the year. Missed out at PF International for round 1 as well, unfortunately. 7 minutes and 40 seconds to go. No changes in position on that last lap. Here we go, Zach McDonald right on cue. There's an overtake down the inside of Ryan Gandor. Lovely move by McDonald. It's up to 8th place.
McDonald first year in this championship as well, so it'd be good to see him try and get into this final for the rest of the day. Had a bit of bad luck at PFI, but he was very positive afterwards, so hopefully he can get into this pre-final and final.
Yeah, he's got a really, really strong attitude, positive attitude as Zach McDonald, and yeah, speaks very eloquently, of course. Has been part of the F1 Kids broadcast programme on Sky Sports and F1 TV, of course. But this is where we like to see him in the action in the Vera Tools British Kart Championships, having a good old race, and right now is on the move. Needs a good couple of laps now to close up to Matteo Palazzo. The Soltau Motorsport number 86 is around 7/10 up the road at the last count. And Matteo Palazzo, someone's kicked up a little bit of dust there, running towards turn number 5. Matteo had that great qualifying at PF, of course. Just missed out on qualifying directly into the pre-finals through those heats. Had some problems in the heats at PFI. And then unfortunately faded in the repechage, and that was the end of his day. He's 1 position away right now from extending things into those major races, the 12-minute pre-finals that will start to follow us after this particular race, and then the 15-minute finals later on in the day. Got to keep an eye out for Victor Hansen as well, I think, Nicole, because we've just seen that the English driver for Strawberry Racing is up 4 positions so far. The number 21 is up to 10th. There he is, just ahead of the number 23 of Lachlan Johnston. It looks like some good pace there for Hansen.
Yeah, just under 8/10 now separates our front 4. Kai Clark has promoted himself into second ahead of Joshua Smith.
This is the big fight though. This is the 6th place squabble. Blandford at the moment holds that 6th spot. You can see how keen Palazzo is to get through and take it. McDonald's there as well, and McDonald's done both of them. Great stuff from Zach McDonald. Gets through into 6th place. If you can hold that position, its day will continue into those pre-finals and finals later on today. But it's got a big gaggle of karts immediately behind. Palazzo's going to throw it back down the inside into turn number 5. Lovely move by Palazzo there.
He's got him back.
And McDonald's going to respond straight away. Very good move from McDonald. Clean move through turn number 6. Gave space on the outside as well. Palazzo's now fighting with the number 71 of Ryan Gandor. Lucas Blandford's still in there. Victor Hansen, as we mentioned, continuing to improve. Whoa, Hansen down the inside of Gandor. What a move that was. And I think as well, not too far behind, the likes of Henry Cameron and Albi Lapper might be on the scene soon. Warning flag for Sebastian Lusch in the number 36. Key lap now for Zach McDonald. He's got that 6th place back, Nicole, but he needs some good sector times in now. Break away and let everybody else fight for 7th.
Yeah, that battling on that previous lap has given him a little bit of breathing room now. Zach just needs to stay nice and relaxed, no mistakes, hang on to that 6th place.
Now at the back of the group, kart number 29, Albi Lapper, currently 8 spots off qualifying through to this final. A bit of a surprise for Albi Lapper not to make it. Was 8th in the intermediate classification at PF International. Was 26th in the pre-final. Of course, the final didn't run at round 1 for junior rotax due to those unforeseen circumstances.
Big squabble there on your screens for 9th position. We've got Lachlan Johnstone in there scrapping away for some places. Strawberry 3-kart train there, as you can see on your screens.
Well, this could be big towards the end of this race then. But Strawberry Racing teammates have got a bit of control in the mid-pack now. I say that, back down the inside goes Lachlan Johnston. Retakes one of those positions. And, yeah, very, very close in the midfield. This is the front 4 who are doing exactly what they need to be doing. Just lapping consistently, quickly, and on their way, you would think, through to the pre-final. This should be the last lap on time. Lewis Goff clear by a quarter of a second ahead of Kai Clark. Joshua Smith and Kai Veach 3rd and 4th. Ryan Gill has dug deep here, I think, Nicole, because he was a little bit weak at the start, lost 3 positions as Gandor's down the inside of Victor Hansen for 9th place, but it's holding there in 5th right now. What is going to be close, though, is the battle for 4th. Oh, Hansen back down the inside, Gandor onto the grass. But going through turn 6 through the banked hairpin now. You can just see out of our commentary box window. So there's your top 4. So there's a move down the inside from Joshua Smith for 2nd place. This is the key battle, 5th and 6th, 6th and 7th rather, between Blandford, Palazzo and McDonald still in there as well. So we're on to the last lap of this one. McDonald currently holding on to that 6th and final spot. Here it is. As I think there's another kart in the middle of all of that as well. We're just having a couple of hiccups with the timing right now. Let's see the number 34 of Marcel Popical on your screens. Leaders coming through into the banked hairpin now for the final lap here. In the repechage, there has been a penalty to number 23 of Lachlan Johnston. That is a driver outside the top 6 at the moment, so will not matter. But to take the checkered flag across the line, there it is. Lewis Goff goes through. Great recovery after the difficult times yesterday. Kai Clark as well. Great to see Kai Clark in the final, starting with that pre-final later on in this morning and early afternoon session. Joshua Smith 3rd, Kai Veach in 4th, Ryan Gill in 5th. Zach McDonald does hold on for 6th place. Great drive there from Zach McDonald. Fortunately for Matteo Palazzo, he'll hope that some time penalties come into play for the drivers ahead, because that's going to be the only way that he can make it through and continue his day here at Larkhall. 7th place on the road for Palazzo. 8th for Blandford, 9th for Victor Hansen. Aris Mijauskis and Albi Lapper. Good drives for Mijauskis and Lapper, both gaining 11 places. But unfortunately, that is the end of the road for their second rounds of the season, in 10th and 11th places on the road. Ryan Gandor also in there in the top 15. Alice Bell, Victor Hansen, and others all circulating their way through. But there's your race winner, number 74, Lewis Goff. And yeah, it's good to see. Oh, I can see he's just shaking his wrist again. I think he's not a 100% Lewis Goff right now, but you've got to give it to him. That was a determined drive to take the race victory.
Yeah, you can see him there. Looks like he's trying not to use that wrist too much. Probably saving it for later on in the day for the pre-final and final. But mature driving by 1, 2, 3, 4 there. You didn't see any silly moves. They just kind of drove around together, pushing each other along. You're separated by only a second. There he is on our screen. Lewis Goff, repechage winner.
A very assured driver thought there from Joshua Smith as well. You know, from pole position, sometimes when you don't get that initial breakaway and off the front of the group, you can almost get in your own mind sometimes, can't you, as a driver, and fade. But no, Joshua Smith held in there really, really nicely, retook 2nd place, and will start on the 15th row for the pre-final, alongside Lewis Goff, Kai Clark, Kai Veach, Ryan Gill, and Zach McDonald will be the drivers through as well, completing the 34 runners. There is Kai Clark. And yeah, I think KR Sport can be pretty pleased with that result. 2 drivers through and joining the main pack later on this morning. More racing to come, of course. That is the end of the repêchages for this morning. We move into the business of pre-finals, where the next haul of championship points is on offer. 65 championship points for a race winner in a pre-final. 12 minutes plus 1 lap for all of the pre-finals. 62 for second place, 60 for third place, 59 for fourth, and then so on and so forth. 1 point per position further down the order. It'll start with Micromax UK. Sorry, no, apologies. I'm incorrect in that information. Minimax 950 will be the first one, race number 16 at 10:50. 11:15 then for Micromax UK. 11:40 for Honda Cadet. 12:05 for Senior Rotax. And the next time we'll see Junior Rotax out on circuit will be for their pre-final at 12:30. So if you're particularly invested in either one of those pre-finals, do note those times. Finals will go from 1:30 here this afternoon. Minimax going first at 1:30. 2 o'clock for Micromax. 2:30 for Honda Cadet. 3 o'clock for Senior Rotax. 3:30 for Junior Rotax. All of the action you'll be able to follow here on your live broadcast, live coverage of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, provided to you by Alpha Live. It's good to see some happy faces there in Parc Fermé, Nicole, after good work through the repêchage.
Yeah, I think it's just always a relief when you've got through. I feel like, personally, I found when it came to pre-final and final, there's so much less pressure because you're at the stage of the weekend where, you know, you do have a lot to lose points-wise, but you're there, and what happens during a pre-final and a final, that's it.
Yep.
There's not more that you can do.
No, it's the stakes will go up, the level of overtaking will go up as well. There will be inevitably be dramas along the way for some drivers, but yeah, it's they've worked hard to get through to those top 34s. There are the drivers ready for the Minimax 950 pre-final. Now, in the knowledge that they didn't need a repêchage, but still, big grid, 32 drivers ready to go out. And Finley Lines will be on pole position for this one after a superb performance yesterday across 2 heats that all of these drivers competed in. Harry Taylor on the front row as well has had a sterling effort so far this weekend for Harry Taylor. Harry Taylor was a little bit poorly earlier on in the weekend, but he doesn't seem to have lost any of his speed. Has been looking pretty good this weekend as well. Joshua Griffin and Edwin Haynes on row number 2 as well. Josh Cormack and Jensen Chalk row number 3. And as I say, Albie Friend and Blair Smith on row 4. This is a very open category. It's similar to what we saw with a number of these drivers in Micromax last year, Nicole. You've got drivers who will be winning one day and then outside the top 10 of the next one. This should have all the ingredients for a pretty exciting race.
Yeah, Oliver Spencer climbing back up the order. Had a bit of a tough weekend so far. Didn't qualify very well, and I know on the Friday they did a kart reframe, which is essentially where you take your chassis, you take everything off of the chassis itself and put it onto a new one. So I saw that they were doing that. Driver said that he wasn't happy with the kart. And then tough qualifying, but he's getting himself further back up the field. So let's keep an eye on Ollie Spencer going into this pre-final and the finals, because I think he'll get himself back into the fight.
Absolutely. A quick rundown of the championship scores. I should stress these are very unofficial. I've not had them verified. These are the ones that I've calculated.
Provisional with
a capital P.
P.
Albie Friend on top at the moment, clear by 4 points ahead of Joshua Griffin. Not enough time to go further than that, though, because we are ready for Minimax 950. Their pre-final is next. Let's take you through the grid then for Minimax 950 and the pre-final. Apologies, I think we've not quite got the graphic at the moment, but we'll read this one out. Finley Lines and Harry Taylor on the front row. Joshua Griffin and Edward Haynes row 2. Josh Cormack and Jensen Chalk on row 3. Albie Friend and Blair Smith go from row number 4.
Emerson McAndrew-Uren 9th despite a penalty yesterday with Jack Collins. Row 6 is Oliver Spencer and Fraser Anderson. 7, Riley Murrow and Alex Goodson. And row 8 will be Tom Reed and Devin Taylor.
Moving on to the 9th row of the grid, it's Luca Holmes-Ballack and Sebastian Clark. Leo Livingston, Theo Bradshaw on row 10. Max Gilman and Louis Radcliffe on row 11. Kieran Stewart and Alfie Ward, they start on row number 12.
Row number 13 will be JJ Ambrose and Finley Hines. 14 is Jacob Jack and Archie Rogers-Tyler. 15, Charlie King and Jensen Walker. And rounding out our grid of 32 karts will be Benjamin Lawn and Husnain Khan.
And we have got all drivers out on circuit per the information that we've got here in the box. Are we ready to go? Yes, we are. 12 minutes plus 1 lap for the first time here this weekend at Larkhall. Oh, and there's a few drivers off the road there. Jensen Walker's one of them. I think Max Gilman in the 169 was in the middle of all of that as well. It's an unfortunate start for a number of drivers here in this first pre-final of the day. Blair Smith on the inside there, the number 8 for Strawberry Racing this weekend. But it's Finley Lines at the front of the order, clear by probably about 3/4 tenths of a second right now. He definitely got the start that he needed. Josh Cormack's had a great start as well. You can see the 1-2-1 for KR Sport there up in second place. It's Joshua Griffin in the number 5 who's in third, followed by Harry Taylor. Always difficult. Another circuit where, you know, it bends through to the left. It's a good run for those on the inside line. So Harry Taylor starting on the outside for that one. It's done nicely to hold himself in that front pack.
Good start by Emerson McAndrew-Uren there, promoting himself into 5th place, up 4 positions on only this first lap. Also Finley Lines, as we said previously, 6/10 lead only within a lap. Dominant drive again.
Drivers who have had compromised first laps. Max Gilman has mentioned, Jensen Walker as well. They've both come back over the line. So there's a move for 3rd place as Taylor goes back down the inside of Griffin. Griffin has to hold back on that one for now. Finley Hines has also had problems, has come now through to take the start-finish line at the end of lap number 1. It looks like Theo Bradshaw and Louis Radcliffe are also not circulating right now. So 10.25 minutes remaining. Apologies for the problems that we've got at the moment with live timing. But we have got live timing on the British Kart Championships website. If you've got a second monitor for that, we'll take you through verbally through the order. Lines ahead of Cormack, Taylor, Griffin, McAndrew-Uren there in 5th place. Haynes, Murrow, Friend, Collinson and Reed. So it's Riley Murrow in that top half who's made the most progress in the early stages up to 7th place. And I think right now that trio of DHRs as well, Taylor, Griffin and Uren, they're looking good right now to be able to move their way through the order. They've got some good tactical brains in those karts. And they can start to challenge Cormack and Lines for the top 2 positions.
Yeah, they'll be getting signalled by the team as well. Just wait, no moves on each other just yet. You know, we don't want any team crashes at this stage whatsoever. They'll be getting told most likely to push each other along if they are of a similar speed, which they currently are, within tenths of each other.
Absolutely. So 9 minutes to go. Things calming down. There is a change for the lead. So Josh Cormack ahead of Finley Lines. Josh Cormack looking really, really good so far in this race.
Lines back down the inside, going up the bank, and Cook has lost that second as well to, is that Joshua Griffin?
Yeah, Joshua Griffin has come through. Actually, no, it might be Harry Taylor. Yes, it is Harry Taylor with the Lewis Hamilton style helmet there. Into 2nd place. Josh Cormack's shuffled down to 3rd. Change further down the order. Luca Holmes-Ballack has just got up to 10th place ahead of Oliver Spencer. It's been a tough weekend so far for Luca Holmes-Ballack, but again, these condition changes, not as hot here today. Could be just the tonic that the Synergy Factory team driver needs to get back on form. Running down towards turn number 5 then. And into the hairpin, you can see out of our commentary box window. There has been another change for the lead. Harry Taylor has got through.
Emerson McAndrew-Uren then has pushed himself into 4th place ahead of Joshua Griffin. Joshua Griffin, I believe, has dropped down to 6th position. Great driving by Emerson there on the tail of Joshua Cook as they cross the line.
Yeah, really good stuff again. This is the kind of things that we saw from Emerson in Micromax last year. Harry Taylor started to break away. There he goes down the inside. McAndrew-Uren going for another move. That is Emerson up to 3rd place now. Looking really, really confident at this stage of the race. Was 7th in the pre-final a month ago for round 1 of the championship. That was a pre-final that was won by Albie Friend. And again, the sequence of play in Moneymax this year. The winner of that pre-final for Strawberry Racing is currently in 8th place in this one, but can be buoyed by the fact that there's the best part of 7 minutes remaining in this one. Finlay Lines down the inside, going for the lead. Harry Taylor leaves him in just enough room, and Lines has got through. Now has McAndrew-Uren also got through into 2nd place? Yes, he has. So good stuff from Emerson. McAndrew-Uren is there now up to being the front of the DHRs. Can he chase down Finlay Lines and take a first haul of 65 points of the year? Best haul so far was the final at PF. 6th in that one. We know there's definitely the pace in that 133 kart to do even better than that, and he's doing so right now. A bit further down the order, you can see Hasnain Khan coming back through the field. That's a mighty run for Hasnain Khan, who's another driver.
Emerson for the lead.
Down the inside goes McAndrew-Uren. It's around the outside. Lines holds the lead. Good driving from Lines. Didn't commit to fully shutting the door. It meant he was able to carry a bit of speed around the outside there. Here's another go, though, from Emerson McAndrew-Uren down the inside. This time does take the lead.
McAndrew-Uren, the 133. Bit of a tougher start to his change from Micromax to Minimax earlier on in the year, but I think he's really come into his own this weekend. Would you agree, Andrew?
Absolutely. Finlay Lines retakes the lead. A switcher straight back. Finlay Lines back onto the offensive there. Swabbles behind as well with Edward Haynes trying to get through. I think Josh Cormack's taken advantage of that. Yes, Cormack has. So Cormack back up into 3rd place. Haynes shuffled down to 4th. Well, it really is all change on that particular lap. Round to complete lap number 8. 5 minutes to go. Lines from Taylor, Cormack, Haynes. McAndrew-Uren now in their 5th place. Murrow 6th, Holmes Ballack 7th, Friend, Reed and Spencer completing the top 10, and a very high quality top 10.
Your biggest mover in this race as well is Hasnain Khan. He's gone up 17 positions into 15. Great drive by him, especially considering a bit of an incident yesterday, bit of an injury. So great start to this race.
Yeah, another driver who received a bit of help yesterday. Has been medically cleared to race here today, and he's putting on a really good performance for Hunter Motorsport. Bit of a split at the front of the order now, as Edward Haynes defending 4th place from Emerson McAndrew-Uren, and it's going to be the 133 down the inside to retake that 4th place. It's going to be another squabble off of the corner, coming through and across start-finish line now. Albie Friends there as well in the bright orange and black helmet for Strawberry Racing, kart number 191.
I tell you who's come into this fight, Andrew, is Luca Holmes Ballack. Luca Holmes Ballack up 13 places into 4th position. Tougher start to this weekend, but great start for this pre-final for him.
Yeah, looking really, really good now. Luca Holmes Ballack, who'd lost a couple of positions in the championship standings overnight with the results in the heats, is looking to strike back immediately. Edward Haynes defending once again. Murrow in the middle of it all as well in the 138. Side by side between Holmes Ballack and McAndrew-Uren there. Emerson trying to go round the outside. That's going to be a brave one. I think he's just about made it work. He has. What a great move from Emerson McAndrew-Uren. He's gained 2 positions in all of that. It's all stacking up behind Edward Haynes. It looks like, again, Emerson McAndrew-Uren's down the inside. Has got past Edward Haynes for 4th place. It's all great news for the top 3. They're clear. They're gone. 4 seconds up the road. Holmes Ballack and Edward Haynes close together there through turns 3 and 4. The number 111 of Tom Reed also trying to gain positions in all of this. Has had a decent weekend so far, has Tom Reed. Riley Murrow's got through past Oliver Spencer for 8th place. Murrow back down the inside, retakes 7th place away from Tom Reed. This is what we were expecting at the start of the day. Oh my goodness me, 4 wide off of turn number 6, and Riley Murrow gets out on the curb and loses a stack of positions there. There's Blair Smith in the number 8 down the inside of his teammate Tom Reed. Now, and it's all going on here in this battle for 4th downwards.
We said keep an eye on him at the start of this race, and Ollie Spencer has definitely taken advantage out of all that squabble going on in that lap. As we missed it, but Finley Lyons has taken the race lead again from Harry Taylor. Josh Cormack still sitting there in 3rd, but Ollie Spencer, big advantage for him and Albie Friend in that previous lap from all that fighting going on.
Yeah, that top 3, there's still things to be decided. It'll be on the last couple of laps, you would think. They're going through turn number 6 now. There's Oliver Spencer in the 142. Ahead of Albie Friend, 7th and 8th. Here is the 4th, 5th and 6th train. Sorry, no, that is the Spencer, Friend and Griffin train, 7th, 8th and 9th. So we've got another group of 3 break off the front there. There's Riley Murrow getting in close quarters with the number 141 of Devin Taylor. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go.
Fastest lap set there by Luca Holmes Ballack. That's 4, 5, 6 train, Ballack, Uren and Haynes. They have seemed to calm down slightly now in the later stages of this race.
Have indeed. 65 seconds remaining on the clock. They see confirmed Friend past Spencer for 7th place. Benjamin Lawn, should mention, is also off his screens having a good race. Has gained 11 places so far in this one. Is up into the top 20. All drivers score championship points for their efforts in this race. 45 seconds remaining. Here are your race leaders coming through the final corner now. Lyons, Taylor and Cormack, 1st, 2nd, 3rd. Got 2 more laps of this one. The good news for all these 3 drivers, keeping nice and steady through to the end of the race, and there's some good hauls of points on offer here. There's a plus 5 second penalty for the 146 of Edward Haynes. Now that could be quite costly, depending on where that battle pack behind sits when we get to the checkered flag. We're going to focus on this though, because Harry Taylor's down the inside and has taken the lead of the race away from Finley Lyons. Good move there from Harry Taylor through and towards turn number 8. We know that Finley Lyons is going to have a go back here. Josh Cormack just waiting his turn as well. This is Josh Cormack on for one of his best results of the season so far. Did make the final at PF International, but had to come through from 30th on the grid in that one. This has been a great performance this weekend. Taylor now defensive to the inside as they go into turn number 3, immediately switching into 4. Taylor, you would imagine, would have to get defensive into turn number 5. This is a very good opportunity for Lyons. The long run towards turn number 5. Taylor is defensive. Is there a switchback for Lyons into the hairpin? This is a brilliant race, Nicole. Through turn number 6. The kink of 7. Harry Taylor doing a brilliant job to defend right now. This is going to be an opportunity perhaps for Lyons to get the switch back. He has got the switch back and he gets through. Finley Lyons retakes the lead with a couple of corners remaining in the pre-final. Steps to the inside. Cormack's going to get the run for 2nd place, but it's going to be the win to Cormack. Cormack wins it by 0.02 ahead of Finley Lyons. Harry Taylor 0.07. What a finish there. It's a win for KR Sport. But a brilliant finish for Minimax. That was a great piece of driving from Josh Cormack. He just held back on the initial corner entry, knew there was going to be a potential run to the line, and he pips both Lyons and Taylor to take his first win of the season. There is your provisional results. Emerson McAdoo-Uren there in 4th place. Good points for Emerson in the 133. Edward Haynes P5, Luca Holmes Ballack P6, Oliver Spencer, Albie Friend Joshua Griffin and Blair Smith all in the top 10. Hasnain Khan, what a drive from the back. 21 positions gained, finishes in 11th. Jack Collinson, P12. Devin Taylor, Jensen Chalk and Riley Morrow all in the top 15. Sebastian Clark, Leo Livings, JJ Ambrose, Benjamin Lawn. Good drive there from Lawn, up 12 spots to 19th in the top 20, completed by Alfie Ward. Tom Reed, Charlie King, Max Gilman, Jacob Jack, Archie Rogers-Tyler, that's the top 25. Not so good races, unfortunately, for Alex Goodson, Fraser Anderson, Kieran Stewart, Jensen Walker, who's involved in the incident at the start of the race, all in the top 30, completed by Finley Hines. 2 retirements from that race, Theo Bradshaw and Louis Radcliffe. But all those drivers get another go, of course, in the final later on this afternoon, the 15-minute long final. And that will go from 1:30 in the afternoon. Will be the first of the finals after the lunch break. Judging from the body language of the drivers there, Nicole, I think they quite enjoyed that one.
Yeah, I'd say Josh Cormack will definitely be the one who enjoyed that race most. What a great effort to pit them both on the line, as you said.
Absolutely. And congratulations there to Josh Cormack. First win for the Scots here this weekend. Really, really good performance for the driver from Falkirk. Not too far from here, just about half an hour up the road. Driver who was 8th in the Micromax class in the championship last year. That is one of the best drives I think he's ever had in these Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Edward Haynes there. Some things to think about, I think, for Haynes. 5th place on the road, but a plus 5-second penalty for the 146, I think, is going to move based on our provisional results. Haynes down to around 16th place. Albie Friend not looking too best pleased with that one either. 8th place. It's been a difficult weekend so far by Albie Friend's very high standards. But you never know. The final can be very different. Some setup changes perhaps later on for that race. Leo Livings there in your shot. 17th place, up 2 spots in that race for the Synergy Factory team.
Just had Archie Kitchen walk past the camera there. Archie Kitchen, of course, I believe was 2019 Minimax British champion.
Indeed. Yeah, as I say, a lot of the drivers keeping themselves involved in the sport and giving training to the younger drivers. Alex Goodson. Unfortunately, 26th there. Difficult race for the MLC pilot. JJ Ambrose. Is another driver had a really good race there. Was up a number of spots into the top 20.
Lewis Malin there, picking up the carts with
with Edward Haynes. Yeah, we had a chat with Lewis Malin on the Paddock show at PF International, and the Paddock show for this weekend coming up, premiering at half time during the lunch break.
Lewis, of course, done a lot of racing himself, so I think when he has a driver and he's on the tools, benefits the driver that they're given pretty, how would you phrase it, accurate advice by Lewis.
Yeah.
He's been in the seat and he keeps himself in the seat, which the sport's evolving, so having a mechanic that knows the changes, definitely beneficial. Probably wouldn't be able to fit him to one of these Minimax carts.
No.
But still knows the score.
I think maybe like a leg would be able to get into a Minimax kart, and that was about it. Alfie Ward there as well, another driver that we spoke to on the Paddock show and recorded it last night. But the next time we'll see Minimax out on circuit, I say again, they'll be the first final at 1:30 p.m. local time. So about a couple of hours, 2.5 hours, and less than that now, for the teams, the drivers, the mechanics to get themselves ready for that one. Jack Collinson flying the flag for Latvia. Had a great run at PF International for round 1. It's been a bit more of a difficult round for him so far this weekend. 10th in the IC, from yesterday, 12th there, and it's still decent points for Jack Collinson at the moment, holding a top 10 spot in the championship standings. Yeah, can do something from there. There's Jensen Walker, and yeah, a bit of a scary moment at the start of the race, but good to see that that Jensen carried on and came home to 29th place. Let's have a look into the stewards' room. Not with David Manchester in today, but I do believe that he is watching. So good morning to David, and you can see the crew there busy in the CCTV office with all the cameras, the bank of cameras on those big screens for all the moments in the race to be checked over. Any events out there can be referred to the stewards with that all important information and evidence of what's happened out there for the stewards to then decide if there is any further action required. But yes, good work as ever from the whole crew here supporting the Motorsport UK Viritools British Kart Championships. There is your pre-grid getting ready, or already ready, for the Micromax UK pre-final. Race number 17 will be with that race shortly. Back with us here at Larkhall. It's round 2 of the Viritools British Kart Championships for the Rotax classes and Honda Cadet here this weekend for event 3 of the entire season. Getting ready for the Micromax UK pre-final. There's Logan Rolfe on your screen in the number 32 for Synergy. Starts this race in the 8th row of the grid. On the inside. Good field of drivers, 26 of them getting ready to head out on circuit. All of them competed yesterday in 2 10 minutes plus 1 lap heats. If you missed any of the action yesterday, don't worry, you can watch it back across the plethora of channels that we're broadcasting on today. If you're on YouTube, on either the Alpha Live YouTube channel or on the brand new Karting UK channel, the home of all things karting across the country, and Facebook as well. Alpha Live on their page, the Viritools British Kart Championships page, and the new Wera Motorsport page as well. Do give all of those a follow. Thank you for your continued support of the championship. There's Benediktas Masiokas in the number 16. That starts on the 6th row of the grid. It's one of the top running Zip Factory team drivers in this race. His teammate Alfie Mayer starts a little bit higher up the grid. The klaxon has sounded to clear the grid. You can see the flashing yellow light indicating that we've got less than 30 seconds before the start of the formation laps. Nicole, this Micromax class produced some really good entertainment yesterday. What are you expecting in this one?
Lots of overtaking. If it's anything like what we saw yesterday. Also really impressed with Josh Hushka as well.
Indeed. Let's go for it. The next race out on circuit, it's Micromax UK in their pre-final. Let's take you through the grid then for this one. Starting on pole position, it's Luke Millward for KR Sport. Dean Pahal was a superstar of overtaking yesterday, starts alongside on the front row. Josh Cook and Joss Hushka starts on the second row of the grid. Max Jolly and Alfie Mayer will start on row number 3. George Swire and Austin Oman start on row number 4.
Row number 5, we will have Sebastian Bierman and Lucian Smith. Row number 6 is Benedictas Masiokas and George Climo. Row number 7, James Roots and Alfie Garrett. Row number 8 will be Logan Rolfe and Maximilian Aberhart.
Chloe McGill and Maria Roberto start on the 9th row of the grid ahead of Charlie Page and Ansel Murray. Harry Radcliffe and Albert Farrow start on row number 11 ahead of Hamish Gordon, the privateer from Scotland on home soil, alongside Harris Barber on row 12. And the winner of the final last time out at PF, Arthur Farrow, starts on the back row alongside Buddy Hugo. We're going to go round for one more formation lap.
Saying just a minute ago, Joss Hushka. This is one of the first time we've seen Joss at the sharp end of the field.
Yes, he had a really good weekend.
Yeah, Sam Pollitt racing driver. We'll keep an eye on him, of course. Sam Pollitt last round at PF, they matched their best ever result in the British Championships with Austin Oman. So looking forward to seeing if they can achieve something a bit more within this class or with another driver like William Antrobus in the juniors. But yeah, we'll see what Sam Pollitt can do.
Yeah, Sam Pollitt Racing looking really good this weekend across the board. They've done some fantastic work. Hello to Stickman, who says Max Jolly go on, and Max Jolly has gone on this weekend. Has been superb. It's been a fantastic performance for Max. Starts this race from 5th place on the grid. Keep your comments coming in. I think there was a question as well about 950. What's the 950 Minimax about? It's the chassis length in millimetres. There you go. There's the answer to that one. We're getting ready for this pre-final. Luke Millward starting it from the front row, joined by Dean Pahal. Are we good for a start? No, we're going to go round again for another formation lap.
Does look like one of the KR Sport drivers is having a bit of trouble at the back of the grid. Can't quite work out who that is, but signalling to... Is that
it's George Swire. That's George Swire in the number 82, who should be starting this race from 7th on the grid and currently is at the back. There's the number 17 of Buddy Hugo. And yes, indeed. That's a bit of a problem there. Now, I could see that George was looking down at the engine.
Yeah, he does have his hand positioned just by the radiator, so looking to see what he is trying to do.
Well, either way, I don't think there's going to be much time for George Swire to get back into position here, because there is a point on the last couple of corners where they've got to be in their grid formation, and they can't then go, oh, well, I'm a couple of rows further back, I need to get further up. Once they cross that red line, they have to start from where they are currently positioned. So yeah, George Swire, I think, is going to start from the back of the field here. We'll see if he can get underway. Luke Millward controlling the pace, won the pre-final at PF International last time out from pole position. Can he do so again this time around? Getting ready to go racing then. Lights have gone out. Away we go for 12 minutes plus 1 lap in Micromax UK. It's a good start for all of the drivers. Oh dear, there's a couple of drivers running off towards drivers right. I think Charlie Page wasn't one of those who ran wide, but was a little bit delayed getting off of turn number 2. Sweeping through 3 and 4, up towards turn number 5 for the first time in this one. And your race leader is indeed your pole sitter. Luke Millward has taken advantage here. It's one of the Zip Factory team drivers that's come through to 2nd place. It might be Alfie Mayer, it is. So Alfie Mayer with a really good start is up there to 2nd spot. Points forward to Luke Millward to say, let's get on with this. Let's get working and break away from this pack. But Millward defends in and through turn number 8. There down the inside is the number 96. I think that might be Ansel Murray. It is coming through the field from 20th on the grid. Good start there for the driver flying the flag for India. Warning flag on that first lap for Joss Hushka in the number 55. So the end of that first lap, it is Millward from Mayer. Pahal is there in 3rd. Behrman, Hushka, Cook Owen, Jolly, Climo and Smith is your top 10.
George Swire, believe, is pulled into the pits after having an issue on that rolling up lap.
Yeah, that's a real shame for George. Yeah, there is the number 82. Mechanic trying to get things going again. Oh, as Millwood had a look there for the lead. And Alfie Mayer fended it off. Sebastian Behrman out wide in the number 37. Loses a couple of positions there. As the number 23 of Dian Pahal up alongside Josh Huschke for third place. And Pahal, not for the first time this weekend, makes a successful overtake. And he's up there into third.
Luke Millwood and Alfie Mayer, great start to their race. Pulled away from the rest of the field by 1.61. Mayer leading Millwood by just under 4/10.
Indeed. Well, Alfie Mayer, I've got to say, as a driver, it's been great to see Alfie Mayer continuing to improve and improve, particularly across the course of the last 12 months. Racing now in Micromax. I think that we just saw as George Swire got back out again. There is one kart off the road. It is the number 42. That is going to be one of the Pharaohs. It's Albert Pharaoh, who was in 16th place. And unfortunately, he's had a problem there and will fall down to outside the top 20 and down into 25th spot. I think Harry Radcliffe has also been delayed out there. You can see Harry Radcliffe moving down the order. Yes, has had somehow had a 9.36 first sector, which, whichever way you look at it, is probably not the case. That's George Swire. So George Swire, you can just see George Swire's helmet there. That's the cause of the yellow flag. George has come back out the pits, but clearly the issue has not been rectified. And yeah, that will definitely be the end of George Swire's race now with technical problems. Pace right now for Alfie Mayer, though. 0.3 of a second clear of the rest of the field. This is Max Jolly down the inside of Josh Huschke there for fourth place. Really fine move there from Max Jolly.
Yeah, fantastic. I think the Hunter and the Sam Pollock graphics from far away are very similar. I was thinking then who is who, but obviously Max Jolly, fantastic helmet design there, makes him a little bit more recognisable.
Absolutely. 8 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Leaders come over the line. And interestingly, Luke Millwood had a good last lap that time around, 56.48. Closed the gap to Alfie Mayer by 1/10 of a second. Fastest driver on the circuit is Max Jolly, 56.24 seconds. That's with having done an overtake. That's some really good pace from Max Jolly right now. Who else is moving up through the order? Well, Logan Rolfe has gone up 6 spots to 9th, as has Ansel Murray. He's had similar net gain up to 14th. I think your biggest mover right now is Arthur Pharaoh. Now, we did see a great comeback drive from Arthur Pharaoh at PF International. It's not beyond the realms of possibility that the round winner from last time out could be on the charge again. Has gained 8 places so far in this one and is up to 17th. 7 minutes and 15 to go. End of lap number 5. Millwood chips away again at the lead of Alfie Mayer. It's down to 0.2 of a second. Another new fastest lap of the race so far for Max Jolly. Be interesting to see, Nicole, if Max Jolly catches up to Dian Pahal, how this next sequence of play goes and whether this two try and work together with a bit more pace to move up towards Mayer and Millwood, or whether that'll happen. Max Jolly straight down the inside of Dian Pahal. I think Dian Pahal's quite happy at the moment to sit there in 4th place, recognising that it's a really good pace at the moment for the number 14. And in that order, they've probably got a better opportunity to close up to the top 2.
Yeah, we saw there Dian as well pointing to Max to say, let's go, let's catch the leaders. Obviously, Max is faster than Dian currently, so we'll have a look to see if they do push each other along to this front pack. We've got 6 minutes on the clock, so it's not impossible for them to close that 1.6 second gap. Keep having a look. Max Jolly, again, with the fastest lap of a 56.01. Max is 4/10 faster than Luke Millwood, who is in 2nd place in front of him. Again, Alfie Mayer, race leader, sets a 56.38, which similarly is almost 4/10 slower than Max Jolly in 3rd position.
Change for 5th place. Joshua Cook has got past Josh Husker. There you see the evidence of it. The O-plate ahead of the number 55. Sebastian Behrman not too far behind as well in 7th place. Benediktas Masiokas and Logan Rolfe just ahead of Austin Oman. And yeah, Austin Oman having a difficult middle part of this round. Won in preparation for this one at the West of Scotland Kart Club meeting a couple of weeks ago, did Austin Oman. At the moment is down in 10th place. Shouldn't give up at this stage though. There's still a good amount of time in this one. Remember, a long final later on today, 15 minutes for the drivers to decide who's going to win round 2. New fastest lap of the race. That's interesting, Nicole. Dean Pahal with a bit of a toe off the backs of Max Jolly. He's able to hold that pace. They're both in the 55.9s.
Yeah, Dean and Max have taken 3/10 out of the two in front of them on that previous lap. So big chunks being taken out from the race leaders. We have got just under 5 minutes to go, so like I said previously, definitely will be catching up to the leaders of this race previously. We had a comment in there from Stickman on the live stream asking what team Max Jolly is racing for. So he is competing for the Hunter Motorsport team led by Reese Hunter. Of course, we've seen Reese's brother Kai is one of the front runners in senior rotax, so Max Jolly is under some fantastic advice by the Hunter brothers. Definitely helps to get him into this top 3, like we can see. Rookie driver as well, so fantastic performance by him.
Yeah, it really has been so far this year from Max Jolly. He's got that new CS55 chassis to run with as well, and the Venator racing engines providing the tuning and the power. And yeah, they're taking more time out. They are at a rate here. They just need to keep going with this. It's a test of the minds for these young drivers that it'll be tempting to start fighting, but both of these pairs need to keep as they are, because if you get a battle between Mayer and Millward, Jolly and Pahal will be right there. If Jolly and Pahal start fighting, all the good work that they've done so far will diminish away in terms of fighting for the race victory. They have got enough time here to keep closing in. 3.5 minutes, and it's for the first time in quite a while a second covering 1st to 4th. New fastest lap of the race from Dean Pahal. He's just set a 55.86 that last time around.
Luke Millwood there going into turn 3 did seem to have a little bit of a look on the brakes, but as we said previously, this is going to turn into a 4-kart battle for the lead.
Is indeed. Mayer still ahead of Millward, feeling the need to go defensive there into turn number 5. Through 6, and then the kink of 7 towards the banked hairpin of turn 8. Mayer, Millward holding station right now, but Jolly and Pahal continuing to close in. There's been a change a little bit further back. Austin Oman has got past Josh Husker for 7th place. Maria Roberto has also gained a spot. He's up to 19th place ahead of Buddy Hugo. Hamish Gordon also overtaking on that last lap. Has got past Harris Barber for P21.
Arthur Farrow having a much better race than he's had previously in this weekend. He's gone up 9 spots into 16th position. Good to see him turning things around this weekend. Yeah,
it could all be crucial points for the championship, of course. This being the second chance of the weekend for drivers to add to their tallies. The battle at the front now, well, it properly is on now, because Max Jolly has lasered himself to the back of the number 38 of Luke Millward. 2 minutes to go. I tell you what, Joshua Cook's not completely out of this as well, because they really do start fighting. A 3-second gap can disappear very quickly. Jolly down the inside of Millward for 2nd place. Nice move there from Max Jolly. Last time in the pre-final at PF, 6th was the result for Max Jolly. Hasn't been in the top 3 of a score so far this season. This could be a really good opportunity to get a best result of the 2024 season up to this point. Dean Pahal had a little look there at Luke Millward's 3rd place. Into turn 5 once again. Pahal this time down the inside. Does get the move done. Great move again by Dean Pahal. Not as dramatic in the overtaking as what we saw yesterday, Nicole, so far, but still very effective.
Yeah, definitely. He has pulled away slightly there from Millward, so great pass. Max Jolly having a look up the inside into the chicane. Does not get the move done. compromises a little bit of speed to Dean Powell, who was caught up to him going into this last corner. Over the line, we will have just over 40 seconds to go.
So 2 more laps then. This last one on time, and then the +1 designated at the end of this race. Mayer defends to the inside, Pahal down the inside of Jolly. Well, that's more like the Dean Pahal that we saw yesterday, with Brave overtaking. Another effective one. Dean Pahal up into second place. There has been a warning flag shown to Max Jolly, just a warning at this stage. Alfie Mayer now having to deal with Dean Pahal through turn 5 towards turn number 6. Here goes Pahal down the inside for the lead. Another great move to the front of the order. Time is up. Last lap board will be out in a few moments' time. Can Dean Pahal take a first win of the season? Took heat wins at the O-Plate earlier in the year, but this is bigger stakes. This is a pre-final. This is for championship points, of course. There is the last lap board. Dean Pahal has got control of things right now, but such is the way in Micromax. Very difficult for drivers to break away. It's been tactically played in a brilliant fashion by Dean Pahal so far, but this is where it gets hard. Alfie Mayer has got a good run out of turn number 4, has got a lane down the inside. Is there going to be a bit of an assist from Max Jolly behind as well? Yes, there is. And through goes Alfie Mayer. Jolly back up to second place. Pahal to third. Millward still waiting for an opportunity there in fourth. Pahal back down the inside. Takes second place. Alfie Mayer could be gone here. Is gone. Millward squeezes through into second place, but only for Pahal to go back down the inside and retake that spot again. Jolly's back up into third. This is all great news for Alfie Mayer. Alfie Mayer is away. Alfie Mayer is going to take a first victory of the season in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships and wins the pre-final. In Micromax, it's second to Max Jolly, third to Dean Pahal. For all 3 of those drivers, that's the best result of the year that they've had so far. Luke Millward scores well again with 4th in that one. Austin Oman completes the top 5.
What a move by Max Jolly in that last corner on Dean Pahal to take that second position. Absolutely fantastic racing by our 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Absolutely, and it's the driver from Grantham who takes the victory and the 65 championship points. What a superb run there from Alfie Mayer. Started on the outside of row number 3 and goes from 6th to take the win, and didn't look flustered at all in all of that. They say had to read that situation very carefully indeed, with that move out of turn 4. Really crucial to get down the inside. That was the key one, as the result showed.
Good to see our top 4 as well. Lots of swapping for the lead, lots of overtaking, but very, very clean between all 4 of them. All gave each other lots of room. Great to see.
Absolutely. Well, there we go. Alfie Mayer takes race victory for Zip Factory team. I really do think it's going to be a fascinating championship run, because no driver's dominating it. It's all going to be about the consistency across the course of the season, I think, for these young competitors. There's Dean Pahal in the top 3. Best championship score in the pre-final so far this year for Dean Pahal. Of course, second place yesterday is a decent haul of points for Dean Pahal. To get that and continue that form into a pre-final, that's looking really good. And in some ways as well for the final, third place is not a bad spot to start around here.
No, definitely not. I think the way that the track is and the amount of dust that's on that outside row on the anti-pole side, you'd almost want to start third or pole.
Yep.
I was talking to Kai Hunter about this morning and Angus Scrivener, and you know, that anti-pole side, the amount of dust that's there, it makes it really difficult. You go through there on the start and your tyres get covered.
Yeah.
And then for the next half a lap, you're more working to try and get that off of your tyres.
And I imagine it's something that gets worse and worse as the weekend goes on, and more rubber and detritus goes down.
Yeah, we've seen as well quite a few drivers go off there. So where they're going through the grass and over those rumble strips where there's loads of dirt on the ground, that part of the track is just going to, as the weekend goes on, it's going to get dirtier and dirtier and dirtier.
Indeed, let's have a look at some of the highlights from that pre-final in Micromax. Another really entertaining race from the Micromax drivers here this weekend. Say for their 12-minute pre-final. Bit of dramas before the start of the race. In fact, quite major dramas for George Swire. Unfortunately, not able to get going. From the front row, Millward and Pahal ran side by side through the first couple of corners. A couple of drivers running wide out of turn number 2. One of them, I think, was Harry Radcliffe in the number 26. Charlie Page also delayed there, but Charlie Page would recover back to 18th place in that race. Always going to be a bit tight on the exit of turn number 6. Sebastian Behrman on the outside there. Lost a couple of spots, but again, another driver who would respond well, back up to 6th place in the end for Sebastian Behrman, who, again, with the consistency, keeps putting on good scores. That's a 5th top 10 score in a row across the 3 stages at PF and the 2 stages so far here this weekend at Larkhall. Good scrap going on as well between Benedictas Masiokas there and Lucian Smith. They both gained a spot from where they started this race. But this was where the main battle was. This top 4 of Mayer, Jolly, Millward and Pahal, who in the end were a couple of seconds clear of the rest of the order. Max Jolly with a number of purple lap after purple lap after purple lap, really good speed. Was trying to find a way past Alfie Mayer. I've got to say, I think this is the best race I've ever seen Alfie Mayer have. At this level, the pressure of leading in a pre-final in the Vera Tools British Kart Championships was up to the task all the way through. Pahal down the inside there of Max Jolly for P2. And really got the overtakes out for later on in the race, did Dean Pahal. Loves a move here into turn number 6. We've seen this across the course of the weekend. That was a great one down the inside for Pahal to take the lead of the race. But Mayer would strike back with this run out of turn 4, down the inside. And very difficult for the driver on the outside to do anything about that once to get to turn 5. Jolly would be down the inside as well. That would be the key move that gave Mayer the race victory, because Pahal would go back down the inside for 2nd place. That would give the separation for the Zip Factory driver to go away and take the race win. Luke Millward was fighting hard in there as well to try and retake 2nd place out of the banked hairpin through turn 9 down the hill. So there was one more spectacular overtake. Max Jolly down the inside of Dean Pahal. Pahal getting the run out of the corner as well, but it was Alfie Mayer's pre-final win ahead of Max Jolly. Dean Pahal 3rd, 4th for Luke Millward. The drivers having a discussion there. Austin Oman, 5th place. I tell you what, that's a good return for Austin, and yeah, reason to smile there. Started, I think, on the 5th row of the grid, up to 5th place. Well, if Austin Oman does that again in the final, we'll repeat the victory that he had here a few weeks ago.
Yeah, repeat that, and hopefully, well, we'll see what happens. Match or improve Sam Pollock Racing's best score in a British Championship. Absolutely.
I say Austin was 2nd last time. That's all to come, of course. The Micromax final will run at 2 p.m. Local time here in Scotland. Next up, though, Honda Cadet. A couple of minutes, less than 2 minutes away from the start of their race. Honda Cadet GX200, their pre-final is next. Here we go then for Honda Cadet GX200 and their 2nd pre-final of the season. Ralphie Branscombe starts on pole position, and he's joined on the front row of the grid by Archie Cannon. Andrew Sutherland representing the home favourites, is on the second row of the grid alongside Margaris Kavekis. Archie Loveridge and Kevin Ivanov start on row number 3. Ryan White and Esme Rosie start on row number 4.
Riley Blakemore and Ed Spain on row number 5. Harry Grant and Luca Bukocki on row number 6. Then rounding out our grid will be Shay Hilton and Jayan Prakash.
Absolutely, 14 drivers on the grid for this one. It'll be 12 minutes plus 1 lap. There will be a standing start, of course, per the procedures for Honda Cadet GX200. And I think the big question right now, Nicole, for this one, this is probably the class where you've got a dominant force over the rest at the moment, if you look at the results. Ralphie Branscombe was top of the heats classification at PF. He did so again yesterday here at Larkhall. He won the pre-final last time out at PF from pole position. He was also third in the main final at PF International. Has already got a really good haul of points on the board. It's still very early stages in the season, but I think for the other 13 drivers here, they've got to start getting on top of the performances of Ralphie Branscombe, otherwise he could run away with this.
I'd say for Ralphie, since winning that O-plate, he's had a lot of momentum.
He has,
weekend
yes.
after weekend, he's just been improving. I would say wearing that O-plate for him is something that's really pushing him forward in this championship.
It's definitely not weighing him down. We're about ready there. Dan Ashton just positioning the last couple of karts correctly in their grid hatchings for this standing start. Once he gives the eye to Nigel Edwards that we're good for a start in this one. Lights are on, lights are out, away we go. 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start for Branscombe. Andrew Sutherland's also had a good one. He's immediately up into second place. Archie Cannon, another one of the Scottish drivers in this race, has to concede a couple of spots in the early throws of this one. Kevin Ivanov's had a good start as well. He was your winner. Oh, as that's all got a bit collected up through turn 3 and 4. It's the number 46 of Esme Rosie who has gone off to drivers left there. That was a case of more karts than the size of tarmac would allow through that particular part of the circuit. Just one of those in a way. Here's your battle for third place. Kevin Ivanov, as I mentioned, was your race winner in the final last time out. Had some very good race pace at PF International. This weekend it's been a little bit more of a growing phase. I don't think he was completely happy with how things were going on Friday, but often you see with drivers who fight their way through to the top of the championship standings come the end of a season, it's what you do on the tough weekends that can make the difference. Anyway, end of the first lap. Branscombe leads from Sutherland. They're working together very nicely right now. Kevin Ivanov there in third place. Ed Spain's had a good start as well, Nicole. Is up four spaces to 6th.
Yeah, good start by Ed Spain, and our two leaders, Ralphie and Andrew Sutherland, have really pulled away from the rest of the pack. Like we said about Kevin Ivanov previously, normally we see Kevin go into a weekend and he's fast from the get-go. Not quite been the case for this weekend, but it's good to see that he's found some pace in this pre-final, sitting in third, gone up by 3 positions in the first lap. So see how he gets on in the rest of this race. We'll definitely say that Andrew Sutherland will be looking to have a go at Ralphie in this race, which hopefully should bring the 3, 4, 5 train into the mix.
Absolutely, and the key thing as well, of course, for Kevin is the majority of the points on a race weekend are awarded on the Sunday. You've got the 2 holes of potentially up to 65 points. First of them here in this pre-final. The second one later on this afternoon when we get to the main finals themselves. But right now, pace through the first sector pretty even across the top 4. Archie Loveridge has got some decent speed though. It was a 10th quicker than the top 4 through that time. Archie Cannon as well, who had a super day yesterday, did Archie Cannon. Pushed himself up into second place in the intermediate classification, an improvement of 5 places from where he was in the final at PF. Unfortunate news there. The mechanical flag has come out for kart number 46. That is Esme Rosie. I would imagine that is something to do with results off. Yeah, I can hear one kart out there on the effects mic running along the ground, which may well be Esme Rosie. But yeah, we saw Esme involved in that event on lap number 1. And clearly the officials have deemed the kart not safe to continue, at least at this stage of the race. 8 minutes and 30 seconds to go, though. Branscombe and Sutherland still very much in control of this one. Pace is good. Ah, yes, now I can see what the problem with Esme Rose's number 46 is, as they've just come past the commentary box. Rear right of the bumper is detached. That's no longer doing its job from a safety perspective. Middle phase of this race, Nicole. This is so far a textbook Honda Cadet race in that these two groups know they've just got to keep pushing on right now. It's too early to start fighting. What do you think will be going through the minds of this 5?
Ralphie definitely will be just trying to extend that gap from Sutherland. Sutherland just kind of looks like he's sticking on the back of Ralphie for now, wondering if he's just planning on staying there to start on the first row for the final. Kevin Ivanov really on the attack to try and catch up to this leader. Kavekis as well, along with Loveridge. They're just trying to turn it into a bit of a 5-kart train and then all have a go for the lead. Probably we'll see a similar race shortly to what we saw by our Micromaxes just a minute ago, where we have a big battle on the later stages of this race. 7 minutes and 10 seconds to go, so plenty of time. And like I said, it is turning into a bit more of a 5-kart train. We've got the number 48 6-kart, Esme Rosie's kart there in the Parc Ferme. Like you said previously, that front end looks a little bit bent.
Yeah, I think that was the sound we were hearing, the scraping on the ground. Let's say the bigger problem was the rear bumper detached on the rear right corner. It's a shame for Esme to be out of this race, but final later on is another opportunity. Good afternoon. No, not good afternoon. Well, it's good afternoon for him. 13 minutes away for us to Mr. Anthony Jordan, who does enjoy a good Honda Cadet race. Hope you're doing well, mate. I'll see you 2 weekends' time for some more racing out in Europe. And right now, Branscombe, Sutherland still leading, but the turn of pace from Kevin Ivanov the last couple of laps means we have got a proper group of 5 at the front. Oh, that was a bit wide from Ralphie Branscombe. Starting to push quite hard now at the end of lap number 6.
Wondering if that's a mistake because he knows that these karts have caught up to him. Don't know if he's maybe feeling a bit of pressure and that's forced a bit of a mistake. Kevin Ivanov having a look up the inside of Andrew Sutherland there coming out of the 4th corner. Doesn't get the move done. Previously on that lap, Archie Loveridge made the move on Kavekis for 4th position. And Loveridge has gone in on teammate Kevin Ivanov as well.
Yeah, Archie Loveridge looking pretty confident right now, up into 3rd place. Has got the fastest lap at the moment of 57.10. Still a long way to go in this one. 5.5 minutes. Out of the banked hairpin and back down the hill through the chicane and towards the final corner. This is a crucial lap now, I feel, in the story of this race for all 5 of these drivers to keep themselves part of the mix. Will Archie Loveridge go for another move? Does he want to get himself a little bit further up the order in this one?
Ralphie Branscombe here, we've just seen 2 corners in a row. He's run quite wide coming off of the exit and taken loads of rumble strip.
Yep, he's definitely pushing hard, is the O-Plate winner. The driver top of the intermediate classification from less than 24 hours ago. No move yet from Archie Loveridge. And just winding things up for another attempt in the last couple of laps. No changes further down the order. Shea Hilton's had a good run in this one. He's up 3 spots into the top 10. Privateer in the 88. But Branscombe continuing to soak up this pressure at the front. I could say as well, Archie Cannon might be joining this group as well. And Ed Spain, they've been getting on with things very nicely. Archie Cannon's actually swapped positions there with Ed Spain on that last lap.
Whoa.
Oh, it's Branscombe again. Well, you were saying he was running out wide. This has changed things behind. It's 3 wide into turn number 3. Loveridge wins out in all of that. Sutherland back up to 3rd place. Ivanov in 4th place. Ivanov not too happy about things there, but look at that group behind. Cannon and Spain closing in. It's going to be a 7-kart battle now as to the lead goes Archie Loveridge. That's felt like it's been coming. Ralphie Branscombe's been having to work really hard. He's got to keep things calm now. It's down to 4th place as Archie Cannon's there in the green helmet in the kart number 42, trying to find his way through. Plus 5-second penalty for the number 77 of Luca Bicocchi. Is going to be moving down the order. It's currently in 11th place on the road. Actually, might not be moving down the order because it's got a 7-second gap to Harry Grant behind. But everything changed there on lap number 9. It's now Loveridge in front, ahead of Sutherland. Ivanov in 3rd, Branscombe 4th, and with work to do because there's a bit of a gap now between 3rd and 4th places. Archie Cannon looking strong here. Could it be another good finish to a race for Archie Cannon? Cannon had a little look down the inside of Branscombe for 4th, but I think quite rightly and smartly just tucks back in behind the O plate. Needs to get that gap down to Ivanov first, because yeah, this top 3 looking pretty strong right now.
Ralphie Branscombe really caught out by that mistake on that previous lap. He's now dropped down into 4th position from the lead. Kevin Ivanov there sat in 3rd, trying to catch up to Andrew Sutherland. Andrew Sutherland still sat in 2nd position. He's not had a look on either Ralphie when Ralphie was leading or Loveridge. Just wondering if that's a tactical move, thinking about the final, or if he just hasn't had the opportunity to have a look.
Indeed, Cannon through into 4th place. Andrew Sutherland, we saw Andrew race at the O plate earlier on in the year. I wasn't able to be with us for round number 1. But definitely taking advantage of not needing a big long drive this time. I'm talking to Andrew at Wilton Mills, saying how it took 12 hours to get down to the Midlands for the O plate. This is one of his home circuits. Having a really strong run this weekend. I think just biding his time right now, waiting for the moment. Archie Cannon has a little look down the inside of Kevin Ivanov for 3rd place, but realises no, simply too far back on that occasion. 1.5 minutes to go in this pre-final for Honda Cadet GX200. Archie Loveridge has made his way through from the 3rd row of the grid, but hasn't got this one yet. So just a 10th ahead of Andrew Sutherland right now. Is the pressure going to tell for the driver who last time out at PF International, kart number 73, was 2nd in the final, was 3rd in the pre-final. It's a very good haul of points for Archie Loveridge from the 1st round of the season. And if he can hold here at the front, it's going to be another big boost for, I don't think, a genuine title contender this year. He said at the start of the race that the likes, or just other drivers in this field, needed to get on top of Branscombe's form. They're definitely doing so far. Cannon down the inside takes 3rd place away from Kevin Ivanov. That was a bold move, very much with the spirit of like, no, this is my time, I'm going to go for this one. And Kevin Ivanov had to relinquish that spot. I think there was a move there from Ed Spain as well for 5th place. So for Branscombe, this is a tougher race at the moment. 6th on the road right now. 20 seconds to go, 2 more laps. When do you think a move's going to come in here, Nicole, from Andrew Sutherland? Because it feels like he's waiting for the moment.
I'm not sure that he'll go for it. I think maybe he's just happy to finish 2nd and start 2nd for the final. But I think Archie Cannon there is looking very, very quick. Ed Spain, has he gone for a move in on Kevin Ivanov?
Yes, he has. Ed Spain having a really good finish to this race. Is up to 4th place just in the background there, as now the battle has started. Archie Cannon goes in again for 2nd place on Sutherland.
Kevin Ivanov looking really frustrated out of that sharp left-hander as well. You can see him jumping up and down in the seat to try and get some pace behind him. I don't think he's happy.
Margaret Kavekis has joined this group as well there in 7th place. The driver who's moved up the karting pathway for 2024 is enjoying his racing here in Honda Cadet. We're on to the final lap of this pre-final. Looking good right now. It's 2 Archies. It's an Archie Zip Factory 1-2 right now. Loveridge ahead of Cannon and clear by 3.5 tenths. That's a useful gap to have if you're Archie Loveridge, but it's been turn 6 where Archie Cannon has been very strong in this race and is setting up once again for a move potentially into his favourite corner. It's going to be the next braking zone for Archie Cannon. Loveridge sits to the inside. Cannon can't find a way through there. That was well defended by Archie Loveridge. We'll have to defend again into turn number 8, but this is the risky one because there could be a cutback for Cannon. We've already seen one lead change through this part of the circuit today. Greatly defended again by Loveridge. Cannon not able to do the Finley lines move from what we saw earlier. Branscom's out on the grass further back, but it's going to be a win for Archie Loveridge. The first haul of 65 championship points for Archie Loveridge this season. Loveridge takes the victory. It's a 1-2 for Zip Factory team. Another second place haul of points for Archie. Cannon, 62 added to Archie's score there. And we'll start on the front row for the final as well. Andrew Sutherland in third place, holds the position from the intermediate classification yesterday. A great run for the top privateer in that race. Ed Spain up 6 spots to 4th in that one, ahead of Kevin Ivanov, Ralphie Branscombe, Margaret Skavekis, Brian White, Riley Blakemore, and Luca Bicocchi in there in the top 10. But we should remind the number 77 does have a plus 5 second penalty and is also under investigation for a subsequent moment. So there we go. Honda Cadet GX200, their pre-final done. And Archie Loveridge, I think, will be pretty pleased with that one. That yeah, he's got a number 1 in his positions column for the first time across one of the championship stages for 2024.
Yeah, just to mention as well, Jayan Prakash, he's a Porsche supported driver. Jayan there in 13th position, caught up with his dad late yesterday. Very, very young driver, new to the championship, and it's good to see him driving around and really chasing those lap times as well. His dad was saying that's one of the big things that they're thinking about in this. They're not thinking about being at the front. They're thinking about giving Jayan the opportunity to learn the tracks, improve his lap times, which he's doing there in 13th. Absolutely,
and it was a 59.01, the best lap time for Prakash in that race. We'll be looking to break into the 58s in the final. That final for Honda Cadet will go off from 2:30 p.m. So do be with us for that one. Coming up after this one, Senior Rotax pre-final is next, going off from 12:05, 5 minutes past 12. And then, of course, Junior Rotax, their pre-final, following at 12:30 before the break. There's Andrew Sutherland. Good drive there to third place. Proper dad and lad team there on working the spanners on the number 49. They've done some great setup work throughout the course of this weekend, and it's delivering results. It's really, really good to see. Hello to Rekha Kwari. Apologies if I've absolutely butchered your name. I was cheering on Shane in the racing here today. Hello to Michael Burke as well, watching from Bathurst, Australia, where it's currently 8 p.m. And I'm going to say that Australia have stolen our sun away from us again, unless it's raining, of course, in Bathurst. The conditions still good. I think still, if you'd offered us these conditions at the start of the weekend, Nicole, we've gone, yeah, that'll do for us. Cloudy a little bit, 16 degrees air temperature.
Yeah, still got the shorts on, so I'm happy.
Good
stuff.
It's
not as cold as it was when we were at the O Plate.
No, or at the first round, of course, at PF International, which was a very, very cold day, a couple of days at PF International. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that pre-final. Here was the race start. Ralphie Branscombe taking it from pole position. Good start for Andrew Sutherland as well. Straight up into second place. Archie Cannon a little bit further down the order there. You see his green helmet around 6th place. In turn 3, turn 4, this is where Esme Rosie's race unfortunately ended. There it was. Oh, big touch into the wall there. That's what dislodged the front bumper. The rear bumper was also dislodged. Number 46 would see the technical flag come out a few minutes into the race. Very close at the front. This pack around 5 or 6 karts fighting for the lead, and eventually would end up with Archie Loveridge at the front of the group. Andrew Sutherland following through in second place. Kevin Ivanov, winner at PF International, would get through into third place as well. Ralphie Branscombe, how different a different day can be. None of the form that we saw yesterday. A really tough race for Ralphie Branscombe that in the end would leave the O-Plate holder in 6th spot. But it would be a question of, could anyone get ahead of Archie Loveridge? The answer would quite simply be no. Archie Cannon came through to take 2nd place. A great win, a 1-2 for Zip Factory team. And Archie Loveridge, in a race where we said, could it be another driver taking the fight in the championship to Ralphie Branscombe? Archie Loveridge answered the call and moves his score, at least provisionally, on our calculations here, to beyond 300 points in the championship. So he's scoring at quite the rate. They're getting ready for the next race are our seniors. This one should be very exciting. 34 drivers in it, Nicole. We've already had the repechage earlier on this morning, of course. I think we're probably looking forward to this one, aren't we?
Yeah, if you can't tell by how much I'm fidgeting stood next to you, Andrew, I'm excited for this one.
Well, the story yesterday in Senior Rotax was all about Lewis Gilbert versus Macaulay Bishop. It all climaxed with that A versus B heats race, where initially Bishop had the race lead, but another one of the home favourites here in Scotland, Lewis Gilbert, took the fight to the O-Plate winner and triumphed and has pole position for this pre-final. They're not the only drivers in this race, of course. Kai Hunter has had a good round so far after a tough first round to open his title defence. Kai Hunter will start this one from 3rd on the grid. We'll have Callum Bradshaw for company on the 2nd row as well. Angus Scrivener's definitely a driver to keep an eye on. He's in the foreground there. 5th yesterday, really strong performance. Even got a inter-team battle win in the first race of the day ahead of teammate Kai Hunter. So keep an eye out for Scrivener. There is Kai Hunter on the left-hand side of your screen. Lewis Gilbert on the right. Some great work has been put in by Craft Motorsport this weekend. They've also got Tristan Rennie fairly high up the order on the grid for this one, and Reece Bailey. Lewis Gilbert, who does a lot of the driver training within that team.
There he is.
Yeah, there is Kai
Sunderland
Hunter.
superstar Kai.
Yeah, no, this has been, I think, how would you describe the first round for Kai? The race pace was there, but if he had none of the bad luck, he'd have had no luck at all. It wasn't the kind of results that he would have wanted, but he seems to have, again, been in a really good frame of mind for this weekend. It's shown with the results again.
I think Kai's been doing this for so long, and he's been in so many different situations that he's not phased when things go wrong. Definitely, he knows how to handle it. But like you said, those results previously definitely not what he wanted.
There's Guy Cunnington. What a day Guy Cunnington had yesterday. Had a terrible, terrible timed qualifying, left him with a lot of work to do, but gained a lot of positions across the course of the 2 heats that he competed in, and 13th on the grid for Guy in this one. I think he'll quite like that in a way, because he's on the inside. He knows he can overtake through this field. Yes, he's now into that region of the category where the overtakes just get harder and harder, but race pace wise he's looked very good this weekend. Yeah,
very good. Long pre-final as well this, so there'll be a lot going on, and everybody from pole to 10th, there's going to be a lot of battling going on there. Most definitely. You know, you've got Teddy Pritchard Williams slightly out of position. He's not going to be wanting to start 9th. He'll be trying to fight up the order. We'll watch what Jack Lilly does, if he tries to fight his way up, or if he tries to just kind of sit around that position to set himself up for the final.
Indeed. Well, it's all coming up. The Senior Rotax pre-final is next. Here we go then for the pre-final in senior rotax. Lewis Gilbert on pole position, joined by Macaulay Bishop. Kai Hunter and Callum Bradshaw start on row number 2. On row 3, Angus Scrivener and Joshua Graham, Jack Lilly and Pearson Bullock Carter go from row 4.
Row number 5 is Teddy Pritchard-Williams and Brandon Klein-Nagavort. 6 is Cian Geraghty and Tristan Rennie. We then have Guy Cunnington and Rhys Bailey, Jamie Perrelli and Louis Weaver.
On to row number 9, Archie Walker and Archie Buttle form from all KR Sports. Row number 9, Liam Thomas and Alex Duncan start inside the top 20 on row 10. Caden McQueen and John Brown start on row 11. And then the privateer, Stephen Napier, starts on row 12 alongside Ewan Charman.
We then have Rachel Roberts and Sam Baker, Deacon Russell and Jack Collins,
Gustav Zozakovs and James Lowther on row 15. Reg Hayward and Neo Clark completes row 16. David Mitchell and Alex Moody, who have come through, of course, from the repechage, start on row 17. 34 karts in the field. Hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a whirlwind. Gilbert versus Bishop once again on the front row. Away they go then for the pre-final. Good start for Gilbert. Good start for Kai Hunter as well. Immediately up to second place using the advantage of the inside line. Gilbert defending from the reigning champion into turn 3 and turn 4. I think there's a problem for one of the crafts towards the back of the field. Oh dear, James Lowther has gone round through turn number 3 and 4. I think Alex Moody was also involved in all of that. Through into sector number 2 they go then. Looks like Pearson Bullock Carter's had a good start there in the number 9, but it's Gilbert at the front. Change for second place. Macaulay Bishop has struck back and got ahead of Kai Hunter there for that spot. Good start as well for Angus Scrivener, the second of the CS 55s there for Hunter Motorsport is up to 4th place, but no, change that because Callum Bradshaw back down the inside in the final corner retakes 4th place. It's been a pulsating first lap as expected, Nicole, with Lewis Gilbert in the lead by 0.4 of a second.
Super Teddy Pritchard-William up 2 places into 7th position, now following Jack Lilly for 6th. Like you said, Lewis Gilbert, fantastic start by him, leads the pack by 0.4. Macaulay Bishop and Kai Hunter up behind each other. These two absolutely familiar with each other both this season and previously. Macaulay Bishop now having a look up the inside of Lewis Gilbert, isn't going to be able to get the move done. Ooh, and he's done it round the outside up the bank. No, he's lost the position. Kai Hunter has taken the lead off of the bank from Lewis Gilbert. Like we were saying, Kai and Macaulay, teammates last year, they know how each other race. They've had a bit of a rivalry going on this year. So, that's Teddy Pritchard-Williams and Angus Scrivener off there into the barrier, coming out of the last corner. Teddy looking down at the kart, just wondering if he is okay there. Angus trying to pull the kart back out of the barrier to get going again, hoping those two drivers are okay. Back to the racing. Kai Hunter continues to lead from Lewis Gilbert. Macaulay Bishop sat in 3rd. Callum Bradshaw caught up to him significantly in 4th position. Still waiting to see if those drivers in the barriers at the last corner are okay. We have gone
slow zone.
A
slow procedure then for all the drivers. The race is neutralised. We're just looking out of our commentary box window. Teddy Pritchard-Williams is up and out of the kart. That is good to see. A real shame that the winner of the club round here 2 weeks ago for WSKC will not go any further in this one, and hopefully be able to come back out for the final.
I do think one of the drivers at the sharp end of the field, Jack Lilly, he's dropped back right to the back of the field. And he's just come in.
And also had a mechanical flag. So, yeah, so Jack Lilly is out of this race. And Lewis Gilbert at the front of the order. So, yeah, I can see the karts of Teddy Pritchard-Williams out of our commentary box window now being recovered over to driver's right. Angus Scrivener as well. And I think from first looking of that one, Nicole, 3 drivers, both very competitive, both trying to get themselves up the order. It's one of those, really, that 3 into 1 definitely didn't go on. What's a very tight exit out of the final corner. There is Jack Lilly in the number 33.
Yeah, his dad is looking at the rear end of the kart, wondering if that's exhaust or back bumper. I can see Paul Klassen there pointing to the exhaust, so just wondering what's going on there. gutting for Jack, though. He's having such a successful season so far and such a good weekend.
Yeah, I say 7th yesterday through the intermediate classification. Has looked really quick in every single session that we've seen Jack Lilly out on track in so far this through this round. But unfortunately, his pre-final is all but done, and we'll have a lot of work to do in the final later on today. So, Lewis Gilbert has control of the pace at the very front of the order. We'll see whether we are good to go back to green this time around. Yes, we are. Race restarts with 7 minutes and 40 seconds to go. It's Gilbert, Hunter, Bishop, Bradshaw, Graham, your top 5. Brandon Klein Nagelvort's had a good, before the slow procedure, a good start. Was up 4 spots to 6th, as was Cian Geraghty. Guy Cunnington as well is in the mix there in 8th place right now. Jamie Perilli is also into the top 10. Keep an eye out for Rachel Robertson on this restart as well. Rachel had a good start, up 10 spots. Another one of the Guy Cunnington Racing drivers coming through the field. It's up into the top 15. Race getting back into a rhythm now, though, Nicole. And for Lewis Gilbert, it's same as before. It's keep calm, keep the lap times quick, fend off the reigning champion, or the reigning champions, we should say, because he's got the senior Rotax champion of Kai Hunter immediately behind him, and then the junior champion from last year, Macaulay Bishop, in 3rd.
Yeah, we quite literally have a world-class top 5 there as well.
Yep.
All of those drivers have attended the Rotax Max Grand Finals, and all of them at some point, other than Joshua Graham, have been close to or have touched the podium.
They have indeed. You've also got, of course, Callum Bradshaw in there as well. Bishop down the inside of Hunter takes 2nd place. So for Macaulay Bishop, in this growing story between himself and Kai Hunter across the course of karting in the UK in 2024, that is another move. Kai didn't fight that one too hard. No, there's a lot at stake here, not just in terms of championship points, but making sure that you're still in play for the final later on. What none of these drivers want to do, or want to have happen to them, is exactly what's happened to Lilly, Scrivener and Pritchard Williams, that despite their pace through the weekend, they've got to start the final from the back. They've got to keep it sensible at this stage. Less than 6 minutes to go into the second half of this race. Still Lewis Gilbert at the front, but you feel Macaulay Bishop is starting to wind things up now. He's got down the inside. Oh, he's done exactly the same move that Gilbert pulled on him less than 24 hours ago in the heat. And Macaulay Bishop answers back to the winner here last year, takes the lead of the race with 5.5 minutes to go.
Just as Macaulay was doing that move on Lewis as well, we had Callum Bradshaw replicate the exact same thing on Kai Hunter directly behind Macaulay.
Indeed. Well, Callum Bradshaw, who lost his perfect championship score record overnight, was the only driver with a perfect record after PF International across the Rotax classes. But again, as the conditions have changed here today, a little bit cooler, the Strawberry Racing number 99 looks just a little bit quicker today than we saw yesterday. Bradshaw was more on the defensive. He's one way trying to hold himself in the top 5 of this field. Today, he's closing in on Lewis Gilbert for that 2nd place, and you've got to feel he's going to go for an attack, because he does not want to see Macaulay Bishop breaking away from this pack. Yep. Down through the chicane. Caden McQueen, just to update, has had a good restart, is now up to 11th place. That's a gain of 10 so far for the number 47 KR Sport Machine. Also on the move there was Rachel Robertson, gaining another place, having a fight there with Archie Buttle and Louis Weaver. This is down into turn number 3. Archie Walker, who's had a bit of a quiet weekend so far, gets past Brandon Klein Nagelvort there. So I think Guy Cunnington's now up to 8th place, Walker 9th. And as I say, Brandon Klein Nagelvort now completing that top 10.
McQueen, Charman and McQueen, Charman and Neo Clark all matching as your biggest movers within this race. All 3 of them have gone up by 10 positions within this first
half into the mid phase of it. There's a squabble between McQueen and Brandon Klein Nagelvort. I think Jamie Perilli also in there as well for Jack's Motorsport. A particularly impressive drive from Neo Clark there, considering he's come through from the +5 second penalty for kart number 73. That's Reg Hayward Hayward currently 23rd on the road, so that'll relegate him down to the back of those still running. Alex Moody, I think we've also lost from this race. Number 98 rather, has stopped circulating. Number 99 still very much part of this, up there in third place. But Bishop, now coming out, just seeing out of our window, here it is.
Oh, Graham into second.
Graham has got through past all of them. I think it was a battle between Bradshaw and Hunter and Gilbert through turn number 6. And Graham went, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm just going to go around the outside of all of you and take second place.
Bradshaw then went in on Gilbert and tried to keep him on that rumble strip, compromised his own speed though, and like we saw, Joshua Graham just capitalising off into the corner and the banking and is pulled off into second. Kai Hunter has dropped back into 5th position, not what Kai would have wanted throughout this race. Looks like just not quite where he would normally be.
Indeed. Well, for Joshua Graham, this has been a much better round. A difficult time of it at PF International. Had to come through from the repechage, deep down the grid in the repechage, which he did do so. And in the end was 10th in the final.
Callum Bradshaw.
Oh, out on the grass there. I think that was Cian Geraghty.
Callum Bradshaw on your screens there. We just saw him sticking to the white line a little bit, looking behind him, looking at what Lewis is doing and keeping that tight line to not let him past.
So, less than 2 minutes on the clock for this one. Bishop seems to have this one in his hands right now because the gap is over a second. Similarly, Joshua Graham has a second over this group here. And again, Callum Bradshaw is almost back to what we saw yesterday. A lot of defensive work being put in by the former world champion. Here he is again down the inside.
What we're seeing a little bit from Callum there is he's backing the carts behind him up, trying to get them to fight with each other so that he can try and then drive off, which is exactly what we're starting to see now, just as I say it. He's backed that group up, and now look at them. They're all squabbling all over the bank. Brandon Klein-Nagelvort involved in that, Caden McQueen and Archie Walker.
Yeah, really good tactical play there with all the experience of Callum Bradshaw. He has got a 4/10 gap over Lewis Gilbert now. Cunnington down the inside on Hunter. So Cunnington now up to 5th place. What a drive this has been so far this weekend from Guy Cunnington. A few weeks ago in preparations for this second round for the rotax classes in the Viritools British Kart Championships, Cunnington was 3rd in the final for the club round, so we know he's got race pace round here. Right now, he'd be starting on the inside of row number 3 in a very decent position for the final.
Macaulay Bishop there leading the way, continues to drive a really calm, really collective race. Him and Joshua Graham in second are two of the least experienced senior drivers in the grid. Very experienced overall, but they are the youngest seniors there. We have a 5-second penalty there for the 21 of Deacon Russell. Deacon Russell is running in 20th position, so that will drop him back to about 28th currently. Just under 7 seconds left on the clock.
Are indeed. So we're getting into the latter stages of this one now. Bishop still leading from Graham by 0.96 of a second. Graham is the fastest driver on circuit. I just don't think there's enough time for KR Sport driver to get back up to the race leader. Very close between Cunnington, Hunter and Gilbert. And Gilbert's going to find his way through past Kai Hunter there for 5th spot. This is all over 4th place.
Is that Gilbert or is it Tristan Rennie?
No, I think it is still Gilbert. No, you're right. No, it is Tristan Rennie who's come up to 6th place. So another good run for one of the crafts. There is the number 78 of Joshua Graham now on the final lap. Bishop matching the times of Graham there. Both of them in the mid-48s. They should run this one home to the finish. Well, for Macaulay Bishop, the O-Plate winner, of course, 5th, 4th, 2nd and 2nd have been his finishers in the championship stages so far this year. This is going to be a first P1, a first 65 points taking of the year for Macaulay Bishop. And as this story continues to unfold, Macaulay Bishop proving yet again why he is the DHR team leader in 2024. He takes the win in the pre-final in Senior Rotax. Joshua Graham P2, Callum Bradshaw, more good points for the championship leader there in 3rd. Lewis Gilbert 4th, Guy Cunnington 5th ahead of Kai Hunter, Tristan Rennie, Brandon Klein-Nagelvort, Archie Walker and Cian Geraghty is your top 10, covered by just under 8.5 seconds.
Guy Cunnington there, he has brought himself back into the fight going into these finals.
Absolutely. Well, that'll be the provisional results, and will also be the grid for the final later on today.
We have a 5-second penalty on the board for the 27 of Liam Thomas. That's just been applied at 2:20. So just now, there's Macaulay Bishop on your screen, giving the big number ones. We'll see what plays out in the final, but I definitely say we're in for an exciting one. Yeah, I'm not going to say too much, because if I learn what I learnt at the X30 round, a lot of things go in the 10% pile, don't they, Andrew?
10% pile of commentator predictions that turn out to be correct, indeed. But what we can say for certain is that Senior Rotax will go for their final at 3 p.m.
We have Molly Williams in the comments there saying, hoping Teddy is okay. Hoping Teddy and Angus involved in that incident, hoping they're all right. Can see their carts being wheeled off the circuit there. Yeah,
it's a real shame for both Angus Scrivener and Teddy Pritchard-Williams. I mean, you never know. It's a long race, but they've got a lot of work to do to get the carts ready, and then a lot of work to do in those races to get good championship results. Particularly a big shame for Teddy, because he won here 2 weeks ago. At WSKC at the club ground. That's not how he would have wanted his pre-final to go at all. For Macaulay Bishop and Joshua Graham, they'll start on the front row for the final at 3 p.m. Later today.
What do these drivers, I keep seeing these drivers go over to the scrutineering bench and picking something up and eating it. I saw Kai do it yesterday, and now Callum's on your screen doing it there.
Well, as long as they've gone on to the weighing scales before, I don't think, is it sweets?
Well, we're missing out here, Andrew.
Yeah, we are. I think we need to be going down there and getting our fair share of that.
Is it jelly babies?
Yes, it's confectionery. It's a little bit of energy after the exertions of that pre-final for the drivers. Poke them back up a bit, and I'll head back to the awnings and get ready for their next race. Still one more pre-final to go here this afternoon. We are into the afternoon now, past 12 o'clock. It will be Junior Rotax out on circuit in around 8 minutes' time. Kayden McQueen enjoying the jelly babies there, and I've just seen you made sure that you got evidence of that, Nicole. You can remind him of that later, having a little bit of a chat with Guy Cunnington as well down there. Kayden as well has had a difficult weekend, coming back through from an incident in his first race that wasn't his fault. I think I heard on the grapevine as well that he had a puncture, or a developing puncture in his second heat as well. So managed to get it to the end of the race and still through to the pre-final with no need for a repechage, but up 10 places in that one. And we'll start 11th on the grid for the final. Let's have a look at some of the highlights then from that Senior Rotax pre-final. And it started off with a reverse of the grid from yesterday. Gilbert on the inside this time, Bishop on the outside for the start of that one. Kai Hunter had a good start. It's immediately up to second place. A few drivers having troubles in the background there. Lewis Gilbert holding on to the lead. There'll be a few more problems through turn 3 and 4. James Lowther ending up facing in the incorrect direction and rejoining the race. Lowther would have a good run back through the field, with eventually finishing P22. But Gilbert holding the lead early on. Bishop, we've seen him do many around the outside overtakes so far this year. This one didn't quite work. Got out on the dust. You can see there just how dusty it is off the racing line. That allowed Kai Hunter actually to come through to the front of the field, getting by both Bishop and Lewis Gilbert in all of that. There is where we lost both Angus Scrivener and Teddy Pritchard-Williams. And also problems for Jack Lilly, the other kart involved there. All three of them would retire from the races, as would Rhys Bailey in the number 41 for Craft Motorsport. Meanwhile, the other end of the field, it was a leader for Craft Motorsport, with Gilbert back to the front. And a carbon copy of what we saw in the heats yesterday, I say a carbon copy, swapped around. The mirror image move with Bishop down the inside of Gilbert into turn number 6. And from that point, Bishop would really stamp his authority on the race. Archie Walker came through the order as well, up 8 spots in the number 7, which eventually would finish P9. Some more good points on the board for Archie Walker there. Caden McQueen in the number 47, another one of the KR Sports coming through the field, would gain 10 spots in this one to P11. That was a good fight there with Brandon Klein Nagelvort, who would also hold himself in that top 10. Key tactics here from Callum Bradshaw. Knew he wasn't going to have the pace of Joshua Graham, had come through to second. So he had to control the pace, had to get the others squabbling behind. Successfully did so, and this was the point at which Bradshaw took off and consolidated his 3rd place. Tristan Rennie in the middle of it all there. Another one of the Craft Motorsport runners high up the order would have a scrap with the likes of Guy Cunnington and Kai Hunter later on in the race. The top 4 would be away and gone. Bishop from Graham, Bradshaw and Gilbert. Guy Cunnington, continuing his progress through the order, would be in P5 in this one after 15 laps. Another win, though, in this category, in the seniors for Macaulay Bishop. Just seems to be going from strength to strength, Nicole.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, we will have Macaulay starting on pole for the final with Joshua Graham on the front row with him. Callum Bradshaw will then be behind Macaulay. The positive for Callum there is Joshua is on anti-pole, so is Lewis. Lewis is who was Callum's biggest competitor in that previous race, so he's going to massively benefit by them being on anti-pole, and like we discussed earlier, having a lot of dirt on their tyres after that first bend.
Indeed, it'll be that early phase of the race that those drivers will have to deal with. In pre-grid now are our junior runners getting ready for their pre-final. The last 12 minutes race of the day, of the weekend, and more championship points on offer for the drivers in this one. They will all score points of some description. It'll just be a question of who gets the top haul of 65 points. The grid for this one, 34 drivers on it. 6 of them have raced through already today from the repechage. And I think a big question as well, as we have a look at Jacob Woods there in the number 84, starting 15th on the grid. William Antrobus has been in magnificent form so far, not just this weekend, Nicole, but 2 weeks ago as well. We were talking about, can there be a first win for Sam Pollitt Racing? I say there's a long way to go in this one, but this is a really good chance for them from pole position with Antrobus. Yeah,
William having a fantastic weekend. You watch him, I've spoken to him around the paddock this weekend. Head up high, very, very confident. You know, how's things going, William? They're good. Like, just enjoying the weekend as well, which is great to see. And, you know, if you're loving it, you race well.
Absolutely. Well, he's joined on the front row of the grid by Leon Hasty, whose race pace has also been very good this weekend and in preparations for this second round of the year for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships.
Little rhyme within the two Motorsport awning about Leon Hasty. It's not hasty like pasty, it's hasty like tasty.
It's a good way of remembering it, and the results have been pretty tasty so far this weekend for Leon. As a second across the classification of the heats yesterday, and as I check my notes to make sure that I don't completely faux pas this, was unbeaten yesterday. So both of our drivers on the front row were unbeaten less than 24 hours ago. So this is straight away an interesting one from that perspective of who's going to emerge on top. It's coming up shortly. Next out on circuit is the pre-final for Junior Rotax. Time for the pre-final in Junior Rotax. Let's take you through the grid. It's an unbeaten front row in this one. William Antrobus and Leon Hasty both had 2 wins apiece yesterday. Jack West and Thomas Behrman start on row number 2. Cole Denham and Harry Bartle go from row 3. Jacob Ashcroft and Hugh Moulton, they start on row number 4.
Row number 5 is Thomas Min-Spearing and Adam Wooden. Row number 6, Joshua Turnbull and Scott Marsh. 7 will be Cameron Nelson and Brandon Truman. Row number 8 is Jacob Woods and Argente's Harrison Whitcomb.
Finley Buck and James Anagnostiidis start on row 9. Lizzie Mentier and Noah Barham form a Penol DHR row number 10. Charlie Neve and Harrison Crowther start on row number 11. And it's Ariman Bansal and Kenzo Craigie on row 12.
Row 13 is William Archer and Owen Neve. Charlie Cox and Joe Anderson starting on row number 14 with Lewis Goff and Joshua Smith on 15.
Kai Clark and Kai Veach go from row 16. We are going round for another formation lap. And Matteo Palazzo and Ryan Gill, who both raced through from the repechage, go through on row 17. I'm just pausing for a moment because I think that means we had some changes, did we not? Yes. A little bit further down the order, some penalties. But yes, I just wonder. Yeah, I think I'm trying to remember now whether we had some issues with timing earlier. That I think McDonald initially was scored as 6th place, but I know they've got obviously the backups and the line cameras where there have been some very close finishes, of course, this weekend with the photo finishes. So yes, Palazzo has got through into this pre-final.
Leon Hasty and William Antrobus on your front row, obviously determined by the fastest lap in qualifying for.
Yes, from time qualifying earlier on Saturday. But as we say, in race trim, both of them unbeaten so far this weekend. That can't remain from this one. 12 minutes plus 1 lap are underway. Harrison Whitcomb immediately trying to go around the outside of a couple of drivers. It's looking tight in there through turn 1 and turn 2, but it's a good start for William Antrobus. He's a bit deep though into turn number 3, recovers that one well. It's a good start for Sam Pollitt Racing's number 57, William Antrobus, through towards turn number 5 for the first time in this one. One of the Coles Racing drivers is down the inside. That's number 51 of Hugh Moulton on the scene. In towards turn number 6. This is where we've seen a lot of action so far this weekend, and all of the drivers here in Junior Rotax have made their way through. This is a good start for the juniors. Oh, unfortunately out wide there was one of the drivers, apologies, didn't quite catch which the number was, but 11 minutes remaining in this one. End of lap 1. It's Antrobus from West, Ashcroft, Denham, Hasty, Turnbull, Moulton, Bartle, Spearing and Behrman. That is your top 10.
Jacob Ashcroft off to a really strong start in this heat, promotes himself up 4 positions into third place. Cole Denham, teammate, is following Jacob very closely. They'll be pushing each other along, the 2 DHR drivers. Thule Motorsports' Leon Hasty has dropped down the order into 5th. Not what he would have wanted to start off this race as they go in. Jacob Ashcroft gets hung out to dry coming out of the tight left-hander. Cole Denham goes through and Hasty continues to push Cole Denham up the bank. We then go through into the chicane. Leon Hasty having a look on Denham and he gets the move done on the brakes. Ashcroft has got himself going again. Denham covers his line from his teammate Joshua Turnbull into the last corner. Jacob Ashcroft being pushed out onto the rumble strip, very close to the barrier, indeed out of the last corner. Yeah,
it's all gone wrong a bit for Ashcroft on that last lap, but he's just got to hold himself in there right now in 9th place and look to fight back later on in this race. Chase group on your screens. 3rd, 4th and 5th, Hasty, Denham and Turnbull. Got about a 2 seconds in arrears to Jack West up ahead. So they've got to work together right now to close in on that number 92 Kart, which is looking a little bit vulnerable right now. That's Turnbull down the inside of Denham for 4th place.
Cole Denham lets him back through. He did look to the outside to try and hang on to the position, but lets Josh make the move. Harry Bartle now behind Cole, gets the move done into the last corner. Ooh, Bartle went in from quite far back there on Cole Denham. Technical flag there for the 87 of Brandon Truman. He will have to come in shortly.
Yeah, not a good weekend. Oh, it's off there. It's the 51 of Hugh Moulton, and it was one of the DHRs. I think it was Cole Denham in the 82, wasn't it? So two drivers both fighting over 6th place there. It's all gone wrong. As there is Brandon Truman in the pits. Front bumper is what I'm hearing in my ear as the issue. 9 minutes remaining in this pre-final. William Antrobus looking comfortable right now, and this is very good news for William Antrobus, because this is a quite feisty race in the mid-pack. Everyone's having to use their tyres quite a lot, using their materials. Meanwhile, William Antrobus is just quite calm at the front, keeping Jack West at half a second back. But Jack West is trying to close in though, and it's again the longevity of Antrobus's performance is definitely showing out so far this weekend.
William Antrobus and Leon Hasty are matched on best times with a 50.01. Jack West separates them and is slightly faster than William, who's leading the way. Joshua Turnbull in 4th position has gone up 7 places in this race. Great start by him after a bit of bad luck yesterday in some heats. They're going into the sharp left-hander. Joshua Turnbull nice and late on the brakes, really pushes his back into the seat, gets that kart nice and planted up the bank behind Leon Hasty. We look back further onto the number 6 of Thomas Bierman going round. Harrison Crowther there on your screen on the back of Cole Denham, who's had a bit of bad luck there with Hugh Moulton coming through the first stages of the lap.
Yeah, so end of lap number 5. Antrobus still leading this one. Harriman Bansal has got past Noah Barham for 17th place. New fastest lap of the race from Harrison Whitacombe, who we've talked about yesterday, is very much in terms of damage limitation for the driver who took the most points away from PF International. Remember, of course, that the final didn't run for round number 1 at PF International, so the results from the pre-final became the results for the final in terms of championship points. And the round, there was a move further down the order. I think Turnbull's got through past Hasty for 3rd place. At the moment, they don't seem to be able to close in to Jack West or William Antrobus. As close there between the 27 and the O plate. That's Turnbull and Bartle going over 4th place. And getting towards the second half of this race. Hasty's having to work hard here. He's having to defend. I think he's resigned, maybe trying to do what we saw with Callum Bradshaw in the previous race. Get everything bunched up a bit. Get it all a little bit squabbly from 4th to down to 10th, and then break away. Because right now the hope of chasing up to Jack West is
Harry Bartle,
plus 5
seconds.
seconds for Harry Bartle. As there a moment for Leon Hasty loses a load of positions. Joshua Turnbull was also involved in that. It's all broken down a little bit here for this battle for 3rd place. Bartle, as we say, has got that plus 5 second penalty, so it's Behrman now. Thomas Behrman, who's in position for a good finish in this one, but there's still 6 minutes of this one to go. That's only half of the time gone. And, well, everyone's going to be chomping at the bit now. Harrison Whitacombe there in the red helmet, racing for Argenti Motorsport this year, is up to 6th place. Is currently the best positioned Argenti Motorsport. It's been a tough weekend for them, and Hasty's out. Leon Hasty is out. A driver who is in the top 5 here for the club meeting, has had some stunning pace, is out of this pre-final. What's even worse, Nicole, that means he has to start pretty much at the back for the final later on this afternoon.
This is his track as well. I was talking to him earlier on in the weekend, used to be his teammate. He loves this circuit, he's fast here. There's absolutely gutting for him and the Thule Motorsport team. There on your screens was Cole Denham going through that chicane. Had a little bit of a tough lap previously, was forced over the grass as we go round again. William Antrobus and Jack West. William Antrobus now leads the race still. He has over 4 seconds on Harry Bartle. Harry Bartle, of course, has been rewarded a 5-second penalty. Currently, that would drop him to around 14th position. Not ideal for Harry Bartle. I'm wondering if he knows about that yet. If so, we'll see him definitely trying to push really, really hard to extend that gap as much as we can. Seeing on your screens Jacob Ashcroft and teammate. Who is that? That is the 41 of Cameron Nelson having a bit of a fight there. Joshua Turnbull in the mix there. Jacob Ashcroft having to go wide up the bank into the chicane. This is a DHR scrap going on. They need to be really careful. They'll be getting signalled, stop fighting, calm down, boys.
Scott Marsh has taken advantage of that as well. He's not racing for DHR and has weaved his way through up to 8th place. Kenzo Craig is also on the charge. Has gained 13 places so far in this race for Argentine Motorsport. You can see him there in the green, red and white helmet in the middle of your shot. It's just ahead of Harrison Crowther. Both of those two drivers working together through the field right now. 4 minutes remaining. This is really going to shape things up, I think, in terms of championship as well, because at the start of the day, Harrison Whitcomb at the top of the standings, Harry Bartle P2. Remains to be seen whether they're still going to be there, of course, but their leads are going to be diminished. William Antrobus looking at another big chunk of points here.
Jack West now is within 4.5 tenths of William Antrobus. That is a really good gap to be able to try and get in the tow and tow up to William and get the move done. He's taken small chunks out of William lap after lap. We'll see if we'll have a fight for the lead with 3 and a bit minutes to go. Warning flag out for the 22 DHR driver of Noah Barham. Noah didn't quite see what went on there. As you can see on your screens, that's William Antrobus going over the rumble strip, coming out of the tight left-hander. Up the bank, Jack West continues to follow him.
Yeah, and for Jack West, I think this is a great turnaround from round one. Had a really difficult time at PF International. Did get into the finals, but had to come through the repechage. You know, it was one of those weekends where, like, yeah, well, good recovery to get to the final, but P26 in the final, in a pre-final, is not what you want, of course. To be this on the pace, he was in the top 5 here at the club meeting. This is the kind of performance where you go, right, this is a driver now having the proper start to their season and hopefully being able to kick on for the rest of the year.
Yeah, definitely. Get some momentum behind you. Push, push, push. Talk about people who are having good races. Harrison Whitcomb up by 11 places into 5th. Harrison came into this weekend leading the championship, had a really tough qualifying, said after that it was just going to be damage limitation for him. I don't think it's damage limitation for Harrison anymore. I think it's, potentially a podium, a race win. We'll see what happens in the final, but I don't think damage limitation is the phrase for him anymore.
I agree. Good scrap in the middle there. That's Thomas Min spearing right at the centre of it. It's all around 9th place, plus 5-second penalty. Another one's come in. This time it's Joshua Turnbull. So quite a few drivers at the sharp end of this field are going to be finding themselves moving down the final standings. A big cloud of dust being kicked up through turn number 2 in the background of shot there, which normally indicates that someone's having a bit of a moment. 1 minute and 30 remaining in this one. Antrobus still leading from West by half a second. There down the inside, on the move, it's the number 47 of Adam Wooden for KR Sports. He's had a great weekend so far. I think that might be up to 13th place now for Adam Wooden. But getting into the latter stages of this one, round to complete another lap. Go our race leaders, end of lap 13. They'll have 2 more on time and then the +1 lap. So I think this is going to run to 16 laps. A bit stretched out at the very front of the field. It's not a problem if you're any of the drivers in that pack, particularly if you're one of the drivers like Harry Bartle with the penalty, as another one's just come in for Jacob Ashcroft.
Oh,
so
Ashcroft.
That is not good news at all for the driver in the number 38, because now we go into what we like to call time trial mode. You've just got to get yourself as far down the road as possible and negate the penalty in terms of final race positions. 30 seconds on the clock. On your screens at the moment are Joshua Turnbull and Cameron Nelson. I've liked this comeback from Cameron Nelson. Went under the radar a little bit at PF International. Had a difficult day yesterday, but has shook himself down and got back into the action. Is with those penalties potentially on for top 5 here.
I don't know if you've noticed, Andrew, but William Antrobus and Jack West, 3 laps in a row, they've only been separated by 0.01 of a second in their times. We'll go back to the penalties that have been rewarded to some of these drivers. That is going to be fantastic news for the likes of Tom Min-Spearing, James Anagnosniadis, Kenzo Craigie, Cole Denham. They're all going to gain some positions from those 5 seconds that have been handed out.
They are indeed. They've got to keep it all clean themselves, of course. No blots on the copybook. Time is now up. Next time we see Antrobus over start finish will be in a few seconds' time. Leaders just coming down towards the final corner. This is the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th fight on your screens. Whitcomb, Nelson, Turnbull and Marsh. But here back with the race leaders. William Antrobus has led this one from pole position. Can he continue what's been a super weekend, a perfect weekend so far? There's a warning flag for the number 44 of Kenzo Craigie. Jack West isn't close enough at the moment to go for an attack, and again, considering that there's positions on the grid for the final here, that would be a bit of a wild one to go for a move from that far back. William Antrobus knows that, doesn't need to defend into the banked hairpin, through the banking, down the hill once again through the chicane. For Sam Pollitt Racing, William Antrobus is going to take victory in the pre-final in Junior Rotax. A super performance. Antrobus will be on pole for the final, looking to repeat what he did here in the club meeting a couple of weekends ago and get not only his first win of the season, but Sam Pollitt Racing's first win of the season. He'll be joined on the front row by Jack West in that final. Harry Bartle and Thomas Behrman will be on row 2. No, they won't, because Bartle has that plus 5 second penalty, of course. So Behrman will move up to P3. Whitcomb will move up to P4. Joshua Turnbull, the number 27, also has a plus 5 second penalty. So quite a few drivers will find themselves being shuffled down the order. Turnbull will, for the provisional at least, 6th on the road. Nelson, Marsh, Ashcroft and Anagnostiadis all in the top 10 on the road. Thomas been spearing the next of the Argentis home in 11th. Cole Denham, Kenzo Craigie, Ariman Bansell and Noah Barham all in the top 15. Great drive from Kai Clark. Up 15 spots in that race to P16. Lewis Goff as well from the repechage, up 12 to 17th. Finley Buck, Owen Neve and Hugh Moulton in the top 20. Joshua Smith, Charlie Neve, Matteo Palazzo, Kai Veach and William Archer in the top 25. Difficult race there for the likes of Charlie Cox, Joe Anderson, Lizzie Mentier, Ryan Gill and Harrison Crowther. They were all in the top 30. Adam Wooden had a bright start, was moving through the field, but then problems in the middle of that race meant he finished P31 ahead of Brandon Truman. 2 retirements in that race. They were Leon Hasty and Jacob Woods.
Tell you who we haven't spoke about too much this weekend is Thomas Behrman. Sort of gone under the radar. Started 4th in that, finished 4th. Will get promoted to 3rd because of that penalty given to Harry Bartle. But he's put himself right into the mix, right into the fight. We've not mentioned him too much, but it's probably for him because he's just been having a bit of a calm weekend, staying out of trouble. Yeah,
I'd say so. I'd say that was a much better pre-final than what he had at PF. Was 11th in that pre-final for round number 1, and yeah, he can build from there on the second row of the grid. Let's have a look at some of the highlights then before we go to the lunch break and the last pre-final of the morning and early afternoon session. Good start for Antrobus and for many drivers on the pole side of the grid, particularly for Jacob Ashcroft, who would bring himself through from the 4th row of the grid, not the 2nd row of the grid. He shot up to 2nd place. Antrobus in full control though at the front. Hugh Moulton had a decent start as well, going around the outside there with Thomas been spearing 4 positions in the top 10. A lot of moves from drivers racing for DHL. That was Cameron Nelson having a look down the inside of Spearing. Jacob Ashcroft, after the bright start, just faded in the next few laps. Found himself out on that dreaded curb on driver's right out of turn number 6. That was the start of things where, in the end, Ashcroft would finish P9 on the road and also pick up a plus 5 second penalty for his troubles along the way. He wouldn't be the only driver in that regard to receive the wrath of the stewards. There is how we lost Cole Denham and Hugh Moulton from contention for the higher places in that one. They both would finish the race, but for Denham it would be P12 and for Moulton it would be P20. More close racing. That was Turnbull and Bartle going wheel to wheel out of the final corner. Leon Hasty was having a strong run in the early stages, but it would all go wrong here through turn number 6. That moment with Joshua Turnbull would leave Leon Hasty needing to come into pit lane
retire from the race in 33rd place. He will start the final later on this afternoon at 3:30. Race would continue. Kenza Craigie moving up through the order, would be one of the biggest movers in that race, up 11, as would his teammate for Argentina Motorsport, Harrison Whittaker, who's a little bit further up the order, would get through into the top 5. That was Jacob Ashcroft down the inside of Thomas Mins Spearing. Lots of positions going back and forth for the top 10. But in the end, William Antrobus takes a pre-final victory, another full haul of 65 points. And Jack West as well, with a best result of the year so far after the difficulties of PF International, P2 in that pre-final, and will be rewarded with a front row start for the final later on today, which, as we say, will be at 3:30 p.m. local time here in Scotland. That is the end of the morning and early afternoon session in terms of racing. We'll go into the lunch break now, and don't go anywhere, because we have, of course, got the Paddock show from last night and the feature for this weekend here at Larkhall to be premiering in a few moments' time. In terms of the racing, we'll be back at 1:30 p.m. starting with Minimax 950. Micromax going from 2 p.m. to 2:30 for Honda Cadet, 3 p.m. for Senior Rotax, and then to finish things, Junior Rotax at 3:30. From myself, Andrew Mather, and Nicole Sutherland here at Larkhall, enjoy the lunch break, enjoy the Paddock show and the feature, and we'll see you back here at 1:30.
Welcome back to the Karting UK YouTube channel. We're continuing our series of features across the course of the 2024 Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Now, something we're often asked is what goes into the making of a round weekend for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. So this weekend at Larkhall, we're going to take a look behind the scenes, talk to some of the individuals involved, and find out what their weekend looks like here for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. We're here with Richard Locke, who's in charge of the operations here on a Wera Tools British Kart Championships weekend. Richard, good to see you. Sunny weather here in Scotland. Have you managed to arrange that for us as well?
Yeah, you know, there's a lot going to the plan of this, and weather is part of it. We may give them another experience of a bit of rain just to feel like they're in Scotland, but no, we're obviously very lucky with the weather, what we've got today, yeah.
Jokes aside, what's a weekend look like for you? What does your role entail?
So sort of my role is making sure that all the personnel get here and the event is ready to go first thing Friday, 9 o'clock, when the guys start going on track. That involves all the tyres being collected, delivered here, the distribution of them, the control of them, make sure the chemists arrive, all the fuel, make sure the personnel are here, the correct personnel for the events, pretty much anything sort of behind the scenes really, off track, to make sure the event runs.
For a given event, when does preparation start? Is it a few days before, even weeks before we get to a race circuit?
Well, the actual planning of it, of logistics of, you know, we bring several vehicles, we have to collect tyres from various distribution points, so that starts, as well as other championships we're involved with. We plan the logistics early in the year, which are always moving targets as things come along. So really a week before we're starting probably on the road, collecting the equipment, and depending where we are in the UK, we're normally here on a Wednesday before the actual guys get on track on Friday.
And in terms of over the years as the championship's grown, how has your role grown? What do you think about that?
There's definitely more to do, but it's good. The championship's growing. It's much more professional than our first year, and we'll continue to grow it, and of course that always involves more work, but you know, the championship is at a very high level worldwide, and we'll keep pushing it on as we go.
Good stuff. Well, I know you're a busy man, Richard. We'll let you get back to the next role, but yeah, thanks for your time. Here with Dan Ashton, clerk of the course here for the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Dan, for those not initiated, clerk of the course, what does the job entail?
Entails quite a few things. Obviously, the main thing for us as a clerk or clerks at Motorsport UK is obviously safety, making sure it's the number one priority is the track safe racing, but also hard, fair, and keeping to the regulations, or our interpretation of the regulations.
On a race day, who are you in communication with in the wider team? How does that all work?
So obviously we're in communication with everybody, obviously all the marshals of posts that are on the circuit, race control, the camera system, Obviously for the British, there's Nigel Edwards as race director. We're in constant communication with each other to make sure again that the track's safe and we're having hopefully a good day's racing.
I say on this side of the fence, you know, we always need people to get involved. How did you first get started in clarking, and how do people take the first step of their own journey on that?
Well, first thing, obviously, 100% we need more people involved in the sport. Yeah, we're always not struggling for people, but yeah, we're always wanting more people. So I started marshalling when I was 12, alongside my own competing and racing. Eventually got to Trent Valley where I started my clarking career, sort of under the wing of Nigel and Martin Bean as well, two really good guys, working alongside David Manchester. Yeah, they got me in my clarking pathway, started my training, and then yeah, now I'm national clerk of the course and helping run one of the, well, if not the best championship in I say the world.
And top tip for anyone watching the video looking to get involved, what's that first step that you think they should take?
First thing, find out your local club, go to that local club, no matter what they need, whether it's marshals, gate staff, whatever it is, get involved with your local club, and hopefully then climb the ladder. Exactly what I did, started marshalling, worked my way up to a start line starter, and then now I'm a national clerk. So yeah, local club, and then go from there.
Absolutely. Well, Dal, thanks for the time, and have a good weekend.
No problem, you too. Thank you.
Here with Mina, who's in charge of all the branding and making sure that the partners get the exposure that they need as part of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Mina, your role, another one of the many ones behind the scenes. Kind of how does the weekend start for you?
Well, the weekend starts long before the racing begins. I'm back in the office. I'm working through the live streams from last year. I'm liaising with Alpha Live to cross-reference the new cameras, and I'm basically putting a branding plan together to ensure that we deliver the best brand exposure for all of our wonderful partners. After that, I guess I'm coming up every weekend. I'll come up either on the Wednesday or on the Thursday. I'll help put out the branding all around the track. Again, working with Alpha Live to ensure that we get the best shots both on and off the track.
As I say, it's not just a case of, oh, put the banners out. It's very specific positions of where they need to go on circuit so that it all matches up on when we get to the broadcast on a weekend.
Exactly. We've got to really work with the camera positionings and make sure that every shot has, you know, the partners that we want, the exclusivity of each brand and each shot, but not also, you know, for the live stream, but also for the people when they come, so that we see a sense of occasion, that they know exactly what event they've turned up to, who is supporting us on this event, and as you can see, we've got some of our amazing branding behind us.
And there's a role for people to get involved with as well as such a wide range of roles behind the scenes in motorsport, not just driving. What would you say to people looking at it and thinking, oh yeah, that might be something I can get involved with?
Oh, definitely. I think people often look at the commercial side and think that we're all just, you know, stuck behind the office and working at the desk, but it's fantastic. I get to come out every week, either just for a couple of days or this weekend. I'm luckily here for the whole weekend, speaking with the drivers, speaking with the people, and really sort of being immersed within the event itself.
Great stuff. Well, Mina, thanks for your time. Great work as ever with making everything here at Larkhall look absolutely fantastic, and enjoy the rest of the weekend. Here in Scrutineering with Chris Derrick, another one of the key parts of a race weekend. Chris, good to see you here at Larkhall. Scrutineering, for those not aware, what's it about, what's involved?
Scrutineering has got many aspects really. We start the day by safety checking karts, make sure from a safety point of view that they're fit to race. Then we move through to checking that drivers have signed on their online scrutineering cards by a set time. Then once TQ starts and the racing starts, we're always eyeballs on checking safety, but then it moves to the more technical side where we check the compliance side of it to make sure the tyres have the correct barcodes on, the chassis is the correct chassis that they've put down on their scrutineering card, engine numbers are correct, and then the components within the engine, within the airbox, within the carburettor, all comply with the technical fiche for the class that they're racing in.
How much experience would you say someone needs to get involved in scrutineering, and how would they get involved with scrutineering?
So you can look online on the Motorsport UK on the website, find where your local club is, and then go along to your local club and just say, I'd like to help in scrutineering. and it's generally, you can start, there's lots of checks that we can do and someone can do, and then they progress up through. So you'd start off as just as a trainee scrutineer, and then you'd be shown how to safety check a kart, open and close a gate for parc fermé, which is very important at a British Champs event. Controlling the parc fermé area is absolutely critical, because we can't do the technical checks, our technical commissioners can't do the technical checks if we don't control the area. So if people just go to the local club, make themselves known, say, hi, I'd like to get involved, and then you just progress from there, really. It's a fantastic journey, and you can go as far as you want. You can just be happy just checking tyre barcodes, or if you want to then progress through and check the eligibility side of it, learn lots of new skills, it's all there for you. You just need to help yourself sometimes to push. If you want to push yourself a bit, then there's people there that can help.
Absolutely, really good way of if you're wanting applied engineering and math skills as well, of getting involved, especially if you're someone younger. Chris, thank you for your time. We'll let you get back to the business of running the shop, and we'll see you later on. Here in the timekeeping office with Ian Rogers, Chief Timekeeper for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Ian, good to see you again. For those watching, what does a timekeeper do?
So our responsibility starts probably a week before the meeting, preparation, make sure the drives are in, etc, etc. We get here, then it's about making sure we get all the results out, grids out, all the feeds of the likes of Alpha Live, of course. So yeah, all the data from the meeting, pretty much our responsibility.
It's a very tech-heavy role, a lot of equipment. How long does it take to set everything up and get everything ready?
I'd like to say it was quick, but a meeting like this, probably 4 hours, 2 people. So it's a big job setting up. Pack up's a little bit less, but it's still probably 2 hours to put it all back down as well. So yeah.
Absolutely. How did you get started in timekeeping? Where did you get your way in?
Embarrassing, really. I used to race really badly, and the club I used to race at bought a timing system, had no one to operate it. I got involved, and from there it sort of snowballed. It's been 20 odd years now, so it's been a while. But yeah, first off, just got involved, like many people do with various aspects of the sport.
Good stuff. Well, Ian, thanks for your time. I'll let you get back to work, and we'll catch you later.
All right, mate. Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks for watching the video. If you've enjoyed it, do make sure you click that like button and subscribe for more. If you're an official yourself, let us know in the comments below what your experiences over the years have been. And if you want to get involved as well, all the details are in the description of this video. We'll see you next time for another feature here at the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Good evening. Welcome to the Paddock Show. It's so warm, I've nearly got my ankles out. We're here. And I was nearly said full back then, that's a completely different circuit. Larkhall, that's where we are this weekend. Event 3 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for 2024. Really good day of racing for the second round of the year for Rotax and Honda. It's an 18-minute Paddock Show. We're going to crack on with things here this weekend. There's a few teams that I feel like I've been neglecting so far this season that we'll try and get to across the course of the next 18 minutes. If you have missed any of the action, don't worry, you can watch it back. I think the first team that I want to have a little chat with is Saltire Motorsport, who are just here because we are in Scotland, and we need to go and give the locals some love. Matteo Palazzo has had a good day. Let's go and have a chat with Matteo. Some good racing today, Matteo. Did you enjoy yourself?
Yeah, it was really good. 2 heats today. First one, Wera bumper. And then we got put down to 23rd. The second one we finished 12th, and had a bumper again and got put down to 14th, but it's a pretty good day.
But the race pace is there, and it's been a good season so far. You had the pole position at PF. This is all going well.
It's got good first 2 rounds, I hope. Good second round, I hope.
Tell us a little bit about the team as well. As I say, it's a committed team, and here at Larkhall as well, your home circuit. Tell us about it.
It's a good team, very good. Good engines, good car, good setup. So all round, yeah.
What's the hope for tomorrow?
Hopefully, with the results, just make it into the A final and then see what we can do from there.
You think you get top 20 in the A final?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Good stuff. And how different is it being this warm up here? It's like it's my first time up here, so I've only got this as a reference. Is it normally like this up here all the time?
Not really. It's just it's been here loads, so hopefully we can do well.
Good stuff. Well, keep working hard, Matteo. It's I say great to see the 86 in junior rotax running so well this season. DHR have had another very strong day. Let's see if there's any drivers that we can try and grab. They might have all just run off because, as you can see, mechanics around. Macaulay Bishop there, second. We've just seen in his second heat. Let's get some thoughts. Firstly, what's happened here?
Yeah, last weekend at UKC, car hunter drove over me. Yeah. So,
well, that's not good.
My arm a little bit.
That's not good at all. But it's not slowed you down at all, has it?
Nah, I've been really fast today. Yeah, obviously the first heat had a cheeky little win, but second one, yeah, it was a close race. Obviously with Lewis, he's made the move. I went a little bit off the track. Yeah, and just couldn't really get back close to him. But good racing, man.
And he's so quick around this place as well. Won here last year as you did in the juniors. What do you think it's going to take to beat him tomorrow?
Just staying in the lead, really. I think as soon as you're behind someone, you just get hot, and obviously you can't get close to them to make the move again.
How unexpected is it in terms of the track conditions? That, at least from my perspective in the box, it looks like the track's running really, really quick this weekend. Has that changed any of the approaches to this weekend at all?
Obviously, everyone was up here for the 2 weeks pre-round for this round, so I look different from then. But yeah, it's weird. Like, it's really grippy in some parts. But obviously, where people are driving around off the track, bringing like stuff on the track, obviously it gets less grippy in some parts. So it's quite a big challenge.
Good stuff. I'll let you rest up and keep the arm healthy there, Macaulay. Yeah, I say, didn't even know about that one. It's the first time I've seen him this weekend without his race suit on. But yeah, no, I think seniors again tomorrow is going to be a really, really spectacular show. As I say, well, as you'll be seeing this at lunchtime, you'll already know who's got through the repechage into the pre-final, done well in the pre-final. The final will be the last race of the weekend, if my memory's serving me correctly. So yeah, so good stuff there. Bit of kart preparation going on over here. The water fights are underway again. The RC water fights that were going on last night as well. Should I interrupt the water fights? No, they're all having good fun out there. Finley Lyons had another good day. Had a great one, particularly in the second run of the heats. I want to go and talk to Guy Cunnington Racing because I have been neglecting Guy Cunnington Racing so far this year. So for my sins, hello Logan, and I particularly want to have a chat with the main man himself if Guy is around, because the drive through the field for the number 52 today, what happened in qualifying?
We think we had a float stuck in the carburetor, so.
But clearly the race pace is there, driving through the field, and I can't remember how many positions it was today.
Yeah, we had a couple of good races. We had an 8th and a 10th or 11th then, so it's not good enough, but it's closer for the pre-final, I suppose.
But it shows as well that when you do get to those pre-finals, that overtaking is possible around here and you can keep progressing through.
It's definitely possible. I think I made 16 and 17 places in the heats today, and there's still a lot of karts in front of me that need to be overtook. So.
Would you say this year this is the strongest senior rotax field in the modern era of the championship?
Yeah, 100%. It's definitely a really strong grid, which is nice. If you're gonna do well, you want to do well on the best grid, don't you? So.
And the wider team as well. I apologise for neglecting you guys so much on Paddock shows so far this year. How are you feeling so far with some of the runs? Some of the race pace from Rachel's been really good, of course, this weekend.
Yeah, they're getting on okay. I got a few people that haven't done sort of this level of racing before, so it's a massive learning curve for them. But everyone seems to be improving each race, which is all I'm looking to see, really. Obviously, this is Rachel's local track, so she's a bit more familiar with it, which is nice to see because she's a lot closer to the pace and a lot more comfortable, which is nice. But yeah, everyone's making good progress. So.
Good stuff. Well, we'll leave you to it because there's a lot of prep for tomorrow, and yeah, good to chat to the team there. Is anyone poking around in JDR today? Last time we had one of these paddock shows for Rotax, we had the table out for the number 56. In fact, Jack's here. Evening, Jack. I hope we're doing well. Let's have a chat with Jack, as team boss. Good day. Sam had some good pace in seniors.
It was. It's just got dramatically worse. But no, they're both fast. But unfortunately, a few penalties and incidents have halted their progress. But no, it's been okay. They're both pretty inexperienced at this track, so they're both probably outperforming where they should be. But yeah, just a few incidents in the second heat.
It's a very different circuit to where we've been so far this year. Wilton, obviously, you guys know very well, and PF, everybody knows very well. What challenges has that provided to you this weekend, on top as well with the heat this weekend?
It's just a different sort of race. PF, you've got to be clever with a racing. Slipstream's really important here, not so much, but it spreads out really quick here, so qualifying was important. And then you can lose a lot of time with a silly overtake at the hairpin. And so yeah, just very different circuit. But it's exciting, a few new challenges and stuff, yeah.
Good stuff. I'll leave you to it and see you again tomorrow, Jack. Thanks for having a chat with us there. So yeah, I say good chances to get into the finals tomorrow for those guys. We might pop into Zip because we didn't hop into Zip yesterday for track talk. Actually, no. I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to talk to Ellis Bell. Where's? Oh, here we go. Come on in. Ellis is in the back. Oh, he's here. Sorry, he's right behind us. Ellis, come in. Paddock show. Great to have you back here in the paddock. Talk me through your day.
I mean, we've had really good pace today. Top 5 in all practices yesterday and this morning. Put it on 11th for quality. And then we went out in our first heat and we got involved in a crash. I think we came from 11th to 9th. And then we got involved in a crash on the last lap, which put us down to like 24th. And then on the last heat, we were going round. I think we came from 11th, we were in 6th, going for 5th. And then I got involved in a crash at the banking. So, yeah, I think we finished 25th, 24th, and 21st. So I'm going to have to hack it around in the B final tomorrow.
But you've shown that you can come through the field, so it's definitely possible that you can work your way through to the pre and the trophy final.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some really good pace, so if I could keep my head and just go in every single time I get the chance, then there's a possibility.
Now, I passed by earlier. Apparently, have you got something for my missing colleague?
I do have something for Henry.
Can we get what it is from the back of Where is the present for Mr. Baudet? Is it available? Could we have a look at it? We'll have because Henry will be watching this and missing things in due course. Here we go. This is the bottled. My goodness, look at that.
Fully chilled.
Fully chilled.
That's fully chilled for you, Henry. But obviously you're no well, so you'll get it. But feel that 1901, best iron brew, chilled, ready to go.
Where's the present?
It's in the front of the van.
I think there's another present in the front, but yeah, I think James is going to take care of that. We'll get it to Henry somehow, in some way, shape or form, back down to the south of Wales. But I think there's another present coming out here.
What we did was we got the iron brew can with Henry's brewing it, and we also got my iron brew T-shirt, which again, it was for Henry as well. And this is my partner that sorted this out. And wait till we see in here. There's also a brew cow and some iron brew chews. There we go. So if you can pass that one to Henry, that would be absolutely great. If you can get it to him, that would be fantastic. As I say, we were going to get it to him this weekend when he was here, but obviously he's not well, so get well soon, Henry. And we'll see you soon.
Absolutely, that is what it's all about. That is why we love the privateers. They are the spirit of the competition, and we will get that to you, Henry, in some way, shape or form. Thank you very much, guys. That's it.
That'd be brilliant. If you want me to keep you here just now, you can come back for it if you're doing the show. Come back after the paddock show and I can get. Are you all right?
We'll carry it. We'll carry it.
Right, and I've got the iron brew there as well. So when do you want that? The bottle of iron brew.
We'll swing back round with that. We'll send someone down.
That's brilliant. So tell me to get well soon anyway. All right.
Absolutely. Well, I'm sure that'll cheer him up. Hopes for tomorrow, Ellis. Well, final word.
Just need to watch the B final.
Just need to see what happens.
Hack it through. Starting like dead last, so I'm gonna have to make some cheeky moves.
Cheeky moves. We look forward to it in that one. Best of luck, guys. Thanks again. Really sweet of him there to this will definitely perk Henry up. Let's head into Zip just to see who we've got. Watering of the tarmac, very important job to do. Let's have a chat with Archie Loveridge. Archie, talk me through your day. Tough day for the Honda Cadets, it would seem.
Yeah, it was very hard.
What was hardest? Just the racing, the tightness of the track, or the track conditions?
Just like people kept like pushing me off on the grass in the last one. I think it was heat 2. I come off twice. They all push them onto the grass twice.
But it's been a good start to the season. Is the hope that you can keep this form running and get some more championship points this weekend?
Yeah, definitely.
Good stuff. Well, we'll leave you to it. Archie Cannon's also had a good day in the number 42. But yeah, good to have a good chat with Archie there. Have we got anyone in MLC? Because this feels like another team that have not been talking to much so far this weekend. Let's have a chat here for the stream, for the broadcast. Introduce yourself and which class you're in.
Hello, I'm Alfie Ward and I'm in Minimax.
How's your day been, Alfie? In the 176, looking ready to go for tomorrow?
It hasn't been too good. I got a 1 lap penalty, but I got a 1 lap penalty, but it wasn't too bad. I came back from 27th to 18 in the last heat, so not bad.
What's most enjoyable about this Larkhall circuit, do you think?
Probably the new tight hairpins. Really like the banked hairpin, the second hairpin. It's quite nice.
And hopes for tomorrow. What would be a result that you'd be happy with at the end of tomorrow, do you think?
Hopefully top 15. Top 15 will be very good.
Good stuff. Well, I know you'll give it all, Alfie. Good to see you. Good to see you. As I say, I don't think we've been in MLC so far this year for a Paddock show. I'm going to hand that to Kieran. I'm going to entrust you to get that back to Mr. Baudet for at least the time being. Let's head a little bit further up. Oh, now is Dean Pahal around? Because Dean Pahal has been an absolute star today with many an overtake across the course of the day. I mean, I'm saying this, we've already seen the RCE. What was going on there?
I'm just checking that everyone's awake.
Well, they're definitely awake now. Anyway, how's the day been for Ansel Murray?
It's been tough. It's still working his way into Cadet. He just moved up from Bambino, and we didn't start until January, really. So it's pretty quick. But being in the British, it's a whole different ballgame because there's a huge crowd of fast drivers, and that racecraft working with the pack is tough, and it's a new thing for him to learn. So that's what this year is for us, is learning how to work with a lot of drivers around in the pack.
And being part of the RCE team as well, I mean, we only need to look at the progress that the number 23 over there has made with Dean Pahal. It's a good place to be for learning, isn't it?
It's a great place to learn. It's good because we got Dee to learn from, and we've got Alfie, who's also quick. He's his first year as well, and so it's good for us to learn. And in other championships, we've got a couple of other quick drivers as well. Plus, it's a nice environment, very friendly, and we get a lot out of the team. We really do.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck for tomorrow. We'll keep an eye on Ansel, how Ansel Murray gets on. Who else can we get? We've only got a couple of minutes before we have to sign off on this one. We haven't been in Ambition so far this weekend, so let's have a little look. Jayan Prakash, continuing development. Running well in the number 44. Let's have a chat with Jayan. Jayan, how was your day?
Good.
What was best about it?
When I was keeping up with the pack, and then I only needed 600s because someone had a drop down. And I needed 600s to not be last.
But you're getting quicker and quicker all the time, and you're still racing with a big smile on your face. You're still enjoying it, aren't you?
Yeah.
What's your favourite part about this circuit? Hairpins?
Yeah, probably.
Good stuff. Well, keep racing hard, Jen. We are keeping a keen eye on you, and keep pushing hard. Some good results, I'm sure, are on the way. We're probably going to wrap things up there for the Paddock Show for today here at Larkhall, sunny Scotland. Absolutely beautiful conditions here. I do hope you've enjoyed it. We've had a good chat with some teams, some drivers that we haven't seen either so far this season or haven't seen for a while. We'll be back as you're watching the premiere of this. We'll be going live with the finals shortly. Do keep it locked here for all of that. And if you're watching it on Cash Up as well, do check out the rest of the Karting UK content here. All the features, all the races from the weekend here at Larkhall for round 2 of the Rotax and Honda seasons for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. I've been Andrew Mather. Henry Baudet has been here in spirit. Hopefully we'll be able to get him back for the next Rotax event. And we should say as well, for the next time we do one of these, there is a mystery guest that's not that much of a mystery if you think about it. A legend of these broadcasts is returning and joining us for Wilton Mill. That's a little spoiler for you for next time. For now, though, thank you very much for joining us here at Larkhall. On the broadcast, we'll get back to the racing here for the finals. It's going to be a good one here for Event 3 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships.
Over here in the pre-grid ahead of our Minimax final, which will be the first final of the day. We're with DHR driver JJ Ambrose. JJ's first season in the British Kart Championships. JJ, what's brought you to the championship this year?
Kind of just to prepare for junior. Yeah, junior's racecraft is really hard, so yeah, we're planning to do the whole entire season, and we've made massive progress as well. So yeah.
And as well, I know that your driver coach, Sam Hugh. Sam is a previously British champion, European champion. What does Sam do for you on a weekend to help you prepare?
We do some reaction training. We also do, we look over some GoPro footage, and we recently got a van, so yeah, we do a lot of data in there. And Sam's is amazing, like, he's incredible.
So, like you said, lots of data work, lots of camera. And so this final, you had a great pre-final, made up some positions. What are you expecting in the final?
We didn't really have any expectations, but my top 10 will be amazing. Yeah, so, yeah, hopefully we can get to the inside for the start, and the rest is going to be history.
Great to speak to you then, JJ. We'll let you get concentrated. Like he said, he's going to give it a good go and the rest will be history. We'll make our way over through the grid and see who we can find. Head up to the front, seeing if we can catch up with Ollie Spencer. Ollie Spencer over there, talking to one of the photographers, Chris Simpson, who's working for Fuel Your Media. Ollie, can we talk to you really quickly? How's your weekend been so far?
Good. Qualifying, we had a bad one, 21st. The heats we made up to 9th and 11th, so that was better. And the pre-final we finished, I think it was 6th, so that's good. So we're going to make up places for this and try and win it.
Trying to win it, we'll let you go and crack on then, Ollie. We'll walk over up the grid as the karts all get ready. Absolutely action-packed racing in the previous race. Walk and talk if we can, try and catch up with some of the drivers. Who have we got? We have Lewis Malin, Luman, as I like to call him. How are you doing, Lewis?
Fantastic, how are you?
I'm great. And we have his driver there, Edward Haynes. Edward, can we catch up with you really quickly? How's your weekend been going so far? I saw that you had a bit of an unfortunate penalty in the previous race. What went on?
Not the greatest. I think it's for over defending something, but it doesn't really matter. I'll win the final, so.
Win in the final, like we heard from him, Edward. Similar setup there, said from Ollie Spencer. Wins in the final all round. Different things said by JJ Ambrose, of course. He said the rest will just be history. He's going to do what he can do. But most of these drivers on this grid anticipating a win. Somebody who will definitely be anticipating a win is Luca Holmes-Ballack. Luca, you had a bit of a difficult start to this weekend, but how's it been going since the heats?
It's been going good.
And the pre-final, of course, we saw you were one of the biggest movers, made up some absolutely fantastic positions. How did you manage to do that?
Just driving the kart.
Just driving the kart. Head down and go. We'll let you get on, Luca, then. Very best of luck to you. Harry Taylor in here. Harry Taylor, of course, we've mentioned a few times. He missed testing on Friday, wasn't very well, but absolutely fantastic to see that he's back on the grid very quick. We've got David Wooder there, his driver coach and mechanic, giving him some fantastic advice, I'm sure. Big handshakes all around. We want to catch up with Josh Cormack as well. Josh, on that final lap of that previous race, what a move. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
So I was basically thinking, right, be sensible, try get the undercut at the final corner. They went defensive, I just went wide and I got it just at the line off Finlay.
And do you think you'll be doing some similar moves in this final?
Hopefully. And hopefully I can just stick and win it.
Win it. Very best of luck to you, Josh. We'll head up back to Andrew in the box, who will introduce the first final of the day. Very best of luck to all of these drivers. Make sure you don't miss any of the action. Stay tuned in.
Thank you very much, Nicole. And, well, look at this. The sun is back. It's back to some of the conditions that we had yesterday ahead of these finals for the second round of the year, of course, for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for the rotax classes. And, of course, Honda Cadet later on today. Quick reminder of how things finished in the final last time out at PF International. It was Albie Friend who took the race victory ahead of Joshua Griffin and Harry Taylor, Edward Haynes and Jensen Chalk in the top 5 on that day as well. And, well, Albie Friend also took the race victory at this circuit last year in this category as well. Harry Taylor was 3rd on that day also. So I think it's going to be a really, really competitive race for all of these drivers. You've also got, of course, those who've moved up from Micromax last year. All to come, of course. The next race is the Minimax 950 final. Up next.
Time for the first final of Event 3 for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Here is your grid for the Minimax 950 final. Josh Cormack on pole position on home soil is joined on the front row by Finley Lyons. Harry Taylor and Emerson McAndrew-Uren are there on row number 2. Luca Holmes-Ballack and Oliver Spencer go from the third row of the grid. Albie Friend, looking to repeat his win here last year, starts on row 4 and is joined by Scotland's Joshua Griffin. Onto the fifth row of the grid. Hasnain Khan and Jack Collinson complete the top 10. Devin Taylor and Jensen Chalk are on row 6. Edward Haynes and Leo Livings go from row 7. Jamie JJ Ambrose and Benjamin Lawn start on row number 8. Alfie Ward and Blair Smith go from row 9 in the top 20s, completed by an all English row number 10. Charlie King and Max Gilman. Jacob Jack and Sebastian Clark start on row 11. Alex Goodson and Tom Reed go from the 12th row of the grid. Row 13, Fraser Henderson and Archie Rogers-Tyler. Kieran Stewart and Finley Hines start on row number 14. Jensen Walker and Theo Bradshaw on row 15. Louis Radcliffe completes the 31 runners due out in this one. 65 championship points on the board. Are we good for a start first time? Yes, we are. The 15-minute plus 1 lap final is go for Minimax 950, and it's a good start for Harry Taylor. Harry Taylor's come through from the second row of the grid, was 5th in the final here last year in Micromax. What can he do now here in Minimax 950? He's had a tremendous start after a very difficult run through the early parts of this weekend. Sweeping towards turn number 5 now, and I think it's might have been Finley Lyons who's come back through. No, Finley Lyons is down the order. It's another one of the synergies who's come to the front, but it's problems for Finley Lyons. Looks like it's the 128 of Luca Holmes-Ballack. It is. So Luca Holmes-Ballack from the third row of the grid has had a storming start here, has come all the way through to lead the race. I think there's been problems for Finley Hines as well in the 157. You can just see out of my commentary box window. The 174 has also had a weak start. That's Charlie King, but end of lap number 1, it's Luca Holmes-Ballack. Albie Friends had a flyer as well, up 5 places at the start of this race. Cormac third, McAndrew-Uren there in 4th, Spencer completing the top 5. So, Luca Holmes-Ballack's had a very quiet weekend so far. Raced through from 17th on the grid after the intermediate classification from yesterday's heats. Qualified 5th for this final. So we've seen that in terms of race pace, he's got some good stuff underneath him so far today. But again, as the sun's come back out, temperatures will go back up. Now the drivers will be helped by it's not been as warm through the morning, so a lot of that radiating heat that was coming up from the tarmac this time yesterday won't be there. We have seen some drivers have differences in setup and therefore performance as the track temperatures have changed. Oh, a bit of a wide moment there for Harry Taylor, side by side with that. Is that the 119? Yes, it is. So Jack Collinson has also had a good start. The driver from Hartlepool via Riga is flying the flag for Latvia, very much looking at trying to represent Latvia later in the year in the Rotax Grand Finals when they visit Italy later on in 2024. He's up there into 6th place. Through the banking they go once again. This one's starting to bubble away. Josh Cormack is up into 2nd place. There is Joshua Griffin having a look down the inside of Jensen Chalk. And it's all getting a little bit feisty further back as well. Finley Lyons in the middle of it all there in the bright green helmet. New fastest lap of the race from Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Is there in a 52.19, currently in 3rd place. Tom Reed, he just called a quick sight off there in the 111. How's the farmer getting on at the moment? Well, it's up to 18th place. Jensen Chalk has managed to break away from this group. This is all 7th backwards. And, well, the pace at the very front of this race, and it has to be said, lap records have been going left, right and centre here this weekend at Larkhall. Brilliantly prepared circuit, helped by the weather, of course, not just this week, but in weeks prior as well. That just shows it again, that there's already a 5-second gap back to 7th place. The pace of the drivers at the front who are not fighting right now is very, very strong indeed. 11.5 minutes remaining in this one. Change for 2nd place. McAndrew-Uren is through past Josh Cormack.
As I say, good run last year in the micro category for Emerson. On his way to eventually, of course, becoming champion in that one. Was third when the rotax classes last visited Larkhall. Into turn number 6 then. This is, well, in fact, the change for the lead. So Macandrew Uren has got through past Luca Holmes-Ballack. Well, let's see what kind of pace Emerson Macandrew Uren has got now. Can he break away from this group? It's got some very, very good competitors in it. Got your pre-final winner, Josh Cormack, there in 3rd. Your winner here last year, Albie Friend, in 4th. And a rejuvenated Luca Holmes-Ballack immediately behind there in 2nd place. There's been a warning flag to the 151. That's Sebastian Clark, who's just moved up to 23rd position at the end of that last lap. There's been a problem, unfortunately, for Fraser Anderson. You see the blue flags out for the privateer in the 161. Has nearly fallen off the lead lap, or in fact has now fallen off the lead lap. So leaders coming into turn 6 once again. Macandrew Uren there, leading at the moment, but not getting away from Luca Holmes-Ballack, Josh Cormack and Albie Friend behind, and Oliver Spencer's trying to drive across this gap as well. 52.24 last time around. Let's see what the pace is here at the end of lap number 6. A new fastest lap of the race from Josh Cormack of 51.92. There's Leo Livings, that distinctive new helmet design, the split blue and yellow. It's here down the inside for the lead of the race. Oh, Luca Holmes-Ballack just gets that a little bit wrong, went a bit deep, so wasn't able to convert that move into the lead. Is now trying to hold on for 2nd place ahead of Josh Cormack. Cormack switches back to the inside and has got it. Really good reading of the race there by Josh Cormack. Takes 2nd place. This is a great chance now for Macandrew Uren, and through. Oh, Cook goes a bit. Cormack gets a bit defensive into that hairpin and loses 2 places. Now it's going to be 3 places because here comes Oliver Spencer. Oliver Spencer in the 142. He's having a really good run here. Very, very difficult to have a solo run across a gap from one group to another. But Oliver Spencer has just about done that right now. 8 minutes and 45 to go. Emerson Macandrew Uren is there in the lead by 0.8, nearly 0.9 of a second ahead of Albie Friend. Albie Friend, I think you would have been quite happy to be in 2nd place at this stage of the race if you'd offered it to him. Started 7th on the grid. And he's coming back through. Also coming back through, Finlay Lines up to 6th place ahead of Jensen Chalk. But a lot of work to do now. The gap up to Josh Cormack is 1.5 seconds. Eight minutes to go in this one then. Edward Haynes there in 8th place. He'll be looking to join this duo immediately ahead and try to close across the gap to Josh Cormack. Race leader is pulling away. Macandrew Uren is now he's got a 0.92 second lead ahead of Albie Friend. Luca Holmes-Ballack not too far behind. They've got to work together right now, Friend and Holmes-Ballack. Oliver Spencer has just done a new personal best of the race so far, is there in 4th. Josh Cormack just behind, and then it's this group on your screens here. Lines, Chalk and Haynes pushing as hard as they can. Finlay Lines is the fastest driver on circuit. Oh, Jensen Chalk is going to lose the position there to Edward Haynes. So Haynes through into 7th place. A little bit further down the order, Tom Reed's having a really good race. He's gained 12 places so far for Strawberry Racing. So the 111 has halved his grid position in terms of where he is now. 12 places to 12th place. Kieran Stewart, we should mention as well, is also having a really good final here. He's gained 10 places so far. He's up to 17th. And in a similar vein, Theo Bradshaw, who's very unfortunate at the start of the pre-finals, started this final from the back of the grid and is up into the top 20 now. So Friend and Holmes-Ballack, at the moment, not able to make any further impressions on the race leader. I don't think they'll start fighting just yet for 2nd place. mainly because the likes of Cormac and Spencer are not too far behind. Should know that Cormac has got back ahead of Oliver Spencer. Change for 9th place. Harry Taylor has got past Jack Collinson a little bit further down the order. So Harry Taylor, who started this one from the 3rd row of the grid, was the early race leader. Starting to build up now. Has got a bit of clear track ahead of him. So potentially could close into the likes of Chalk, Haynes and Lyons, who are the next group down the road. 5 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Still very much in the balance, this one. Drivers just playing it through, knowing it's the longest race of their weekend. 15 minutes. 10 of them have all about gone. And a lot can change in the remaining 5. Alfie Ward has got through past Louis Radcliffe for 23rd position. Hasnain Khan and Finlay Hines should report, unfortunately, out of this race. Real up and down weekend for Hasnain Khan that sadly ends in that retirement. Now, bit of news from race control and from the officials. Plus 5 second penalty to Harry Taylor. This final definitely not going the way of Taylor right now. 9th on the road, and now knowing that he's got to get 5 seconds up the road from other drivers to keep ahead of them in the final classification. That down the inside. Luca Holmes-Ballack takes 2nd place. He's been quite patient behind Albie Friend for the last 3 or 4 laps, but has now decided that he wants to get ahead and he wants to try and be the driver to chase down Emerson McAndrew-UN there in the lead of this race. 1.3 seconds is the gap, so they did lose a bit of time with that overtake, swapping positions, but I think that's the right time to go for it if you're Luca Holmes-Ballack, because they weren't making progress, they weren't closing in on the race leader. Sometimes when 2 karts swap around, a slightly different order can start to bring the pace back. Well, based on that first sector though, it's still fairly much a bit of a status quo right now across the top 3. Definitely not having a status quo is Josh Cormac, just behind in the KR Sports 121. Again, we saw this in the pre-final. A strong finisher to races, a strong close out of the race that we saw before the lunch break, where Cormac took the race victory. This is another strong drive from the Scottish pilot on home soil, of course. Oliver Spencer still there in 5th place. Finlay Lyons has caught up to Oliver Spencer. A tremendous effort there from Finlay Lyons, one of the fastest drivers on circuit. In fact, that group of Lyons, Haynes and Clark, and Chalk rather, apologies, are the fastest drivers out there right now, and are going to be threatening Friend and Holmes-Ballack for these positions on the podium. 3 minutes remaining. Bit of news further down the order. Battle for 14th place. Blair Smith and Max Gilman have both got past Jamie Ambrose. Alex Goodson has also overtaken Jacob Jack for 18th place. Sebastian Clark is now into the top 20. And Alfie Ward continuing progress back after a difficult start is up to P22. End of lap 14 then. 1.4 seconds is the gap between the race leader and the trio on your screens right now. Luca Holmes-Ballack in 2nd place, Albie Friend and Josh Cormac. We've got about 0.8 of a second over Oliver Spencer and Finlay Lyons behind. And Cormac's gone for the move and got it. Beautiful stuff from Josh Cormac. Really up for it today, it would seem, in the 1-2-1. And that is Cormac up onto the podium again in 3rd. Now, what can he do about Luca Holmes-Ballack? Warning flag is going out for the 176 of Alfie Ward. A bit further down the order. With less than 2 minutes to go. The lead is 1.42 seconds and pretty similar on race pace. 52.03 for Emerson McAndrew-UN at the front of the order. 52.05 for Luca Holmes-Ballack. Albie Friend does seem to be fading here. This is a bit of a surprise. We've been so strong here 12 months ago. In last year's visit to Larkhall, it was round 3 of the championship in 2023. A driver who, of course, took the final victory at PF International, nearly got a perfect score. Second, first and first across the 3 points stages of the weekend. It's just not been the kind of run for Finley, for Albie Friend that we'd expect. 7th in the heats, 7th in the pre-final. At the moment, looking at missing out on the podium. Here's your fight for 9th place. Harry Taylor and Jack Collinson. Well clear at the moment of Tom Reed behind by over a second. And then again, top 10 awards good championship points for all of these drivers. New personal best has just gone in from Luca Holmes-Ballack, a 51.87. So a touch quicker than the race leader, but the rate at which they're catching the race leader isn't anything that's going to worry the 133. There's Finley Lines now up to 4th place. Oh, look at this, side by side. Josh Cormack and Luca Holmes-Ballack. So Josh Cormack's found a way through past Luca Holmes-Ballack for 2nd place. That wider line that Cormack likes to take to punch himself onto the pit straight, the short pit straight here at Larkhall, immediately into these 3 right-handers, 1 and 2, and then the kink. There's a flat-out kink before preparing for the proper turn 3, and then switching back towards turn 4. Right now, this is looking in full control for Emerson McAndrew-UN. He's just gone and set a personal best through sector number 1. It's now 1.5 seconds clear. This is a really impressive performance ahead of this this fighting. I say fighting, they're not fighting too hard at the moment, this quartet of Cormack, Holmes-Ballack, Lines and Friend. It's just the pace of McAndrew-UN so far today. They cannot touch. There's a move down the inside there, side by side between the 2 Synergy teammates, Luca Holmes-Ballack and Finley Lines. Luca Holmes-Ballack is able to fend off the O-Plate winner from Wilton Mill earlier in the year. Now they really are starting to fight because we're on the final lap now. Emerson McAndrew-UN is on his way to a first win in Minimax 950. The Micromax Wera Tools British Kart champion from 2023 is very much arrived here, but the question is who's going to be finishing in 2nd place. Right now it's looking like Josh Cormack has got it done, because there's a bit of a gap now back to Luca Holmes-Ballack, who's fending off his teammate and championship leader from PF International, Albie Friend. Last couple of corners, though, for your race leader. What a final this has been for Emerson McAndrew-UN. He's fought through, he's had great race pace throughout the weekend, and Emerson McAndrew-UN wins at Larkhall. His first win in Minimax 950 at this level. It's 2nd place for Josh Cormack and 3rd for Luca Holmes-Ballack, who wins out in the battle between the Synergy Factory team teammates. 4th for Finley Lines, more good points for his championship campaign. Albie Friend as well, 5th place today in the final, continuing his strong point scoring run. Haynes, Spencer, Chalk, Taylor and Collinson in the top 10. But it's Emerson McAndrew-UN for Dan Holland Racing on the LN chassis who takes the victory here with, well, a very, very impressive drive from the 4th row of the grid. Picked the drivers off one by one and then just drove off the front of the field. That really is the kind of form that we saw from Emerson that took him to the Micromax title last year. A long season, of course. It's only the end of round number 2. Next up, the Minimax drivers will head to Warden Law for round number 3. Just running down the rest of the order. Outside the top 10 but in the top 15, Tom Reed, Joshua Griffin, Leo Livings, Blair Smith and Max Gilman. Theo Bradshaw, good drive there from Bradshaw, up 14 spots, biggest mover from the back of the grid. Sebastian Clark, Alfie Ward, Alex Goodson and Devin Taylor all in the top 20. Jacob Jack, Benjamin Lawn, Louis Radcliffe, Archie Rogers-Tyler and Jensen Walker all in the top 25. JJ Ambrose, Charlie King and Fraser Anderson, the last of the finishers. 3 retirements in that race. Kieran Stewart, Hasnain Khan and Finley Hines. But after 19 laps here at Larkhall, it is a win for DHR. It is a win for Emerson McAndrew-UN. A brilliant performance. Then in terms of championship, leaves things like this. Albie Friend remains as your championship leader, 361 points. The lead is 17, no, sorry, not 17 points, 7 points over Harry Taylor in second place. Finley Lines moves up to third place, also tied on points with Taylor. So Friend on 361, Taylor and Lines both on 354. Joshua Griffin slips to fourth place on 350. Luca Holmes-Ballack holds in the top 5 on 341. Emerson McAndrew-UN now up to 6th place in the championship on 335. Jensen Chalk and Edward Haynes completing the top 8 of the live championship scores. Should stress, of course, though, that is based off the provisional result of that final. Keep your comments coming in. Let us know what you thought of that Minimax 950 race. There is your race winner. Emerson McAndrew-UN just running and having a bit of a celebration there with a member of the team. Finley Lines, 4th place. I can see he's a little bit frustrated. But it's more good points in a category that, again, I don't think is going to be a case of one driver or two drivers running away from the rest of the pack. I think you're going to see this across the course of 2024. Drivers have good days and bad days. Today was obviously a very good day for Emerson McAndrew-UN, but you only need to look, you know, it's a very different story at PF International for today's race winner. And yeah, for all of them out there, it's going to be back and forth and keep getting those points in. As we say, the next time we will see Minimax 950 will be the weekend of the 28th to the 30th of June up at Warden Law, event number 5 for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. And we'll very, very much look forward to that from off the back of this record-breaking weekend in terms of lap records and pace across the field. But, drivers and mechanics, one of each, of course, will sort themselves in scrutineering. In the meantime, let's have a look at some of the highlights from that first final of the day in Minimax 950. Take us back to the very start of the race. Josh Cormack and Finley Lines starting on the front row of the grid, but keep an eye out for Harry Taylor, who steps through the open door from the second row of the grid to lead in the early stages of that one. Cormack and Lines very occupied with one another and didn't spot Taylor coming through. Lines, in fact it was Holmes-Ballack, apologies, who would come through. Finley Lines actually slid back a bit on that first lap, but Luca Holmes-Ballack, coming from the third row of the grid, took the early lead of this one for Synergy. Harry Taylor, well, I'd say it was a very bright start, but that really was the bright point of the whole race for Harry Taylor. Longer race, of course, having some struggles out there, picked up a penalty along the way as well. No, yes, he did pick up a penalty, the +5 seconds, the 153. Very busy in the top 10 as well. Blue flags are out for Fraser Anderson, a few problems for the 161. Unfortunately there. This was the move for the lead. It didn't quite pull off for Luca Holmes-Ballack. That was the point right there where Emerson McAndrew-UN really was able to then stretch out at the front of the field. Did not look back. Got his lead up to a second, second and a half, 2 seconds, and was on his way to victory. Josh Cormack fought well also. Slipped down to 4th place with that last moment through turn 6, but didn't diminish. Raced back through. Finley Lines was on the recovery charge after that difficult start. That was in getting down the inside of Jensen Chalk. Was able to race across a gap, get past Oliver Spencer as well, and catch up to Albie Friend and Luca Holmes-Ballack as well. Luca Holmes-Ballack went for 2nd place, tried to catch the race leader, but such was the pace of McAndrew-UN so far, or across the course of that race, and it was always going to be a battle for 2nd place for this trio, which would then become a quartet, of course, with the arrival of Finley Lines. Josh Cormack got back up to 2nd place, back ahead of Holmes-Ballack, and that is how they would finish. A win for Emerson McAndrew-UN here in Minimax 950. First time we've seen that in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, ahead of Josh Cormack and Luca Holmes-Ballack. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland, who's in Parc Ferme.
Absolutely stellar performance by race winner Emerson McAndrew-UN. Emerson, how are you feeling after that race?
Yeah, at the start, I had, to be honest, quite a bad start because I was on the outside, so just had to try and slot into the pack, make my way through the pack, and then once I caught up to the leaders, I just thought, oh, let's go in and try to get my head down.
And we saw you pretty much clear off from the rest of the field. You just kind of drove away. What was going on in your mind when you were out there by yourself?
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, you can do this, like, keep focusing.
And this weekend, we've seen you face a few difficulties, a few penalties, but you've still come through the pack. What were the team saying to you to help you do that?
They've just been supporting me and saying, like, you can do this, just like you got to get your head down.
And who would you like to thank this weekend, Emerson?
I'd like to thank the whole of DHR, Time Racing Engines, and all of my family and everyone who's supporting me.
Massive congratulations, Emerson. We'll see you a little bit later on. We'll just head our way back over to the grid shortly for the next race of the day. We'll go back up to Andrew, who will introduce. I'll see you on the grid shortly.
Absolutely. Next race out on circuit will be Micromax UK, race number 22 for them coming up. And see the umbrellas are back out here at Larkhall. And it's been beautiful conditions throughout the weekend here. A fantastically prepared circuit here just outside Glasgow. Hosted, of course, by the West of Scotland Kart Club. You can see the drivers walking out onto the circuit. We'll be back shortly with more action here at Larkhall for Event 3 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships.
Alfie Mayer and Max Jolly will be starting on the front row ahead of their final. We can just see them here talking to Dan Ashton about race start, making sure that tramline rules and start procedures are being followed properly. We do want to catch up with Max Jolly very shortly. Max hasn't been racing very long at all, only since September. Caught up with his mechanic earlier on in the weekend, who said how impressive it is that Max can do what he does with the time that he's been racing. We'll just go and speak to him now. Of course, Max as well has an absolutely fantastic media presence, so not shy of the camera. Max, how's your weekend been going? How are you feeling about being on the front row?
I feel really great to be on the front row. Had a alright quali, not the best, but the heats were alright. Pre-final P2, so starting P2 now for the final.
And of course, you're running with the Hunter Motorsport team. You've got Kai and Reese are advising you, giving you lots of guidance. They're both British champions. What have they been saying to you this weekend?
They've just been saying to keep overtaking and look forward and just push through the race and try and win it.
Try and win it. Very best of luck to you, Max. We'll also catch up with Alfie Mayer. Alfie, how's your weekend been? How was your pre-final?
Well, the pre-final was good. I won it, but all the other races hasn't been that well, but we could do better in the final.
And what are your expectations from the final? What do you think might happen?
I think it's going to be a big fight towards the end, and I hope I come out in first.
Best of luck to you, Alfie. We will head to the second row of our grid. Dean Powell sits down behind Alfie Mayer. Dean, can we catch up with you really quickly? What's been going on this weekend? We've been seeing some absolutely amazing overtakes. Talk us through it.
2 seconds, a third, and this one I hope I'll get the win. I've had a hard weekend. Last session, last race I was starting on the outside second, which was a very hard race. Had to go. I was going to rather stick around the outside or tuck in, and I did neither. I went back a few places, but I caught up and I got the third place.
Best of luck to you, Dean, for this race. We'll go over to who is starting behind Dean as well, Austin Oman. Austin, in our last event, the rotax event, matched Sam Pollitt's best ever final finish in this championship, which was the second. Austin, What's been going on this weekend? Can you tell us a little bit about it?
I've been high up in the grid, I've been low down the grid, I've been everywhere.
He's been everywhere. It's now time to clear the grid ahead of this Micromax final. We'll catch up with these drivers later on. Very best of luck to them all. Back up to you, Andrew.
Thank you very much. Eagerly anticipated final this for Micromax UK. We've had 3 races from this group of drivers so far this weekend, and every single one of them has been an absolute stunner. There's no reason to believe that this next 15 minutes plus 1 lap race would be any different, and some chances as well for drivers to get their best results so far this season. A quick recap. At the last round, PF International, it was Arthur Ferrer who took the race win from Austin Owen, as mentioned there. Second place, the best result for SPR in their history in a final in these championships. Josh Cook was third. Alfie Mayer and Maximilian Aberhart in the top 5. Bit of history back to last year as well. It was Cian Bernard who took the race victory ahead of Jensen Chalk. Let's take you through the grid then for Micromax UK. On pole position for this one, Alfie Mayer for Zip Factory team, Max Jolly alongside on the front row. Dian Pahal and Luke Millward go from row number 2. On row number 3, the winner of the WSKC round here a couple of weeks ago, Austin Oman, starts on row 3 alongside Sebastian Behrman. Joshua Cook and Josh Hushka start on row 4. Lucian Smith and Benedictas Masioka start on row 5. Then it's Logan Rolfe and Alfie Garrett on row number 6. Arthur Ferro is there on row 7, is joined by Ansel Murray. They're ahead of George Climo, and Chloe McGill on home Selwell on row number 8. Maria Roberto and Charlie Page start on row 9. Buddy Hugo and James Roots go from row number 10. Harris Barber and Hamish Gordon start on row 11 ahead of Maximilian Aberhart and Harry Radcliffe on row number 12. The 26 kart field is completed by row 13, Albert Farrow and George Swire. So, we've seen so many leaders across the course of this weekend. Cannot call who's going to take this one. We're going to get another formation lap for the runners here. Keep your comments coming in. Put the DDMM question in there, who we think is going to win this Micromax. I can guarantee you Nigel Mansell is not going to win this race. I don't think even his moustache would be able to fit into these carts, but there we go. David Whitehouse reckons Landon Norris might fit in the Micromax. I think he would have in his F3 days, but not now. He's grown up a bit. Indeed. Hello to Marilyn cheering on Josh Hushka in the number 55. Hello to Louise as well, cheering on the Farrow brothers. Are we going to see another storming drive from them through the field? Hello to Kerry as well, cheering on Alfie Garrett. He's had a good weekend. Great drive through after a difficult qualifying earlier on in the weekend. But a relative hush falls over Larkhall here ahead of this final for Micromax UK. About to go past the point where they can't make any more changes in terms of where they are on the grid. And if Nigel Edwards is happy, will be good for a start of a 15-minute plus 1 lap race to decide round 2 of the Micromax UK Vera Tools British Kart Championships for this year. We are away and running. Good start for Alfie Mayer. Good start for Max Jolly as well. From the opposite side of the grid, down and through towards turn number 3. It is Mayer in the lead. There's a couple of karts off in the background. I think one of them is Maria Roberto there in the purple helmet. But apart from that, we're all good and running up towards turn number 5 for the first time in this one. Move from Dian Pahal down the inside. Pahal takes the lead then from 3rd on the grid. Immediately to the front, and it's Austin Oman also coming down the inside. Oman from the 3rd row of the grid. Well, it's an absolute repeat of what we saw in Minimax 950. The driver from 5th place on the grid looks like they're going to lead at the end of lap 1. This is back into the position that Austin Oman was in 2 weeks ago in the club round. There's 2 karts off towards the back of the field. I think one of them might be Ansel Murray. I think the other is Albert Farrow in the number 42. Albert is out of the kart. Looks okay, but sadly in terms of competition is out of this one. Same story for Ansel Murray. Back at the front of the field. It's going to be a close race, this. This is going to be one about just keeping yourself in the main pack towards the front, not getting too far down the order. Here goes Pahal again down the inside into turn 5. Omen trying to hold around the outside there, running towards turn number 6. Pahal's got the move done. Mayer has stepped through as well into second place. Max Jolly having a look now at Austin Omen there, who's slotted into third. Good start for Sebastian Behrman in the background. I just saw the Jax Motorsport, the flash of green in the number 37 is up to 6th place, and has got some help from Lucian Smith behind as well. The number 44, the other Jax Motorsport runner with the red suit and the white helmet. End of lap number 2. New race leader, Dian Pahal for RCE, ahead of Alfie Mayer and Austin Omen into turn number 3 once again. We've seen that Dian Pahal is not afraid to take the lead in this one and go from the front. He's quite happy being in that position and knowing that there is going to be some pressure coming in, as there is right now. Mayer back down the inside, Omen helping through as well. Omen up to second place. Here comes Max Jolly down the inside of Pahal, but it's going to be switched back now for the next corner. Well read there by Luke Millward. Luke Millward, who took the pre-final win at PF a few weeks ago. He's continuing to keep himself up towards the front of these orders in Micromax UK. And Millward, reading that situation, now holds 4th round the final corner to complete lap number 3 then. Alfie Mayer back to the front of the order. Austin Omen there in second place. Luke Millward now going for 3rd place and has got 3rd place. Good move there from Luke Millward for KR Sports. Past Dian Pahal. Max Jolly's now looking down the inside of the number 23. Good defence there from Pahal on the outside. Holds the position. But this is great news for Mayer and Oman, because they're now starting to pull away from this group. Pahal back down the inside of Millward, retakes 3rd place. Jolly follows through as well, is back up into 4th. Josh Hushka is still there as well in 6th place, and keep an eye out for Joshua Cook as well. When he was on the road to taking the O-Plate title earlier in the year, very much went under the radar for the first half of the race. It's exactly the kind of run where, getting his last 3 or 4 laps, you could see Joshua Cook come forward and to the front. That's a move for 3rd. That's Max Jolly going back down the inside of Dian Pahal. But the gap is now starting to grow at the very front of the field. Mayer and Omen are now in the 56 4s. Everybody else in that immediate group behind is 56 8s, 56 7s. So who else we need to keep an eye on? George Swire. George was really unlucky in the pre-final, had technical problems that took him out of the running for that one. Was due to start in a really strong grid position towards the front of the order. Well, bounced back here. Had to start from the back of the grid, of course, having DNF'd in that pre-final. Has gained 11 spots right now. Is the fastest driver on the circuit as well. Is up to 15th. Similarly coming through the field, up 10 spots each. Maximilian Eberhardt and Harry Radcliffe. They're both 13th and 14th respectively. Still more than 10 minutes of this one to run then. End of lap number 5. Max Jolly, that was a big lap from Max Jolly, 55.92, and look at that. He's closed that gap in one single lap. Has closed the gap to Austin Owen directly ahead. That is one of the best race laps I think I've seen this weekend. And Max Jolly, who finished 3rd in the club round a few weeks ago, has already gone. In fact, down the inside there's Omen. Omen goes for the lead of the race. Mayer's going to switch back, try to retake the lead. They're nearly 3 wide heading into turn number 6. Pahal immediately down the inside again from Dian Pahal. Great reading of the race. Back into 3rd. Jolly's having to defend 4th place now from Luke Millward. Here comes Josh Cook as well in the O-Plate. To the inside once more. Omen looking for the move. Mayer leaves enough space. Some great defensive work. Omen taking a big chunk of curb. That's pretty much the only curb around this circuit that he can take, and it's worked. Back through goes Austin Omen into the lead of the race. Still 9 minutes of this one to go. We're not even at the stage of the race where we've got the length of a heat, as one driver's run a little bit wide there through turn number 2. Apologies, didn't quite catch who it was in the ball of dust, but back at the front of the order, this is a proper race. This is a proper race once again from the Micromax UK field. Oh, as round goes Pahal and gets back into the race, but is going to lose around 10 or 12 positions there. What a shame for Dian Pahal. He's out of contention now, you would think, for the major positions here today, and yes, slips all the way down to 18th. 8 minutes and 20 to go then. Austin Oman, your race leader. Alfie Mayer second, Joshua Cook now up to third place. There's a +5 second penalty for the number 42 of Albert Farrow. Albert Farrow, who's out of this race anyway. The same penalty, in fact, there's a +3 second penalty for Ansel Murray, the other driver out of this race. So that's not going to have any bearing on this race. But Austin Oman leads ahead of Alfie Mayer into turn number 6 once again. The KR Sport duo of Cook and Millward, who led the championship at the start of this weekend, are right there in third and fourth. At the moment, virtual championship scores would look like this. Millward would retain the championship lead. It'd be 9 points ahead of his teammate Cook, so 369 to 360. Austin Oman would be moving up to third place, ahead of Alfie Mayer in fourth, Max Jolly into fifth. It would be a very close picture as we'd head to Karting North East for round number 3 of the championship. And it's still very close, of course, in this final. 7 minutes remaining. We're into the second half on time now. It's a group of 4 at the very front of the field. Oman, Mayer, Cook, Millward, and Max Jolly pushing along again. New fastest lap a few moments ago, 55.92 for Max Jolly. He needs another one of those near tyre busting single laps to get him back into this main group. Looking a bit further back, that's Joss Hushko in the number 55, having a good scrap with Benedictas Masiokas over 6th place, with Alfie Garrett's not too far behind. 6.5 minutes to go, end of lap number 9. What is the gap back to Jolly? It's less than a second, and there's another change for the lead. Austin Oman retakes the lead, but just as soon as we say that, he's lost it again. Back comes Alfie Mayer. Joshua Cook's down the inside. Joshua Cook takes second place. And well, just as we saw at Wilton Mill at the start of the season for the single round O-Plate Championship, Joshua Cook, as this race develops, is bringing himself into play here. Millward looks to the inside of Austin Oman for third place through turn number 6. Max Jolly's going to be on the outside now, side by side with Austin Oman over fourth place. This is a pulsating race, as we've seen throughout the weekend here at Larkhall for Micromax. I'd count everybody all the way back to Alfie Garrett in 8th place as majorly part of the battle for the podium right now. The trouble is, 8 into 3 simply won't go. None of these drivers want to miss out. I'll tell you who else is having a really good race. Arthur Farrow. He's at it again. The final winner from PF International is up to 10th place in this race. And considering that in time qualifying, he was right towards the back in the heats, that is a tremendous run. Likewise for Harry Radcliffe and George Swire at 13 and 14 places just in this final. There are some super drives going on out there. Again, it's going to be very difficult to decide, who's going to get nominated for Viratal's Driver of the Day from this category. We're going to find out across the course of the next 4 3/4 minutes. There is Austin Oman going back down the inside of Max Jolly for fourth place. End of lap number 11. Here's another attack for the lead. This time it's Joshua Cook. So Joshua Cook to the front for the first time in this final. Alfie Mayer has a think about going back down the inside for the race lead. Thinks better of it. Luke Millward's there as well. Luke Millward's got a bit of good drive out of turn number 4. Heading towards 5 and then 6. Here comes Mayer back down the inside. Responds. Bit of help from Millward behind as well. Cook back down to 3rd. Out of the race, unfortunately, is the number 75 of Hamish Gordon, Scottish privateer. Unfortunately,
Hamish's race ends on lap number 11. Will still score points for 24th position. So, Millwood has taken the lead of the race now ahead of Alfie Mayer. This is not necessarily the key moment of this race, because if anything that we've learnt so far this weekend is it's going to close back up again. But what that does do right now is it extends Millwood's live championship points lead. It extends it to 16 points. Another new fastest lap of the race from George Swire, 55.86 seconds. Where is George Swire in relation to this battle? Well, he's in this group here that's trying to close in. As Mayer again down the inside retakes the lead. Austin Oman's back up into second place. This race is all going to be about timing. It's all going to be about where you are on the last lap. They're going to keep swapping positions back and forth, trying to keep themselves as far up the order as possible to not leave them with too much work, as Austin Oman has just done there to retake the lead of this race. Mayer back down to second place, Millwood third, Cook fourth. So Joshua Cook has got back ahead of Max Jolly. And switch it straight back around again. Max Jolly back down the inside of Joshua Cook, retakes fourth place, 2.5 minutes to go. George Swire is now up to 9th place. That's 17 positions gained now for George Swire, running for KR Sports. There's a notification regards Dean Pahal that number 23 is under investigation. There's a 5-second penalty as well for the number 44 of Lucian Smith. So Lucian Smith will fall down from 11th position. Here again, Millwood down the inside of Mayer, retakes second place. Max Jolly's back up to third. This is a good chance, actually, for Austin Oman to break away. There's a bit of a gap there between himself and the rest of the pack for the first time for any of our race leaders across the last 13 minutes or so. But again, the field behind, they get themselves reorganised, they start to reel the leader back in, especially when they'll go through turn 3 and 4 on this next lap and look to draft up behind the number 11 as they get towards turn number 5. Through down and towards turn 3, you can see Luke Millwood closing in with a bit of help from Max Jolly behind as well. Don't count out Mayer, don't count out Cook. Hushka's there also. Garrett and Masiokas are all less than 2 seconds off the race lead. And keep your eyes on the number 82 of George Swire, which is continuing to go very quickly. Down the inside for second place. Jolly back into second place. Austin Oman will like the fact that he's led this whole lap. He's not been challenged in the last lap and a half or so. The question is, can he keep himself? It just needs to be a kart length. It just needs to be a kart length clear of the rest of the field, and it will just suppress any thoughts of the drivers behind going for a move. But Max Jolly is going to go for the move, retakes the lead of the race. Less than a minute to go then. On to the penultimate lap of the race. Oman slots back into third place. Millwood's back up to P2. Look at Alfie Garrett as well. Alfie Garrett's coming through this order in the number 47 in the bright coloured helmet. The RCE, the top RCE runner now in this race. Another driver who had difficult times through the heats at the start of the weekend has flourished today on finals day. Owen's going to go back down the inside of Millwood, retakes second place. A bit of a delayed exit there means there is a gap for Max Jolly to work with. 10 seconds to go. There will be one more lap. The time will expire on this tour of the circuit. Just behind there in the black helmet, that's Benediktas Masiokas side by side with Josh Hushka over 7th place. They could fall into the clutches of George Swire there in 9th. Time is up. Last lap then. Max Jolly leads, has 1.14 kilometres to complete here at Larkhall to take a first ever win in the Vera Tools British Kart Championships. Sam Pollitt Racing and Austin Oman there, second place. That's where they finished at PF International. They've never had a win in the Vera Tools British Kart Championships. Luke Millwood, who missed out on a final victory, it's surely going to be one of these three. We're going to have a new winner. Max Jolly, he's turning the pace up again. This is what we saw in the middle of the race. This is the biggest lap of his young racing career. The driver from the Northeast, selected, picked up by Hunter Motorsport, is looking like he's going to deliver on the promise
He's going to take a first win round the final corner. Austin Oman tries to defend for second place, but it's Max Jolly. Max Jolly wins at Larkhall. He takes his first ever victory at this level in a final and wins from Austin Oman by 0.66 of a second. Luke Millward extends his championship lead with third place ahead of Alfie Mayer in fourth and Alfie Garrett in fifth place. But it's Max Jolly from the front row, the outside of the front row, in a race that went back and forth all over again. He takes the win, moves up to third in the championship rankings, and who knows where this young driver could go next. We have to remind ourselves he only started racing back in September. He got picked up by the Hunter Motorsport team at Warden Law, where we're going next, of course, for the rotax classes. And in a matter of a few months, less than a year, he is a winner in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. What a story. Drivers head back into Parc Fermé then, after another fantastic race from Micromax UK. Every single time they've come out on circuit this weekend, it has been entertainment, 10 out of 10, and clean racing as well. Really fair racing from all of them out there. There's Max Jolly running off. He's got himself weighed. That's all looking good. He will be beside himself with joy with that victory. And I say he managed that race so well. We said it was going to be about timing. We said it was going to be getting yourself in the right position at the right time. The bit I didn't anticipate was that single lap pace, that ability just mid-race. He did it twice in the lead up to it. There was a point where he was about a second behind, where he got across that gap from fourth to third. That was impressive. He then did it again later on, and then of course in that final lap as well. Absolutely fantastic. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that race as the drivers have take in what's just happened across the course of the last 15 minutes. Here was the race start. It was a very good one for Alfie Mayer from pole position. Dean Pahal as well up into second place early stage. Austin Oman also had a really good start in third. Maria Roberto was off the road there, but was able to recover back into the top 20 across the course of those 17 laps. Dean Pahal took an early lead, and this is the start of, I don't even know how many overtakes for the lead in that race. Austin Oman retaking the top spots. That was all just lap number one. Alfie Mayer came back at Pahal, and Oman had the lead for a good while in this one. I'd be very interested to know, in terms of like a cumulative amount of time, who led this race the most, because I say it just kept going back and forth. That was another take for Oman. Immediately Mayer would come back. Dean Pahal was still in there as well. You could see all the time Max Jolly was just keeping himself there in that top five, making sure that he was still as part of the discussion and part of the negotiation over who would have that race lead. Later on in it as well, Austin Oman looking to replicate that win that he had in the club round. That's how we lost Dean Pahal. Very close there, and just losing the back of the kart, being pitched a little bit by the surface as well into a spin. Dean Pahal did race actually back through to the top 10. It's just wonder for Dean Pahal what could have been if the number 23 was in that group at the very end of things. A win will come. I'm absolutely certain of it for Dean Pahal later in the year in these championships. It's just going to be a bit of a waiting game and waiting for the pieces to fall into place. But Dean Pahal can be very, very proud of efforts here this weekend. Continuing on though, Max Jolly back down the inside ahead of Luke Millward for second place. Austin Oman continued to quite regularly get himself to the front of the order, doing the tried and tested method that was working 2 weeks ago for the club round. And in the end though, Max Jolly managed to get into the lead and then really hit the hammer in that last 2 laps. The pace, very impressive indeed. Max Jolly took the race victory ahead of Austin Oman and Luke Millward. He won 2-3 in an absolutely magnificent final. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and to Nicole Sutherland, who's going to get the thoughts of our drivers after
We're
that
over
final.
with race winner Max Jolly. Max, first British win and first year in the British Kart Championships. How are you feeling?
I'm over the moon, to be honest. It's our first ever win in the British Champs, so I'm really happy.
And a big move there on Austin Oman partway through that race to get the lead. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I was in second and then I wanted to get the move on him so I could pull away and try and get the win, and I did, and then I won, yeah.
You've got so much support here this weekend, your mum, your mechanic Jordan, the Hunter Motorsport team, everybody cheering you on at home. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mechanic Jordan, my mum and dad for bringing me, Reese and Kai for giving me advice, and the whole team.
How are you going to celebrate, Max?
They're probably going to pour water all over me, to be honest, yeah.
Congratulations, you can go off and celebrate.
Thank you.
Back up to you, Andrew, for the next race of our day. If it's anything like what we just saw, we're in for a treat.
Welcome back to live coverage of Event 3 for this year's Vera Tools British Karts Championships. Getting ready for our third final here today. It'll be race number 23, the Honda Cadet GX200 final. Time 14:26 local time. So we're about just under 4 minutes away from the start of things here. Hopefully we're down on the grid with Nicole Sutherland shortly. 14 drivers in this one. Let's get some of their thoughts as we head down to the grid and Nicole.
We're over on the grid ahead of the Honda Cadet final. I stood next to Ralphie Branscombe. Ralphie keeping nice and cool there with his Milwaukee fan right next to him. I like that very much. Ralphie, we've seen you be really successful this weekend. Bit of a tougher pre-final. What went on for you?
Oh, we just didn't have enough grip in the pre-final, so we struggled a bit. But I'm hopefully going to get first this one.
And I was talking to co-commentator Andrew a bit earlier on. We were saying since your O-plate win, you've had so much momentum in every single race. Would you agree that wearing the O-plate has helped you?
Well, it hasn't helped me. It's made me more confident as a driver, and I feel like I have more confidence overtaking now.
Very best of luck to you, Ralphie. We'll hopefully catch up with you a little bit later on. Starting the engines over now with Dan Ashton. He's about to send these Honda Cadets on their way for their pre-final. Absolutely fantastic racing by them all season and all for this whole event. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on when we find out who our winners are for this race. Back up to you, Andrew. Introduce us.
Absolutely, getting ready then for the Honda Cadets GX200 final. It'll be a standing start, of course, for the drivers out there. Archie Loveridge on pole position, Andrew Sutherland alongside on the front row. Ed Spain and Kevin Ivanov form up the second row of the grid. Ralphie Branscombe, which we heard from Ralphie there, is joined on the third row of the grid by Margaris Kavekis. All Scottish fourth row, Archie Cannon and Ryan White. And Archie Cannon's had a really, really strong race pace so far this weekend. So definitely keep an eye on the number 42 on your screens coming through. 1 minute board in the air then from Clerk of the Course, Dan Ashton. Row 5, Riley Blakemore and Harry Grant complete the top 10. Shay Hilton and Luca Bukocki is there on the 6th row of the grid, and Jan Prakash and Esme Rosie complete the top 7. Lots of support as well. Hello to Maria cheering on Shay Hilton. Others as well. Hello to Maz cheering on Margaris Kavekis.
keep your comments coming in. 30-second board in the air now, getting ready to go. It will be a 15-lap race. Next up is the Honda Cadet GX200 final. Let's take you through the grid then for this one. It's Loveridge and Sutherland on the front row of the grid. Spain and Ivanov on row number 2. On the third row of the grid, Ralphie Branscombe and Margaris Kovekis. The formation lap begins. Archie Cannon and Ryan White will be on row number 4. Looking for some Scottish victory here in Larkhall. Row number 5, Riley Blakemore and Harry Grant start inside the top 10 for this one. Shea Hilton in the number 88 starts alongside Luca Bukocki on the number 77. First time we've seen Bukocki in the final so far this year. Jayan Prakash and Esme Rosie complete the 14 runners in this one. Beautiful conditions once again here at Larkhall, just outside Glasgow, in the west of Scotland. The overcast clouds that we had earlier on this morning have burned away, really. The sun's come through and it's back to the kind of sunny conditions that we had all of Saturday and all of Friday as well. Air temperature around 20 degrees Celsius right now. Track temperature a bit cooler than yesterday because of that those overcast clouds and conditions earlier on this morning. Should make for a very, very grippy race circuit for the drivers, as it has been throughout the whole weekend. Lap records have been smashed and smashed again, it would seem, in race trims so far this weekend. And something tells me that this is going to be, again, another very quick race. The grid forming up there. Standing start, of course, for Honda Cadet. You can see Andrew Sutherland just pointing the number 49 towards turn number 1. It's going to be a key run there from the outside of the front row. Archie Loveridge on the inside. Virtue of winning the pre-final earlier on today. Remember, Ralphie Branscombe leads the championship at the moment by 6 points from Archie Loveridge. What are we going to see here for the round 2 final? Away we go. Good start for Loveridge, good start for Sutherland as well. Kevin Ivanov's trying to get down the inside and get into second place, waiting for the carts to come through in towards turn number 3, and it's the front row sitters who've been able to hold on to their positions at the start of this race. Ralphie Branscombe's on the outside there. Archie Cannon's down the inside, going for, I think that's around 7th place. Down towards turn number 5 then, and immediately Loveridge and Sutherland go into their formation. They'll look to push away from the main group here. Battle for third place just behind Ed Spain and Kevin Ivanov going over that one. And I think Kevin Ivanov has just gestured to Ed Spain there to say, yep, you take third place, you crack on, get up the road, let's try and catch these two leaders, not let them get too far ahead. Coming round then to complete lap number 1. It is Archie Loveridge and Andrew Sutherland, clear by half a second over Ed Spain and Kevin Ivanov. Good start for Margaris Kovekis, is up to 5th place. Ryan White as well has had a difficult season so far, the reigning Honda Cadet GX200 champion. It's now up to 6th place. And Ralphie Branscombe definitely has work to do here in this one. Said on the grid, didn't quite have the pace. It's now there in 9th. Look at this, immediately Archie Loveridge defending there from Andrew Sutherland on lap number 2. That's allowed Spain and Ivanov and pretty much the whole field to catch up here. This is going to be one, I think, a bit similar to what we saw in Micromax. It's going to be about track position. It's going to be about ticking the laps on by and keeping yourself in contention. Ryan White, I think, is through and into 5th place. Yes, the Project 1 Racing red and white with green machine is up to 5th place. This is more like it from Ryan White. This is more like the performances that we did see last year on his way to taking the Honda Cadet title. Winding through turns 3 and 4 then. Once again on to the long run, flat out run towards turn number 5. Here on lap number 3. Good start as well for Esme Rosie. Good to see Esme back out there. Had a bit of a bump in the pre-final. Thankfully the Kart did a very good job of protecting Esme as a driver. And Esme is up to 11th place now in this race. That's a gain of 3 from the very start. Sweeping down then through the chicane towards the final corner. End of the 3rd lap of this one. As things stand, we would have a change in the championship lead. Archie Loveridge would be taking that lead away from Ralphie Branscombe and growing one to 4 points himself. Ryan White's currently your fastest driver out on circuit, 57.30 for the driver on the Project 1 chassis there. Looking pretty good right now, as here's the move for the lead. Sutherland down the inside. Well, Sutherland was fastest in free practice, I should say, earlier on Friday. Had a chat to his dad and asked, well, how's the setup feeling? He said, absolutely perfect. Not going to change a thing. And we have seen Andrew Sutherland be at the sharp end for all of these races so far this weekend. Can he bring home what would be a privateer victory for event 3 of the Vera Tools British Kart Championships? End of lap number 4. Sutherland confirmed your new leader. Ed Spain has got through into 2nd place. That does change things in terms of championship. It would give the championship lead, well, this kind of result would give the championship lead back to Branscombe by a single solitary point. Branscombe is back up to 8th place. He's got past Margaris Kavekis. And some good pace for Kavekis, the driver flying the flag for Lithuania. The 57.05 last time around. Which, well, I say, in terms of the pace this weekend, the lap record for Honda Cadet GX200 at the start of the weekend was a 57.95 set by Max today. That was at the round where Honda Cadet visited last year to Larkhall. I say that has been smashed, absolutely smashed, just in this race alone. A 57.03 and make that a 56.93. Ed Spain's just done the fastest lap of the race. Let's close right into Andrew Sutherland. Now, tactically, might be a call here from Ed Spain to go, well, we've got 2 very quick karts at the front of this race. They can start pushing away from Archie Loveridge and the rest of them behind. They're going to be locking themselves into a very, very strong position for the latter stages of this race. And I think that's what they're going to do. There's a wise bit of driving from Ed Spain, driver who's been racing for a good couple of years. And here now for Ambition Motorsport, who do some great work as a team, developing young drivers, particularly here in Honda Cadet. Paul and the team know, well, anything they don't know about Honda Cadet racing isn't worth knowing in my book. So yeah, they're developing a properly good driver here in Ed Spain. There's been a change for 3rd place. Swap between the Zip Factory team drivers. Kevin Ivanov's now ahead of Archie Loveridge. That's another bit of good news for Ralphie Branscombe. That's a point off right now in the live standings for Loveridge. So it extends the lead from 1 to 2 points for Ralphie Branscombe, who's still there in 8th place. Is trying to work with Riley Blakemore right now. In fact, I think down the inside there, Branscombe was going for a move, and yes, has got the move done on Riley Blakemore for 7th place. Side by side, Ryan White and Archie Cannon. Still keep an eye on Archie Cannon, especially later into this race. Still 8.5 minutes of it to go. Down from the rise once again. End of lap number 7. Sutherland and Spain doing a brilliant job here. They've grown that lead to nearly 1 second now over the 2 Zip runners immediately behind. They're going to have to really think now about how they play the next few laps. So otherwise, it's going to be thoughts in the mind of Ryan White and Archie Cannon behind of like, well, 3rd place is all we're going to be able to fight for today. And that's when you sometimes see a bit of a squabble beginning. Archie Cannon down the inside there of Ryan White for 5th place and has got 5th place. It's another spot for the young Scot. Another one of the drivers for Zip Factory team. That could be a useful train, actually. 3 teammates line astern, know each other well. for their sakes, they might be able to get a bit more momentum going and close in. Let's see what the pace is like at the end of lap number 8. 57.0 for Sutherland, 56.9 for Spain, 57.1s for Ivanov and Loveridge, but 56.9 as well for Archie Cannon. So there is some good pace at the moment for Archie Cannon. I just wonder what's going to be the best order, what's going to get the biggest return for the 3 Zip Factory team drivers. Is there going to be any coordination between them to try and get the fastest of them in clear air to the front and then keep them pushing with the 2 other karts behind? Right now, on what you'd say on the lap times we've seen so far, that Archie Cannon's number 42 is got a little bit more pace. That you'd want to tactically try and get that kart to the front and then push it along to further the return. But that is all tactics. It's very much easier talked about as opposed to executing it. 6.5 minutes remaining then. Sutherland still leading from Spain. They are holding that second gap to the 3-4 drivers behind. Once again along the back straight then. It's technically not a straight, it's like one very long curve. Oh, now there's a change. Archie Loveridge has gone through. Little thumbs up there to his teammate. Archie Cannon's going to be down the inside of Kevin Ivanov as well. Oh, and Kevin Ivanov's off and over the curb. That's opened the door for Ryan White to step through. Might have been a bit eager there from Archie Cannon. 2 young racers both going for the same piece of tarmac. Kevin Ivanov, hand in the air, doesn't look too happy about that. Has fallen into the clutches of Ralphie Branscombe now. Branscombe with the pink helmet there, currently in 7th place. So another lap ticks on by. Well, all that did do is it extended the gap between 2nd and 3rd. Andrew Sutherland and Ed Spain now 1.3 seconds clear ahead of Archie Loveridge. Ryan White about 7/10 further back. Sweeping through then into the stadium section. What a story it would be if Andrew Sutherland, let's say we saw Andrew make the very long trip, a 14-hour drive down to Wilton Mill to compete in the O Plate, and that was very much a like finding the feet event. I've been super impressed with Andrew Sutherland so far this weekend. Continues to lead this one from Ed Spain, just under 0.2 of a second. And the thing is now they really are starting to get that gap out. Archie Loveridge is in a difficult spot right now on his own. Always say with Honda Cadet, 2 engines better than 1. So they're pushing that gap away from Archie Loveridge, because Loveridge has got no support at the moment from behind. He needs the likes of Cannon and White to be right there on his bumper to sway the amount of power, quite literally in the group, back in the direction of those trying to chase down these 2 drivers here, Andrew Sutherland and Ed Spain. Got to give it to Ed Spain as well. This is a really well-constructed race so far from Ed Spain. 6th in the final at PF International. Started with, had a difficult day yesterday, 10th in the intermediate classification. Again, it's one of the nice things about this format with the heats on the Saturday and then the pre-finals and the finals on the Sunday. You know, that night's sleep, thinking overnight, just gives the drivers a bit of opportunity to think, well, what am I doing wrong? Where can I earn some time and gain a bit more performance? That's definitely what Ed Spain's done today. He's on for a very, very good haul of points. How is this affecting championship scores? Well, right now it would be Branscombe still at 2 points, and sure enough, straight as we talk about that, there's a change. Cannon goes through into 3rd place, takes the last spot on the podium, down the inside as well. Loveridge defending there. This is all coming back into the hands the likes of Ryan White and Kevin Ivanov. There is Ryan White and Ralphie Branscombe trying to get on the inside of the number 50 as well. Looks like it's going to be a 5-way scrap for the final spot on the podium, and right now it's going the way of Archie Cannon. So what all of that does, it means that Branscombe right now has a 3-point lead in the Virtual Championship scores. Loveridge is there in second place. Further 13 points back is Kevin Ivanov. Ed Spain with his performance is moving up to fourth place. We should remember for Andrew Sutherland, Andrew was not at PF International, so didn't score any points from that round. Could still be very much a factor in the championship if we see a full season campaign from Andrew Sutherland, because there are dropped scores, of course, for a Honda Cadet GX200, which are yet to come into play. Should note, though, that Andrew Sutherland would not be eligible for the 20 bonus points, which are added at the end of the season for drivers who attend every single event within their class. But that is all very much for the future. Right now, there's 1 minute and 40 seconds to go in this one. Sutherland still leads from Spain, and that great scrap for third place, currently headed up by Archie Cannon ahead of his teammate Archie Loveridge. Ryan White, one of the best runs that we've seen from White so far in 2024, is there in fifth. Sixth for Kevin Ivanov. Ralphie Branscombe holding in there in seventh place. I don't think the raw pace on the O-plated karts is quite there to what we saw yesterday. The good thing for Ralphie is he's keeping himself in range that just if there's a little bit of drama in the latter stages of this race, he's right there to pick up the spoils and pick up some more points, which you'd never know could be really, really important come the end of this season. 50 seconds to go on the clock. The battle at the front hasn't quite started yet, still with good reason. It's 3 seconds the gap back to this chasing pack. Going to have 2 more laps here. About 35 seconds on the clock as the leaders cross the line. There they go. Loveridge down the inside takes third place back from Cannon. Ryan White's down the inside as well. Brave stuff from Ryan White. Takes fourth. Kevin Ivanov not quite able to take advantage of Cannon being wide into driver's right. I see the point there from Archie Loveridge saying, now here we go. Here we go. The battle for the lead has begun with a lap and a half to go. Ed Spain has gone for the move through turn number 5 ahead of Andrew Sutherland. Ivanov's down the inside of White, which becomes the outside now for this next part of the course. Branscombe's going to have go down the inside. That's the kind of move that Ralphie Branscombe needs today. He needs to take those chances when they present themselves. That's Branscombe up to 6th place. Coming round then onto the final lap of the race. Top 2, bumper to bumper. Ed Spain confirmed as your new leader. Ryan White down the inside there of Archie Cannon for 4th place. That's very good for Loveridge. A bit of a gap now for Loveridge in 3rd back to the chasing pack. But this is the key one now. This is going to be surely Andrew Sutherland's best opportunity. This long, long run towards turn 5. Ed Spain's aware of it. Sits to the inside. Sutherland is going to have to try and move, you'd think, into turn number 6. Has been good through here this weekend. Ed Spain again is wise to it. Good defensive driving from Ed Spain. Good positioning off the corner as well from the driver in the number 72. Into turn number 8 now. Through the banking. Ed Spain. Is this going to be a turnaround performance for Ed Spain down through the chicane into the final corner? There could be a switchback on here. It's going to be a win for Ambition Motorsport and Ed Spain. Ed Spain takes round 2 of the Honda Cadet GX200 Wera Tools British Kart Championship for this year. Wins by 0.08 of a second ahead of Andrew Sutherland. Andrew Sutherland is definitely going to be a contender for Privateer of the Day with that performance, with the award from My Race Labs. 3rd for Archie Loveridge, 4th for Ryan White. Ralphie Branscombe comes home in 5th place, got ahead of Kevin Ivanov and Archie Cannon on that last lap, gets himself another point or so, will lead the championship by 4 heading to the next round that for Honda Cadet will be at Wilton Mill on the second weekend of June, the 7th to the 9th of June. What a run, what a drive for Ed Spain. Kept it so calm and collected through the whole 15 minutes there. Knew there was going to be an opportunity. That's what Honda Cadet GX200 is all about. Developing racecraft, picking your moments. And for Ed Spain, a first victory of the season. Brilliant turnaround from him and the team as well. They've had a difficult start to the year, had a difficult start to this round, of course, but that won't matter right now because they have a race victory. Let's have a look at some of the highlights then from that Honda Cadet GX200 final. This was the very start of the race. Archie Loveridge on pole position with Andrew Sutherland alongside on the front row. I'm waiting for those lights to go out. There they went out. Good start for both drivers on the front row of the grid, but particularly for Sutherland. I think that little positioning of the kart pointing towards turn one really served him very well to make sure that he wasn't going to lose out to anybody else on the inside of the grid, on the inside column. Early stages, it was Loveridge and Sutherland trying to push off the front, but a really good start for Ed Spain from third place on the grid after that strong pre-final, showing that once again the pace was there to keep himself at the front of the order. Moved by Loveridge down the inside, took the lead away from Sutherland. That was quite an important moment for Ed Spain because it brought him back in, very much back into play. There was a bit of a gap, of course, between the front two and the second two. Sutherland then went for the lead of the race. Loveridge into second place. Ed Spain would strike soon as well to get himself up into the next spot, and then they would start working together. Some really good Honda Cadet GX200 work there between drivers. It's a hard circuit for them to do. It's technical, it's tight, it's twisty at times. It's not like one of those circuits where you've got big long straights everywhere and it's a bit easier to bump draft away from a group. You've got to be very precise with your positioning. Good battle here for third place with three of the SIP Factory team drivers involved there. Kevin Ivanov, not the first driver that we've seen over on that curb, and very difficult to get back on circuit, but Ivanov would race back through, would come back through into that pack for third down to seventh place, in the end would finish in sixth. Archie Cannon had a very good third quarter of the race, was up into third for quite a while, but an attack from his teammate Archie Loveridge there, that would get Loveridge back into third place. Ryan White would come through. I think still a bit of work, of course, to do for Ryan White if he's going to defend this Honda Cadet title, but that race can give him a good hope for the next round at Wilton Mill. But it was Ed Spain who took the race win with a really, really good performance, went for the lead on the penultimate lap of the race, and his positioning, his defensive positioning on that last lap, absolutely superb, and was good enough to take the race victory and elevate himself to fourth place in the points standings as well. Let's head down to Parc Fermé and Nicole Sutherland.
What a race by our Honda Cadet grid there. We're with Ed Spain. Ed, tell us about your battle with Andrew.
It was very intense, very nervous. There was a massive gap, so we decided to push till the last couple of laps, and I managed to defend him.
Absolutely fantastic result. And how are you feeling going into the rest of the championship now?
Very good.
Who have you got to thank for this weekend as well then, Ed?
I'd like to thank my dad for mechanicking, my sister and mum for the support, and all my family. Ambition Motorsport for the setup and driver coaching. SMS, my sponsor, and that's all.
I think your dad, Gary, is looking to give you a hug there. We'll let you celebrate then, Ed.
Well done, mate. First one.
Great scenes down there in Parc Fermé. Two more races to go here this afternoon. In around 7 minutes' time, we'll have Senior Rotax going off for their final. Another eagerly anticipated one in what is already shaping up to be potentially a classic season for Senior Rotax here in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. I asked Guy Cunnington yesterday in the Paddock Show. If you missed the Paddock Show, you can watch it back on the Karting UK YouTube channel at your leisure. I asked Guy, he's very well positioned to talk about this thing because he was our first champion of the modern era back in 2019. I asked him, Guy, is this the best Senior Rotax field in the modern era of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships? And his answer was quite simply yes. Yes, it is. He is a part of it, of course, along with 33 other drivers who are going to be going for the win. We'll be back shortly with more action here at Larkhall after these short messages.
We're over on the pre-grid with Teddy Pritchard-Williams as he gets his suit on ahead of this race. Teddy, some really good heats, good racing by you, and then a bit of bad luck in the pre-final. What happened?
Just a bit of a coming together in the last corner. Two crashed in front. We just kind of went over the back and into the barrier. So it makes the championship hard and it makes this race hard, but you can't get backwards, can we? So.
Yeah, and I heard you're quite the golfer as well. From my sources, you reckon your race will be as good as your golf?
I hope it's better. I do hope it's better. But yeah, we'll see how we get on. I'm looking forward to it. So yeah, let's go.
Best of luck to you, Teddy. We'll catch up with you later. We'll just head down the grid. I also want to talk to Jack Lilly, who was involved in that incident with Teddy earlier on in the pre-final. Jack, sorry to ambush you here. We saw you had a bit of a issue. You had to pull in, technical flag. What happened?
Yeah, just going through in the last corner, we had a bit of an incident. I went for a clean move on someone, and someone just decided to follow through on me going over the back and rip the exhaust. So I had to come in for the technical. So obviously we're starting at the back, so I want to come forward as much as possible.
And so, like you said, you're starting further at the back. In your opinion, do you reckon the overtakes are going to be harder, or do you reckon it's just easy to get the moves done?
I'd say it's going to be a bit more challenging to make the moves done, as there is a lot more karts, and usually in the midfield everyone decides to white line and all that, so it's just trying to get through the pack.
Best of luck to you, Jack. We'll also go over to speak to Tristan Rennie. Tristan, not a driver we've caught up with so far in this championship. So with the Craft Motorsport team. Tristan, can we talk to you really quickly? You're a local driver to this track. Do you reckon you know the track to race on better than some of your competitors?
Definitely. We've practiced here quite a few times now. Not as much as you'd think. You know, we've only been here a few times, even though on a new track, but yeah, definitely a few more times than other drivers, yeah.
And obviously you've got your teammate Lewis Gilbert up at the front with you. Have you and Lewis been working together this weekend, or have you been sharing any information?
Yeah, it definitely helps having him, because we bounce off of the data, and he knows his track as well, just as well as I do, so it's really good and improving on getting faster. So.
Great to hear from you, Tristan. Have a good race. We'll also go over to Cian Geraghty. We spoke to Cian last week at the IAMI round, where he was running in his privateer team with his dad. Cian, quick turnaround between IAMI and Rotax this week for you. I believe you missed the Friday. What's this weekend been like?
It's been a bit of a struggle because I had GCSEs on Friday, so it's been a bit of a rush to get here, but yeah, I think we've done not too bad considering we've not been able to do any testing at the track before this race. So straight in yesterday with one practice before quali.
And Tom, if we look down at Cian's kart, we've got a bit of dirt on one of the front tyres there. Cian, is that from some grass tracking or coming into the pits? How have you managed that?
That was just coming into the pits.
Great to hear from you then, Cian. Very best of luck to you. Head up further to the front of the grid. We've got Kai Hunter here. Kai may be a little bit out of position compared to what he would usually be like. Hi, Kai.
Hi, Nicole.
What's been going on, Kai, today?
Not a lot, actually. It's been pretty average. I don't know what's going on, but hopefully we'll fix it for the final.
I asked a similar question last week at X30 to Noah Wolf, who said he was having an average weekend. You know, average for you is probably really good for somebody else. What does it look like for you?
Yeah, I like to win, so if I'm not winning, then I'm not doing the greatest. So yeah, I think 6th position in the championship terms is not actually that bad, but where I want to be is I want to win. So yeah.
Good luck then, Kai. Also want to catch up with one of our biggest movers this weekend, which is Guy Cunnington. Guy, not the best qualifying, but we've seen some absolute moves by you this weekend. You're going up an average of 10 to 15 positions in each heat, and then a fantastic pre-final. Tell us about it.
Yeah, an issue in quali. That made my weekend interesting, but it's been quite fun. So yeah, we'll try and move forward a few more, and I'll be quite happy with that. So.
We'll watch you move forward then, Guy. Very best of luck to you. Bell has gone now. Time to clear the grid. Last time this weekend, it will be the senior rotax. Back to you, Andrew.
Thank you very much, Nicole. And yeah, another eagerly anticipated race here at Larkhall. The second final of the year for the senior rotax category in the Wera British Kart Championships. And I recommend to the battle that we saw in the pre-final. I'd say, looking back to last year's results, can Lewis Gilbert repeat the victory that he had here I say 12 months ago, but the last time that the Rotax drivers visited Larkhall. Macaulay Bishop, of course, won the junior race in that year. We're going to get ready for it, of course. It is the senior Rotax final next. Let's blast through this grid of 34 drivers. Macaulay Bishop and Joshua Graham on the front row of the grid. Callum Bradshaw and Lewis Gilbert start on row number 2. Guy Cunnington and Kai Hunter start on row 3 ahead of Tristan Rennie and Brandon Klein Nagelfort. Archie Walker and Cian Geraghty start on row 5 ahead of Caden McQueen and Jamie Perilli. Archie Buttle and Pearson Bullock Carter start on row 7 ahead of Gustav Uzkovs and Stephen Napier. Louis Weaver and Rachel Robertson start on row 9, completing the top 20 on row 10 are Ewan Charman and Neo Clark, who raced through from the repechage. James Lowther and Alex Duncan start on row 11. Jack Collins and David Mitchell on row 12. Deacon Russell and Sam Baker on row number 13. Ahead of Reg Hayward and John Brown on row 14. Liam Thomas and Alex Mooney complete the top 30 on row 15. Ahead of the drivers who had problems in the pre-final. Jack Lilly and Reece Bailey on row 16. Angus Scrivener and Teddy Pritchard Williams, the winner here 2 weeks ago, for the club round, start at the back, row 17, in a 34 kart field. We have had some stunning races so far this year in senior Rotax in the Wera British Kart Championships. What is Larkhall going to give us? It's going to give us an extra formation lap. That's what it's going to give us straight away. There we go. And a little spin as well for Liam Thomas. I think we've got 2 karts not showing as not out there. James Lowther and Sam Baker. Now that is just information in the box here. It could, that's why. That looks to be. Is that the number 31 of Sam Baker out of this race? I think it is. So drama before we've even begun here. For Sam Baker's done great things to get through into this final. 28 of them automatically qualified through. Another 6 through from the repechage. Then, of course, had the pre-final that set the grid for this final. Once again, it'll be 65 championship points on offer by my very unofficial calculations that will become a bit more official in a moment once data starts coming through from timing. Callum Bradshaw is still your championship leader. Won the final, of course, last time out at PF International. Starts this one on the 3rd row of the grid. Interesting as well that Bishop has chosen. He's gone for the inside line. He's had some very good race starts and had experience, of course, starting from that inside line so far this weekend in the heats. Are we ready to go then for the final? 15 minutes of pulsating action here at Larkhall are underway. Good start for Bishop from pole position. They file through towards turn 3 for the first time, flat out. Bradshaw's immediately up to 2nd place. As we heard from Jack Lilly on the grid, immediately everyone in the midfield, white line and keeping it on the inside.
There's trouble there for, I think that's the number 27 of Liam Thomas, having problems getting going once more. Some have issues on that false start the first time around, but it is Macaulay Bishop who's got the race lead. Bishop, who went toe-to-toe with Callum Bradshaw. There's a couple of karts off towards the back of the field. I think one of them is the number 12 of Jack Collins for Pro Train. He's got through to the final here, but that's not the start he would have wanted. Ewan Charman's on the attack as well for Racing Perfection there in the red and white, number 42, the Beryl Arch chassis. But end of lap number 1, it's Bishop, Bradshaw, Gilbert, Graham, Cunnington, Hunter, Rennie, McQueen, Walker and Klein Nagelvort, your top 10. On the move there, looks to be one of the Jacks drivers. I think it might have been Jamie Perilli for 12th place. As there, out of the race as well as Liam Thomas for GMS. End of the weekend, not the way he would have wanted it to finish. And look at this train. Bishop is defending. Wants to keep this affair tight. Bradshaw's looking down the inside into the chicane. Bishop goes across the grass. Bradshaw takes the lead. Gilbert through into second place. I think there was a little wave there. I don't think Callum Bradshaw was too happy about that one. I think yes, Joshua Graham also got through on Bishop, through into third place. Well, that was a move and a half. That was two drivers not wanting to give an inch. Through towards turn 5 then. Down the inside. Here goes Lewis Gilbert. Lewis Gilbert takes the lead of the race. Well, he won this race last year. It was round 3 of the 2023 championship, on his way to finishing 4th last year in senior rotax. He's been absolutely rapid so far this week as Lewis Gilbert. And now here he is taking on the best of British. Bradshaw's back down the inside, but they've gone deep. Through comes Graham. Through comes Joshua Graham. What a great reading of the scenario there by Joshua Graham for KR Sport. And he's got a bit of a gap now. Clear of the rest of the field. Bradshaw's second. Kai Hunter's up into third place. Guy Cunnington has also worked his way up. He's there in 4th. Where has Gilbert ended up? I think he's ended up in about 6th place. He's behind Caden McQueen. McQueen, who had an awful start to the weekend, was facing the wrong way in turn number 6 in his first heat of the day. He's fought back brilliantly. Doors slightly open there for Bishop. Oh, as Caden McQueen's off and on the grass. And just as we say it was all going well, it's now going backwards again. Brandon Klein Nagelvort's on the grass. Tristan Rennie's in a bit of bother as well. My, oh my, this is, well, it's exactly what we were expected in a way for senior rotax here today. I'll tell you what we didn't expect. Joshua Graham to be 1.7 seconds clear of the rest of the field at the end of lap number 4. Callum Bradshaw's backed them up again. It's worked. Hunter's back down the inside of Cunnington for third place. Gilbert's going to try and get his way through past Bishop once more for a position. Well, we saw Callum Bradshaw do this in the pre-final. Have a lap or so of defending quite hard to kind of back the pack up and then hit the gas pedal at the moment where they're all fighting amongst themselves. It worked in the pre-final. It's worked again here. The trouble is now the former world champ has got 1.8 seconds in arrears to find up to Joshua Graham at the front of the field. Joshua Graham, who had, by his lofty standards, not a great round at PF International, was 10th in the final at round number 1. 6th yesterday across the course of the heats. Has lit it up here today for KR Sports. Race feels like it's getting into a bit more of a rhythm now. There's a +5 second penalty to report on. It's Angus Scrivener. He's in 22nd place. That's one of the drivers who had problems in the pre-final. I think Jack Lilly, I just saw out of my commentary box window, is also in a spot of bother, running slowly from turn number 6 to turn number 7. He's almost good. I think he's going to be in the pits here. Is Jack Lilly. No, he's going to go round again. He's about 2 corners ahead of the race leader. 10 minutes to go then. What is the pace like for Joshua Graham? This is a tough circuit to keep that rhythm, especially at the end of a long weekend. It's physical out there. It's 2 seconds. He's pulling away from Bradshaw. 48.86 for Joshua Graham last time around. 49.04 for Callum Bradshaw, who's now got about 4 tenths over Kai Hunter and the rest.
Well, Joshua Graham, who moved to KR Sport at the start of this season, facilitating his move up into senior rotax from juniors last year. This would be quite a story for him to take this round win. He was 5th a couple of weeks ago in the club round. Sweeping down again. What have the rest of them got? What's Bradshaw, Hunter, Cunnington and Gilbert got in the second half of this race? Not quite in the second half of this race. Yet again, another 2/10 for Joshua Graham. Another new fastest lap of the race. They cannot deal with Graham's pace right now. This is a magnificent run for the driver who was 3rd last year in the Junior Rotax Championship. 8 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Who's making good progress? I tell you who's making good progress. Teddy Pritchard-Williams is throwing everything at this. Super Ted is charging through. 18 spots right now is the net gain for the Welshman. And he's up to 16th place. There's a technical flag going out. It's the number 98. It's the end of the weekend for Alex Moody, unfortunately. Alex Duncan has also received a 5-second. Another new fastest. Where is this pace coming from Joshua Graham? This is absolutely magnificent from Joshua Graham and KR Sport. They are taking the senior Rotax field, which has been close all year. As I say, of course, Bradshaw had the clean sweep from... there's the problem for Alex Moody. Front bumper has detached itself and gone for its holidays here in Scotland in the sunshine. That is why the technical flag has been out for the number 98. I say the last time out at PF International, it was close. Yes, it was Bradshaw getting himself to the front every single race. Through the heats, through the pre-final and the final, was the only driver through all of the Rotax categories with a perfect score. But this is something else from Joshua Graham. Pounding in these laps. 48.5 that time around. That is serious pace at the end of a long weekend. His lead is now 2.5 seconds. You see by the body language of Callum Bradshaw's number 99, he's pushing, he is giving everything. Kai Hunter's going with him as well. I think that's got to be the biggest hope now for Bradshaw and Hunter. If they can work together, just hope that maybe Graham has pushed a little bit too hard on his tyres in the first half of this race. They start to see Graham fading a bit in the second half of this race, but that's just not happening right now. The first time in a while he's not set a new fastest lap of the race, but it was a 48.6. It was another 10th quicker than both Bradshaw and Hunter last time around. Change for 12th place to report. Pearson Bullock Carter has got past Jamie Perilli for that position. Teddy Pritchard-Williams is now into the top 15. As this race goes on, it's interesting for Bradshaw and Hunter as well. I mean, if in Kai Hunter's mind, surely he's got to be thinking championship. Did not have a good round at PF International. Hasn't used all of his drop scores, of course, at this stage of the season, but there were scores in there that we would hope by the end of this championship would be disregarded. He needs a solid score here this weekend. He needs to get back on track. Of course, he'd like more than 3rd place, but what he doesn't want is an incident with Callum Bradshaw, with the championship leader, that would put him again outside of the top 15, out of the race. That looks like Reg Hayward. Yes, it is, in the number 73. A tough weekend. Oh, now plus 5-second penalty for Kart's number 99. Callum Bradshaw has got a penalty. That has just appeared on my timing screen in the commentary box at 15:12. That changes things big time now. Not just in this race, but in the championship. The championship leader has now got to get down the road. Kai Hunter is effectively sat in a net 2nd place right now. At the moment, 5 seconds would put Bradshaw back into around 11th place. So back around Jamie Perilli and Pearson Bullock Carter. Not 100% sure on what the 5-second penalty is for, so we won't speculate. But those are the facts right now. There's also a +5 second penalty for the number 9. That's Pearson Bullock Carter. 4.5 minutes remaining. Well, Joshua Graham is in a really comfortable position now. Not only has he got a 3.3 second lead, but the driver who can beat him in this race right now is stuck up behind another driver with a penalty. A very strong driver in Callum Bradshaw. But nonetheless, right now, Kai Hunter can't do anything about catching back up to Joshua Graham, and it would be such a risky move to try and get past Bradshaw now. We talk about the risk versus the reward, the potential return for Kai Hunter right now. I don't think it's worth going for this move. Bradshaw wants to get down the road anyway. With that 5 second penalty, he wants to stretch out ahead of as many drivers in this field as possible. 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in this one. Another position for Teddy Pritchard-Williams is up 20 spots now into 14th. Apologies for a little glitch on the timing tower there. James Lowther is not in the lead of the race and not falling down the order. He's down in around 20th position. There have been a couple of transponder issues today on the number 8, so we'll just note that one, of course, so it doesn't confuse us all. 3.25 minutes to go. Here's a good battle. This is it's the 6th place on the road battle right now. Lewis Gilbert, Archie Walker, Archie Buttle, Caden McQueen and Cian Geraghty. Right now, all of these drivers are within range of being able to take advantage of Callum Bradshaw's penalty. I'm not sure whether they'll be aware of that at this moment. As going through into turn 6 now. Has Hunter made the move? Yes, Kai Hunter's made the move. It's off of our screens. Has got past Callum Bradshaw for second place on the road now. Doesn't change things for Kai Hunter in terms of what championship points he was getting, because he was getting that second place anyway, virtue of Bradshaw's penalty. But Hunter will now be providing a bit of a tow, perhaps for Callum Bradshaw. Out is Jack Lilly. Really tough day for Jack Lilly, but I think he can take solace from the fact that his race pace, when it was going well this weekend, was very, very good indeed. A bit further forward. Oh, it's through past Guy Cunnington has gone Macaulay Bishop, so that's for 4th place. Lewis Gilbert having to defend really hard here. I don't think this is the kind of race that that Archie Walker would have expected when he woke up this morning and had pole position for the pre-final. He's still scoring a good haul of championship points right now. What's that gap looking like at the front of the field? It's still going up. This is relentless from Joshua Graham. 4.6 seconds now clear of the rest of the field. Lewis Gilbert has just received a warning flag for driving standards. Bishop and Guy Cunnington, what do they do over the course of the next minute and 20 plus 1 lap? What's their pace like? Fairly even compared to Kai Hunter and Callum Bradshaw. That effectively is your fight for the final spot on the podium, of course, with the +5 for Bradshaw. There was another +5 second penalty for a different driver, number 93. That's Brandon Klein Nagelvort, who's faded a bit in this one. It's down to 15th place on the road. There's your race leader, Joshua Graham, who must be having the time of his life out there. For the pleasure of watching this young man drive for a good number of years. This is one of the best performances I think I've ever seen from Joshua Graham. And that's a quite lofty list of drives. Really does put him back in the picture. As we head to Warden Law next, which I think I'm right in saying is where another one of his spectacular drives when he was with Argenti, who came from last year when he was in juniors. 2 more laps then. Another +5 second penalty coming up on the board. It's the number 21 this time. It's Deacon Russell. And just to confirm, if you're just joining us, quite a few penalties in this race. But most importantly, at 12 minutes past 3, the number 99, Callum Bradshaw, at the moment is not going to keep hold of that 3rd place on the podium right now. Because Macaulay Bishop, Guy Cunnington, Lewis Gilbert, and still a couple of others as well are still in range. It's not going to be too bad
a drop for Bradshaw. He's done exactly what he needed to do from the championship perspective. It's just kept going, not battled too hard for track positions. It's all about time on the road for him right now. We'll check it through as we're going on to the final lap. Joshua Graham has dominated this race. Great reading of the battle at the very front when Bradshaw and Gilbert went and had a bit of a discussion over first place. Great, that's when Graham got through, and he has just unleashed a world of fury in terms of pace on the rest of this field. Right now, Bradshaw, by the way, would slip down to 7th place. No, just ahead of Caden McQueen. He'd slip down to 6th place. That's not going to bother Joshua Graham, who's going to take his first victory of the season. Moved to KR Sport. They have delivered the package for him today to win at Larkhall. He takes victory here in round 2 of the senior rotax class for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships with a win by 5.6 seconds. A gargantuan gap in karting terms over reigning champion Kai Hunter. Kai Hunter's title defence is back on track, I'd say, with that result. And his best race of the weekend he leaves to the last. He'll be happy with that. Third on the road for Callum Bradshaw, but a penalty earlier in the race means it's Macaulay Bishop who'll be on the podium. Guy Cunnington can be pretty pleased, I think, with things. The return of 4th place once penalties are applied after his very tough time qualifying at the start of the day. Lewis Gilbert was next up, 6th on the road. Caden McQueen also received a 5-second penalty right at the end there, just came in on our notifications on the last lap. So Caden McQueen will slip down as well. Archie Walker 8th on the road. Pearson Bullock Carter 9th. 10th for Archie Buttle. Keane Geraghty 11th place. Jamie Perilli in 12th. What a drive from Teddy Pritchard-Williams. It's a shame we couldn't have him at the front of the field for that race, because I think he would have been a factor. But 21 positions gained for Teddy Pritchard-Williams in that one. Ewan Charman 14th. Brandon Klein-Nagelvort 15th. Another driver with a plus 5-second penalty to be applied. Angus Scrivener 16th ahead of Gustav Uzakovs. Great, another driver. There's been quite a few drivers this weekend who've had GCSEs and school exams who've had disrupted weekends from a racing perspective. Gustav was up one of them. Raced through from the repechage, having had not even a run in qualifying to start this weekend. No practice at all, straight into race conditions. Was 17th in that final. James Lowther 18th ahead of Louis Weaver and Rachel Robertson in the top 20 as well. Deacon Russell, Stephen Napier, Reese Bailey, John Brown, all in the top 25, completed by Jack Collins. Neo Clark, David Mitchell, Alex Duncan, Jack Lilly, and Reg Hayward in the top 30. We're into the retirements now. Lillian Hayward both didn't see the checkered flag. Alex Moody, Tristan Rennie, Sam Baker, and Liam Thomas, unfortunately, DNF'd in that one. But, well, the reactions of the drivers, cool, calm and collected for them. But it's good to see there. Good sportsmanship from Guy Cunnington there. Giving a big hug to Joshua Graham on that performance. That was a performance and a half. I did not expect that. Full credit to Joshua Graham and what he's just done there. Little chat between Kai Hunter and Macaulay Bishop. Good to see them on good terms, discussing how their finals went. They'll both be on the podium, at least provisionally, with the penalty for Bradshaw. Let's have a look at some of the highlights then from that senior Rotax final. Another chapter in the books of this remarkable season. Starts the race, Macaulay Bishop from pole position with Joshua Graham alongside on that front row. It's advantage Bishop, as you'd expect from that inside column of the grid. Bradshaw through as well into P2. Flowing through the first couple of corners and into turn number 6. And we wondered, would there be things between Bishop and Bradshaw? They had a really good battle last time out at PF International in round number 1. Lewis Gilbert there as well. That was a flashpoint. That may have been what the plus 5-second penalty was for. Can't confirm that, the information that we've got here in the box. But what we do know is, of course, that Bradshaw did get a 5-second penalty that would change the course of his race. It would shuffle Bishop back a bit. It would give the opportunity for Lewis Gilbert to take the lead of the race, trying to do 2 final wins in a row, of course, won here at Larkhall in 2023. But this was the key moment for Joshua Graham. Bradshaw with a big one down the inside. And yeah, they just got a bit tight to the early part of the apex there, both Bradshaw and Gilbert. Graham stepped through and then just went into what felt like rocket mode and disappeared off the front of the pack. Bradshaw was keeping it tight in there. That was Caden McQueen running wide. Very lurid moment there for Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort and Tristan Rennie. Both returned to the circuit. For Rennie, it would be a run through. Can't quite see where he was on the result, apologies. But a good weekend for Tristan Rennie in terms of race pace. The race would continue. The Craft Motorsport drivers didn't quite have, in the longer form of the race, that pace we were expecting. Joshua Graham did, though, taking a win. One of the biggest margins I think we've seen so far in any category for this year's Wera Tools British Kart Championships, taking it by 5.6 seconds ahead of Kai Hunter. Macaulay Bishop will be, at least provisionally, classified third. Well, there we go. We'll see Senior Rotax next at Warden Law. That's going to be a very, very key round and enjoyable to watch on the weekend of the 28th to the 30th of June. Do hope you can join us there. That'll be event 5 for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. We do, of course, have one race to go this weekend, and this promises to be a bit of a belter as well. Junior Rotax will culminate things here at Larkhall for event 3, the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Let's head down to the pre-grid for the last time today, down to Nicole Sutherland.
5.66 second win here by Joshua Graham. Josh, what a way to win a British Kart Championships final.
Yeah, it was a very tricky start. I was on the outside, so I dropped back to 4th or 5th or something. But after that, I made my way to the front and pulled a lap, pulled a big gap, and every lap was consistent. I was doing the same lap times every lap, and yeah, it paid off.
Yeah, paid off 100%. And who have you got to thank for this weekend?
All of KL Sport, Ash, Martin, Chris Simpson, my dad, obviously. Without him, I wouldn't be here. I'd like to thank I'd like to dedicate the win to my nan who passed away very recently. Thank you.
How are you going to celebrate, Josh?
Well, I've got an 8-hour car journey home, so I'll be asleep most of it. But yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, have a good nap and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
We'll head back over to the grid shortly. Quick word from Andrew, and I'll see you in a second.
Welcome back to Larkhall, getting ready for the last race of the day. Great to hear from Joshua Graham there, and a very well-earned rest on his journey home. As I say, one more race to go here this weekend. It is the Junior Rotax final. We will be down on the grid shortly with Nicole Sutherland to catch some of the thoughts of the drivers ahead of this last race of the weekend for Event 3 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. If you missed any of the action, don't worry. You can watch it back across the platform of your choice. For now, though, let's head down to the grid and Nicole Sutherland.
Over on the grid with William Antrobus, who's been pretty unstoppable this weekend. William, tell us about it.
Yeah, it's been a very good weekend, starting off with pole overall, and then doing both the heats as well, and just doing the pre-final. If we can have a good final now, it'll be good for us, so I'm hoping for that.
You know, and over the past couple of years, 2022, you got really close, 2023 when you were with Thule Motorsport. Do you think this will be your year to take that win at Larkhall?
It's a matter of whether it's luck as well on your side, because sometimes you can have great pace, great everything, and not have the luck on your side. But at the moment I've got it, so it's whether or not I have it now.
Well, we'll shortly find out if you've got it then, William. Good luck to you. We'll also go over to the second row of our grid with Harrison Whitcomb. Harrison said a bit earlier on in this weekend that it was damage limitation for him after qualifying. I don't think that's the case anymore. Harrison, we were just talking about, your previous comment this weekend about damage limitation. Has that changed for you now?
Yeah, that's definitely changed. We're now back in it for the fight for the win, because we definitely had a really good pace when the last race. Theoretical was very quick, so now we just need to go find it.
Best of luck to you then, Harrison. We've got Scott Marsh starting behind him as well. Scott, obviously out in Europe, competes for the Tony Kart racing team. That's all we've got time for now, as the bell has just gone. Best of luck to the junior rotax grid. Last race of the day. Andrew, let's hear it.
Let's hear it indeed. As I say, one last race to go. It's going to be another good one, this, and a great opportunity for a bit of history perhaps as well. Sam Pollitt Racing have never had a finals victory in the Vera Tools British Kart Championships. They got very close with Austin Oman earlier today and at Pier 5, but William Antrobus here on the front row of the grid on pole position. In a fantastic spot to try and repeat what he did a few weeks ago in preparations for this event when he won the round of the West of Scotland Kart Club that preceded it. Let's get ready for it then. Race number 25 here at Larkhall on Event 3 weekend. The Junior Rotax final is next. Let's take you through the grid then of 34 drivers for this Junior Rotax final, the second one of the year. William Antrobus on pole position. He's joined by Jack West of KR Sports, Thomas Behrman and Harrison Whitcomb start on row number 2. Cameron Nelson and Scott Marsh go from row 3. And it's O-plate holder Harry Bartle and James Anagnostiadis on row number 4. Joshua Turnbull and Thomas Minspearing start on row 5, ahead of a rejuvenated Cole Denham on an all-DHR row 6, joined by Jacob Ashcroft. Row number 7, Kenzo Craigie starts alongside Ariman Bansal. Lewis Goff has recovered brilliantly, starts on the 8th row of the grid alongside Finley Buck. They're ahead of Owen Neve and Hugh Moulton on row 9. Joshua Smith and Charlie Neve start on row number 10. Matteo Palazzo and Kai Veach go from row number 11, ahead of William Archer and Noah Barham on row number 12. Kai Clark and Joe Anderson start on row 13. Lizzie Mentier and Ryan Gill on row 14. Charlie Cox and Harrison Crowther complete row 15, ahead of Brandon Truman and Adam Wooden on the penultimate row of the grid. The field is completed by Leon Hasty and Jacob Woods. Are we good for a start first time? Looking good. We are good for a start first time. 15 minutes plus 1 lap are underway. Can they all make it through the first couple of corners? I think James Anagnostiadis was a little bit wide there. It's a good start for Antrobus. 2 karts off in the background. And it's, oh dear, it's all got a little bit close through turn 3 and 4, to the extent that the second half of the field nearly have to come to a complete stop there as they went through the complex. And that's going to have dropped a number of drivers down the field. Kenzo Craigie is not one of them. He's a little bit on the dust there. Look at the tightness of the pack coming through turn number 6. In and through to complete the end of lap number 1 then. It is William Antrobus who has the lead by nearly half a second. Cameron Nelson has got up to second place. Harry Bartle third. Joshua Turnbull has gained 5 off the start as well. Who's lost out in all of... Well, Jack West's lost out in all of that. Started on the front row, is now P31, has lost 29 positions on that first lap. Charlie Neve has had problems as well, down 14 to the very back of the grid. Joe Anderson and Ryan Gill also lost out. Thomas Behrman's in trouble as well. Thomas Behrman down to 23rd place. A loss of 20. Harrison Whitcomb is also in trouble now. As somebody's off in the dust, coming through, and I think into turn number 5. Harrison Whitcomb down in 16th place right now, and that really does change things in the championship. Right now, as things stand, Antrobus would lead 9 points ahead of Bartle. Thomas Minspearing would be a further 15 points back, and then Whitcomb a further 4 points back. This is, of course, the first final that has run for Junior Rotax this season.
The round results declared of the pre-final for PF International, so there is an element of going into the unknown for these drivers. Longer race, of course, 15 minutes in total, and the majority of it still remaining. Antrobus controlling things right now, looking to do what he did in the pre-final and just edge away from the rest of the competition. Cameron Nelson there in second place. Here's though Harry Bartle right there in third. That's where he finished the final for the club round in preparations for this British Champs round 2 weeks ago. He'll want more than that. He'll want more than that on this occasion. There's a new fastest lap of the race from Harrison Whitcomb. In 16th places right now. Oh, now first penalty of the race, and it's a big one. Harry Bartle plus 5 second penalty. Doesn't necessarily mean he can't win the race. We've just seen one driver win by more than 5 seconds on the road, but it's going to make it very difficult now for Harry Bartle. This is the same situation that Callum Bradshaw had. Meanwhile, there's an almighty scrap going on for 4th place with Thomas Min-Spearing trying to hold off Joshua Turnbull and not quite able to do so. Turnbull through into 4th place. Cole Denham's in there. James Anagnostiidis is in there. Jacob Ashcroft, Kenzo Craigie, Lewis Goff. I've got to say, Lewis Goff, what a tremendous return. We had real concerns yesterday. He had an incident in one of his heats. Retired, holding his wrist. Thoughts of like, oh dear, is there a potential race weekend ending moment happening there? He's come back. He had to come through the repechage, of course, but has got himself into the top 10 now. There is Kenzo Craigie down the inside of Jacob Ashcroft. That was over 7th place. Hugh Moulton's back in the game as well. Had a tough time in the pre-final, but has had some really strong pace, mega pace at times for Hugh Moulton and the Coles Racing efforts. They're back into the top 10. Lizzie Mentier is also driving through the field. Is up to 17th place. Leon Hasty as well. Leon Hasty in a similar position to what we saw with Teddy Pritchard-Williams in the seniors. In terms of what we've seen through 2 weeks ago, through pre-practice, through yesterday as well, there is the pace in the number 9 to be at the very front, but bad luck in the pre-final means it's a drive through the field today for one of the major Scottish hopes for this weekend. Things have simmered down a bit in this this group from 4th downwards. Got themselves into a rhythm. There's Jacob Ashcroft in the number 38, stepping up, of course, from Minimax last year. Through to complete another lap. New fastest lap of the race from Cole Denham, 49.99 seconds. Cole Denham's had a much stronger weekend of it. Had a torrid time at PF International. Not the kind of round results he would have wanted, but he's got his championship going this weekend, I feel. It's good to see a smile on his face earlier in the weekend as well when we had a talk to him as part of our We Are the Champions feature. Will be coming out in due course on the Karting UK YouTube channel. If you've not subscribed already and you want to get all the latest features and behind the scenes from the Vera Tools British Kart Championships, do give that a follow. Right now, though, it's looking good for our race leader. There has been a change for 2nd place on the road. Harry Bartle has got past Cameron Nelson. I should actually say that right now, Bartle is still getting a spot on the podium because there's so much defensive work going on here at the front of this group with Joshua Turnbull that a more than 5 second gap has grown between the top 3 and the rest of the field. Quite unexpected, similar to what we saw, of course, with Joshua Graham racing off the front of the seniors. Thomas Min-Spearing is very keen, I think, to get by on Joshua Turnbull here. Might be getting a bit frustrated in this pack that runs down to Lewis Goff in 9th place. And tell you what, Harrison Whitcomb's not too far behind it as well. End of lap number 8. Thomas Min-Spearing again just looking to the inside of Joshua Turnbull. Joshua Turnbull's got very good speed off of the corners, through the traction zones. Like here, he just edges away a little bit. This is where he's probably most under pressure. The slipstream at its best through this part of the circuit. Again, yeah, Thomas Spearing's not able to get onto the rear bumper there. See him going through the bumps through turn number 5 over this section of circuit, which the TV cameras don't quite do it justice. There's as the drivers cross, as the it's now down the inside. Spearing's got the advantage and through past Turnbull. Turnbull not too happy about that. Now gets overtaken by 2 of his teammates in the shape of Denham and Ashcroft. Yeah, it's just as the drivers go over the edge of where the old track used to sit and into the newer extension that was laid down in 2019. It's a little rise for the drivers. Just as they go through the little kink to the right, they have to deal with and get the kart straightened up to get on the brakes for that very tight hairpin. Just produce some interesting racing. Meanwhile, back at the front of this group, is still all over 4th place. The thing is, they are losing a lot of time here. As down the inside goes Cole Denham. That's going to be Spearing. Another visitor to the sausage curb on driver's right. Actually dealt with that pretty well. Opened the steering, got onto the grass, got off the curb, and was able to return to the circuit without having lost too many positions. Others are joining this affair, including Harrison Whitcomb. At the moment, Whitcomb would be going down to 3rd place in the points. Cameron Nelson with this performance right now. Look at that. And in fact, Whitcomb has to take to the runoff there. He was side by side with Joshua Turnbull. He's going to lose out to Lewis Goff as well in the yellow and black helmet, possibly to others also. There are your live championship scores. So Antrobus would lead going towards Warden Law, 371 points, 7 points clear of Harry Bartle. Lovely stuff there through by Cole Denham. Cole Denham has a little gesture there to say, come on Josh, let's get on with this now, because we're a group of 3 in the same team, now clear of the rest. We are 10 seconds down. Now I can see out of my window there's been quite enough for Kenzo Craigie. He's actually ended up back at turn number 6. A number of bollards have been displaced. This may trigger a neutralisation of the race, because there's also, I think, a bit of water strewn over turn number 6. No problems for William Antrobus right now. In fact, William Antrobus has just got through, and Harry Bartle's run wide, just seeing out of my window. And yes, slow procedure has been called. That's understandable, because the marshals are going to need a bit of time here. And off the road has gone one of the DHRs on the wet surface. It's Cole Denham. Cole Denham going over the wet patch, so the displaced blocks, there's water in them that's now been thrown onto the circuit. Cole Denham, there he is, has fallen off at the start of the slow procedure with obviously on slick tyres, caught him out and has lost 4th place. Now the other thing that this is going to do is, if this closes the gap together, Harry Bartle is going to lose his advantage of what was around 10 seconds ahead of the rest of the field, and is now, well, the 5-second penalty is not going to disappear, of course, is now going to stand to lose a lot of positions. Kenzo Craigie's out of the race. So Kenzo Craigie was one of the karts involved. This was coming through turn number 9, down the hill. 2 or 3 karts off to driver's right. Kenzo Craigie ended up through the red and white bollards and onto the part of the track where turn 6 is. So you can say from that, but that's how we ended up with water on the track with the bollards there. You can see some of the repairs going on. So Craigie is out, but this is an absolute disaster if you are Harry Bartle, because that 5-second penalty that at the time was just losing you 2nd place to Cameron Nelson and no further is now going to put him down probably around 15th place. There is the state of one of the... that's Brandon Truman's kart, I think. Well, both Brandon Truman and Leon Hasty from this race are both pretty much at the same time. Such is the damage on that Thule Motorsport machine. I couldn't actually tell whether it was the number 87 or the number 9. All drivers okay. That's the most important thing. Barrier has just about been repaired. So we could be going back to green this time around. Doesn't change things for William Antrobus, of course. He's just got to keep his focus at the front of this field. Should be confident knowing he's able to drive away from the rest of those behind. He's going to have to do all that hard work again ahead of Cameron Nelson. I think the most interesting driver to watch here is going to be Harry Bartle. How does he deal with this? How does he deal with this now with this 5-second penalty? He's going to hope that we go back to green on this one. He needs as much race time as possible to build that gap back up to as many drivers behind as he can. As I say, he only was losing one position because he had a 10-second gap over Ashcroft and the rest of them behind. We are going to go back to green this time around. William Antrobus takes us back to full speed. And away we go for the remaining 2 minutes on the clock. This is a great opportunity for Cameron Nelson, who did have some very good race pace. He set the fastest lap of the race before the slow procedure started. On the way to turn 5, it's a clean start for the 31 drivers remaining. Harry Bartle feeling the need to defend from Jacob Ashcroft there in third place into, and Bartle's down the inside of Nelson. And I said it's still going to be a little bit slippery through turn number 6. Whittaker's out on the curb. I think Anagnostiadis was having a moment there as well. That part of the circuit will clear up over the course of the next couple of laps. This is, well, water on circuit is not what we were expecting at all this weekend, but it's come here in the final lap of the race, and it is leaving that specific part of the circuit very, very treacherous indeed. Bartle has got through into second place on the road, so a 5-second penalty would at the moment leave him down around 20th place, where Charlie Neve is, 5.68 seconds off the main group. 45 seconds to go. Down the inside, Turnbull on his teammates. It's all gone wrong for Cameron Nelson. Here we go again. Surely all the drivers are going to be aware of it now that there's not a lot of grip, especially if you get off the racing line. They have all dealt with it. No, they haven't. 2 drivers off. One of them is the 51 of Hugh Moulton, I think. Sorry, the 61 of William Archer. Another one involved, I think, might be one of the KR Sports. We'll try and catch that through in a moment. It's Adam Wooden. It's Adam Wooden who gets back on the circuit, but becomes the latest driver to fall foul of turn number 6 at the end of this very dramatic junior Rotax final. William Antrobus has got full control again. What a job this has been from William Antrobus. Sam Pollitt Racing, in everything that's gone on in this race, is 1 lap away from securing a first victory for this team in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. They've all got through turn number 6 again. I think the number 17 was having a few problems that time. That was Harrison Crowther. He's lost 5 or 6 positions from 13th. On to the final lap then. William Antrobus, who's absolutely dominated this weekend in Junior Rotax, can tick those corners off now. Is in the position where he'll take the championship lead. There's been a change on the road for second place. No, there hasn't been a change on the road for second place. Bartle is still there. The stopwatch is his biggest friend right now. He's trying to hold off Ashcroft, Turnbull and Marsh through the treacherous turn 6 one more time. And look, he's still having trouble there. Ashcroft's run wide. Turnbull's run wide. Ashcroft's back off the curb, but has lost about 6-7 positions. But William Antrobus is going to take victory at Larkhall. It's going to be a first win in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for Sam Pollitt Racing at long, long last. SPR stand on the top step, and it's a fully deserving victory for the man who has dominated at this place over the last month. He took the win in the club round 2 weeks ago. He takes the win here in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships and the championship lead by at least 7 points over Harry Bartle. Bartle's second on the road. Scott Marsh goes through and gets a podium
for Strawberry Racing. Cameron Nelson, I think, well, actually, yes, Cameron Nelson will end up back on the podium after all of that happened in the last couple of minutes, because Bartle's penalty will move him down to around the 11th place mark for that 5 seconds. So it's Antrobus, Marsh, Nelson, your podium. Thomas Minspearing, 5th on the road. Jack West, what a drive from Jack West. He started on the front row of the grid. He fell down to 31st, and he came back all the way to 6th. What a crazy race for Jack West there. Joshua Turnbull, P7. Lewis Goff, P8. Finley Buck, 9th. James Anagnostiidis, a much better weekend than at PF for the Argenti driver, P10. The top 15, Jacob Ashcroft will be gutted about that last moment there through turn number 6. Kai Clark, great to see Kai Clark up 13 positions in 12th place. Joshua Smith, 13th. 14th for Harrison Whitcomb, loses the championship lead. He's actually down to 4th place in the live points now, ahead of Noah Barham there in 15th on the road. Harrison Crowther with a race that, well, gained 14 places, could have been even more. It's 16th place for him. Charlie Neve, Thomas Behrman, Owen Bansell and Charlie Cox. There is a really good sight to see, because this has been a long time coming for Sam Pollitt Racing. They have been knocking on the door in the Vera Tools British Kart Championships, particularly in Rotax, for such a long time. They came so close a few weeks ago at PF International with Austin Oman, but they can finally say they are, as a team, winners. And their first winner in the history books is that young man there, William Antrobus. 2 drivers in the top 10 as well. I saw Lewis Goff congratulating his teammates. Harry Bartle must be absolutely gutted. He'd done everything to all but negate the penalty, but that slow procedure that came out, which was not of his control, of course, rendered all that hard work for nothing. Let's have a look at some of the replay highlights then from that one. As we've seen throughout the weekend, brilliant start from Antrobus from pole position. Knew that was going to be a very important part of the race, and he already had a good gap over the rest of the field. Cameron Nelson to come through from 5th place. Quite a few drivers from 5th on the grid taking early gains through lap 1. Quite a few drivers in trouble as well on that first lap, including Jack West. And more running wide there. I couldn't even tell you which driver that was through the dust. Quite early on, an intriguing scenario started. It's the 4th place battle. It was all behind Thomas Minspearing as Josh Turnbull got down the inside. This is what opened the gap for Harry Bartle and Cameron Nelson further up the road. At this stage, it looked like it was a 1-2-3 that was absolutely set. And then a whole stream of drivers fighting, as I say, over 4th place for the championship points on offer there. Thomas Minspearing holding that position for a good while. DHR drivers taking it in turns, it would seem, to get down the inside. That was Cole Denham going through. Thomas Minspearing for a moment being out beyond the sausage curve on the exit of turn number 6. Harrison Whitcomb, brave move there, had to take to the blue runoff. Lost himself a few positions. We then had an incident off camera that triggered a slow procedure for the replacement of barriers and the intersects between the exit of turn 9 and turn number 6. What the drivers didn't also fully realise is there was a bit of water down. You can see it there, which caused quite a few problems for drivers and really shook up the order. It was all about picking your way through just that specific point of the circuit. Everywhere else was absolutely bone dry. And you see the slippery surface flag out there. A number of drivers losing out. Even here on the last lap, 3 of the DHR drivers all having problems. That was the opportunity that Scott Marsh took to step through and take 3rd place. But it was no trouble at all for William Antrobus. Under all that pressure, all that expectation of the form book, takes the first win in the history of Sam Pollitt Racing at this level. And the record books will show that he did it by 1.73 seconds ahead of Harry Barton. You see there the reaction. That's what it means. Celebrating there, Lewis Goff as well, his teammate, came home in 8th place. And who knows where this team could go now for the rest of the season.
because not only have they got that first win, they have the championship lead by 7. Let's head down to Nicole, who's hopefully got the winner, William Antrobus, with her.
Over in Park Fermé with junior rotax winner William Antrobus. William, a long time coming for you, I think, that win.
Yeah, it was such a great win and a clean sweep as well. Like my first ever clean sweep and at the British. Unbelievable.
You know, we saw you kind of check out 3/4 of the way through the race. You were cleared off and then, you know, slow procedure, water on the track. How did you deal with that?
Mainly I just tried to look for where the dry patch was, and it was mainly in the middle of the track. But it was so tough, and then literally the lap, it all went down, and before the like double yellows kind of thing, what's it called? We all just came in, and then I just come out with like a huge lead, and I was like, whoa, what's going on here? So then all of a sudden I just see Battenberg, so I was like, oh, it's going to be a tight race at the end, but came out to win it in the end.
First win for you and first win for Sam Pollett in a British Kart Championships. Other than Sam, who have you got to thank for this weekend?
I'd always like to thank my dad, always on the spanners for me, always being there, doing everything. I'd like to thank Lewis Brown as well and Nige for all the stuff they've done this week. Pollett as well, and Ted Bradbury, he's been a real good help this weekend, proper good mentor as well. So yeah, and I'd like to say hi to my family at home, whoever's watching, hello. I'd like to thank the family for supporting me these last few years as well. It's brilliant.
Congratulations, William. We'll let you run off and congratulate with your dad.
Thank you.
What a day of racing here at the Veritools Rotax and Honda British Kart Championships. On behalf of myself and everybody, every competitor, thank you to the team for such an incredible event. Thank you to every marshal, all the safety team, and of course all the competitors who showed up to race. Thanks to my co-commentator Andrew, absolutely fantastic coverage of all the racing as per usual. We'll see you next time at Wilton Mill. Make sure you tune in next month for the IAME round. It's been fantastic. I'm Nicole Sutherland. I'll see you later.